everyone. Hello. Timer's already good to go. Lovely. How are you all doing? I hope you've been well since since yesterday's whole entire dilemma. Not even dilemma. Tragedy, really. Tragedy and comedy. Welcome to the stream. Let me go ahead and get on the roll call. We'll start off with YouTube since I think, yes. Welcome to the stream. Wackages. Welcome in. I hope you've been well. And then on Twitch's side of things, let's see here. Congratulations on being first, Nima. And welcome in. We also have one here, Alex and Chuck and Johan, as well as Ed. Welcome you all. I hope you've been well. And let's see here. Let's push some pixels. Yeah. Noses and Schnozes. Yeah. Or would it be Noses and Schnozes? It's such a funny word. Schnoz, schnoz. There's a lot of different ways you could say it. And hello. And putting on my seriousness glasses. Ignore the mustache on it. Hey yo. Welcome in. And let's see here, the little mouth face. And hi, Rodrigo. Welcome to the stream as well. Welcome in. Oh my. I'm excited. I'm also concerned. It depends. For subjects like these, I never know. And hi, Oki. Welcome to the stream. Welcome back in. I believe that's a name I recognize. Possibly. Please don't correct me if I'm wrong. And I will try to make sure my memory knows going forward. But the name sounds familiar. With that said, what was I saying? I was wording, that's for sure. And hi, yeah, can I get a Big Mac? welcome in. Hi, welcome in. Oh, yes, that's what I was going to say. Oki? Yeah, Oki. Is it the Oki I'm thinking about? Or is it a different Oki? That's the thing. Because people can have the same names. So it's not like it's a unique name. So is it the Oki I'm thinking about? Or is it a different Oki? I don't think there's two. But I know for certain there's one. At the very least. And I was going to say, and I hang around. I see. Yes. Okay, then. Welcome in. Okay, and welcome back. What a treat to have you here on stream. And hang around in BC. I see. Yeah. Welcome in. And my memory has been registered for topics like these. Oh, before I forget as well, I wanted to do a poll, and let's find the long last nose. No one knows. Is it the Oki? That's what I wanted to know, and I believe so. If that is, yep, I believe it is the Oki that made that emote. You can thank them. Oh boy. And nobody knows. And hi, Sword Desire. Welcome in the stream as well. Welcome in. What I wanted to do, and let's see if I can do it quite fast. Slash poll here, slash poll, and that was moi. Yeah. I see. Oh boy. And then I'll go here and I'll click on this guy here and start a poll. And hi, Agave. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And Elkie made the best emotes and the emo who started this madness fest. What style of nose do you like? Question mark. Copy that and then paste it here. REALISTIC ANIME Copy you here. Add an option. Yep. And then we're gonna do ANIME. And then let's see. REALISTIC. Okay. I wanted to do this to make sure I did it, and then we'll talk about it afterwards. But I think the poll should be able to run for maybe the next 10-ish minutes. I think we'll finish by the 10 minutes. I'm just curious to see 4 noses, 4 styles, and the emotes. Indeed. Oh boy. Why is hairy not an option? That would be the interior of the nose. I don't think we should look at the inside of the nose. I know what's on the inside counts and all, but I don't think the exterior of the nose is or interior of the nose is up to discussion today. An anime has noses? Exactly. I put a poll up for both YouTube and Twitch asking the question of which type of nose do you prefer? Do you prefer cartoon, anime, or realistic? And posture check sure can do. And thank you for that redeem. And I'm questioning that. And if so, what a funny coincidence you showed up today. Who said anything about interiors? Hairy exterior nose. Hold on. And hi, Cats on keyboard. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome in, and welcome back as well. And hi, I hope everyone's having a very derp day today. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and click on this guy. And the reason why I want to know the consensus is because I'm more of a fan of anime noses. And can we do animal noses? Their noses are way cooler than human noses. You know, the thing, we do need to do another animal study. That's for certain. We could definitely see about maybe trying to do an animal expression study. That could be a lot of fun to do. Unless you're talking about just in a joking matter. The reason why I want to get the idea of just the general feeling about noses is I like the anime style, but I know some people like the realistic style, and then some people like the cartoony style. And halfway through, about an hour ago, I realized I'm gonna be focusing a lot on the anime more style, and I want to know if I should try to also take a good glance at the realistic style. So that's why the question is there. And new game plus studies, I like it. It's a lot of fun. And if there was a specific animal species you have never studied before, I wonder. Welcome to today's study. You can see up there, today we're doing noses. We'll start off with the Pixelart of the day, talk about some resources, then we'll look at the anatomy of the nose, then we'll try to see if we can draw some noses on people. We'll then take a look at some Pixelart noses, and then we'll kind of see what we can learn all in all and kind of just mesh it together, and then we'll do a community review. With all of that said and done, let me go ahead and move this guy over here. And is the DIY segment new, or am I getting older? It's new. It's new. Today, the DIY is going to be a thing of let's mesh what we learned together to try to do a lot of things. The DIY doesn't need to be there, but I'm trying out a little bit of a different format. Let me go ahead and slide this guy to where I need it to be, if I can find it properly. Lovely. Okay. And if I use you there and Luis, thank you, I can bring you into Pure here. There we are. And the anime and watch streak. 50. My goodness. Congratulations, Agape. 50 streak, my. I do appreciate your dedication. Let me slide this guy over here. Welcome into Pixelart of the Day. It's a section that we like to do here at the beginning of our Pixelart study streams, where we spend about 8 minutes taking some look at Pixelart I can either find on Twitter, Pinterest, YouTube, Instagram, anywhere of the likes. And the idea is that in order to get good at something, not only do you have to do the thing, but you also have to look at people who know what they're doing. So for example, if you want to become a writer, you gotta read a lot of books. If you want to become a game developer, you gotta play a lot of games. And if you want to become a pixel artist, you gotta look at a lot of pixel art. So the hope is that we can slowly, through these weeks of learning pixel art, learn how to hone in our observation skills. For if we're looking at a lot of pixel art, we can then ask ourselves the question, yes indeed, yeah, this part of the art I do like, so I'm gonna incorporate it into my art. Or this part of it, I don't tend to prefer it, so I'm not gonna have it in my art. Maybe you're more, for example, of a high saturation artist, so you're not a fan of pastel colors. In that case, you would know I have that like and dislike, and I can then use it. And I wonder what the canvas size for this one. I guess it's more than 400 by 400. I could not even begin to guess. Every time I think pixel art's bigger than it is, it's not, or then it's smaller than it is. And hi, Blitz, welcome in the stream, welcome in. And hola, happy to be here, and welcome in. An excuse to look at cool art. Yeah, it's also an excuse to look at cool art. I can't agree to that. Oh, hold on. It's not going on. Hold your horses. Okay, there's that one. Okay. I thought it broke again. Speaking of Pixelart of the Day, we're taking a look at Inaxity. That's my guess. I hope I didn't butcher it. And this is their art off of Twitter. So should you happen to like their art, I would consider checking them out, as I do like this style a lot. It's got that anime feel that I want to get better at with my art. And hi, Ame. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And Insanity? That would make sense. Yeah, I can see it being Insanity. Oh boy, let me go ahead and click on this timer here. 8 minutes is now on the clock, and Insanity? Yeah, I see it. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Let's have this guy here. Okay, so while we are talking about noses, should there be another part of the pixel art you like, do feel free to also comment on it. The idea is that today's about noses, but if there's another part of the piece you like, what I will start talking about nose-wise is that all three noses are very different compared to everything else in the piece. So I'll go ahead and say here 3DIFFERENTNOSES. That's not the NOSES. Yes, 3 different noses. And hi, Pixel 21, and the sound didn't go off. Hold on. Sound? Did it do the sound? I don't know. But thank you for the follow. There's usually a do. But welcome in the stream, and thank you. And I like the fur on the right, fella. Isn't the fur so fluffy? When we end up doing another fur study, it's gonna be a lot of fun if I can find more references like this to try to break down and understand. I'm looking at this. there's 3 different types of noses going down, and I would say 3 different details. So I'll also put here 3 DIFFERENT DETAILS. 3 different details as well. And I like their anti-aliasing a lot, adding a touch of depth to the edges of things. I like the suspenders and gloves. Interesting. And hi, branchlets. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in. And I like the jewelry on all of them. That's good. And this must be a very large picture. They actually have room for eye detail. It's a big picture. I can say that much. Let me go ahead and make it a little bit smaller to hopefully make the writing a little bit clearer to see on this side. Let's start off by focusing on one person at a time since 8 minutes is not a lot. Let's look at this guy on the very far left. That's what we'll do. We'll look at this guy right here. This specific area of the piece. That way I can slide it over a little bit. So usually what I like looking at the very beginning is I like trying to see, okay, how many colors is this art piece using? For this one, I'm seeing the usual 3 to 4, I think. We have white going on here, so I'll put on here white. We have gray, we have black, and we also have purple. If I had to describe the 4 colors, and then you could also say maybe tan or like a yellow color for the other pieces. Yeah, gold. Let's just say gold. White, gray, black, purple, gold. Gold. I would say those are probably the bits. Talking about the anti-aliasing, if we zoom in here, you can definitely see some anti-aliasing going on, specifically here or here. And the idea behind anti-aliasing is that it's supposed to be a method to smooth out pixel art, especially bigger pixel art, so that it doesn't look super duper rough around the edges. You can even see it here for this area here. So there's a lot of bits of just anti-aliasing in hopes of making the art look smoother. So we can put definitely down there. I'll put AA, just AA. Some artists don't use anti-aliasing, others do. And the more I look at pixel art, the more I realize it's not as uncommon as I thought once upon a time. And this one is interesting because it feels like the artist has some bloom filtering as finishing touches. I see it when someone integrates it with Blender. See also Silly Potato. I do love Silly Potato's art. The thing is, I am not sure about effects when it comes to art. For example, here, I don't know what that effect around the edges would be called back here. But if that's the bloom you're talking about, I do see it. The names are just, I don't know them quite yet. But I definitely do want to get into post-processing when it comes to looking at art and making art. But I definitely get what you mean in the terms of incorporating 2 different mediums together. Looking at this guy, I wanted to point out how for his nose, it seems to be a shaded outline, a shaded color outline. At the very top of his nose, we have a bright color. At the very bottom, it's dark color, but there is an outline for the nose. There's also the skin tone, there's also a shadow for the nose, and there's also a little bit of a highlight for the nose. So we'll go ahead and put on here his nose, or we'll just say first PERS1, first person. They have a total of 4 colors for the nose, so I'll put 4 colors. We also have shaded, 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 COLORED, OUTLINES. He has shaded color outlines. And then if I go ahead and grab this guy here, so we grab him, copy and paste them, just to look at the comparison. For the secondest, person, this lady here, as we slide it over, she has way less, and maybe that could also just be because of the angle of the nose. His nose is because, or his face is kind of off to the side. Her nose is directly forward. Maybe that's why. So we'll go ahead and put on here that her nose has 3 colors. I guess you could say 4 colors too, technically speaking. 4 colors, though I don't know if I would say that there's an outline. And is this 4? Hold on, 1, 2, 3, 5. He has 5. Never mind, I take it back. He has 5, she has 4. And 4 colors, barely outline, BARELIOUTLINE. Barely an outline. I think the outline, would that even be counted as an outline? Or would you see that more as anti-aliasing? And a secondest person, and there's a great focus on straight lines without much curves. It's not necessary, if not necessary, and those values is crispy. Great focus on straight lines without much curves. Oh, interesting you say that. I'd have to look at this more in detail because I think, just all in all, might even have to look at this again for clothing study because there's a lot of, for example, the fluff and everything, but I'm getting sidetracked. But yeah, all in all, this is a good study here. And kind of unrelated, but Insanity homepage is really good design, to be honest. I did see it, yeah. I was just thinking to myself, man, the website looks lovely. A lot of art references? Yeah, I agree too. Let's see. Second person has 4 colors, no outline. I'll put on there no outline. I'm gonna lock that in. 4 colors, no outline. There we are. And adding a touch of depth to the ends of things like the suspenders. I did read that. Lovely. Yeah, 4 colors, no outline. If anything, there's anti-aliasing going on the nose. So I'll say AA on the nose, and with that, we have the last guy. So we have the first person, the second person, and the third person. Let me go ahead and just do 3RD here. And oh, let me know. I didn't even get to see the final results of the poll. Hopefully it lets lets me know the ending of it. I'll have to definitely check and see. Let me click on this guy here, and let's slide you over. So, oh, if it lets me, where'd my thing go? Thank ya. And for this last guy here, he has a total of 2 colors for his nose. And I have to remind myself to take a look into their HTML code for even. I didn't realize you could look at websites' HTML codes, or that makes sense, but I didn't even think about it. Oh boy, for the third person, he has 2 colors and 2 colors, and there is just line. And truth be told, I didn't even realize it, but I think this is also a good explanation of just the different variations when it comes to drawing noses. You have super detailed, a little less detailed, and then line. And that's one of my favorite things of Pixelart is that you can go for the more realistic things that you would see in regular digital art, but you can also just go for a zigzag, and then it ends up looking like a, yep, 4 pixels. You know, let's add that, line, 4 pixels. Because I think that's important. As silly as it is, it shows that well, if you know what you're doing, you don't have to do a lot to show the viewer, the looker, that yes, this is a nose. It might not look as a nose especially when you're up close, but in context, I think the context clues plays a lot in this looking more like a nose. This one here, if you were to crop everything out, it would definitely look like a nose. But because of everything that's going on outside, that line there makes it feel like a nose. And realistic, implied, simple. Yeah, oh, that's a great way to put it. Hold on, let me write that down as I'm zooming this out so you can still see it as I'm zooming about there. And let me slide this guy over if it lets me. There we go. Yeah, let's see. I'll put on you here. We'll say realistic, realistic, implied, simple. Yeah, realistic, implied, simple. I like the wording on that. The first guy's more squares, the lady's more roundish, and the third guy has more triangle shapes. Great for character designs. Oh, yeah, you fair point. Hold on. Let's see. Character, character, terdesign, square, square, round, and then also put on here triangle, triangle. Yeah, at some point, oh, timer's up. Character design is a bit of a favorite for me. If it's one thing I want to get good at, aside from just colors and doing art, I want to get good at drawing characters, designing characters with their clothing and outfit and looks. It's just something so fun about it. The idea, yes, this lady is rounder, so it gives me a feeling of being more softer. This guy's a lot of sharp angles. He's square, he's blockish. That shows he's sturdy, he's serious. But this guy here, he's got a lot of points. He's supposed to be sly, maybe. He's got even a little smile, too. It shows a lot of personality in just one photo. You can kind of tell a story already, but even here, she's got a little smirk too. It's so lovely. And simple squares and squirrels in my pants. And hi, oh, Lex Partha, or Lex. Welcome, Ministry. Welcome back in. I do recognize that name. I hope you've been well. And artists knew very well what to put in the middle. Yeah, it's kind of like a mixture of both. You have serious, you have silly, and then you have serious silly. And I did read that as well. And they're giving king, queen, and jester, like the cards. Fair point check. That's a really good point. Yeah, it's even got, I think this guy even has a jester look on his, yeah, I think he is the jester. Oh, that's neat. And hello. Hi, member. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Well then, thank you all for your contributions to the Pixelart of the day. And yeah, I was definitely referring to that. I see. Let me go ahead and click on, if I click on you here, I'll then click on you here, lovely, and then I'll do an exclamation, STUDY, and that should link you to the website. If it does for YouTube and Twitch, fingers crossed, it does, lovely. Sometimes about designs, yeah, I don't want to do it. If you didn't know, hello, I am Mira Zizzer. I am a game developer, and I try my best to cover all aspects when it comes to making a game, be it the coding, be it the music, be it the art. And my form of medium is pixel art, but I have barely a clue most of the times what I'm doing, and most of the times it's winging it. So I made a website. It's my name, arisezra.com, and on this website, what we've been doing slowly over the year, it'll be 2 years almost, but what you can see is in resource here, there's a slew list of different topics relating to pixel art, and the idea is that once a week, every week, we do a topic study on a certain aspect of pixel art, be it buildings or objects, and we go along and see what we can understand. I haven't really drawn pixel art noses before, for example, so this will be the first time I'm trying to do a deep dive into it, and what what you'll be linked to is a character study sprite here. So you'll be linked to this page. There will be a whole playlist on previous studies we've done before relating to characters. And the thing I've tried to do is that, hi, Cursor, welcome in the stream, welcome in. Hello. Oh, hold on. The chat is invisible again. That's not that chat. Hold on. Yeah, is it working? Hold your horses. I thought I saw it for a second and then it disappeared. How odd. Oh, there it is. Okay. Sure, it took a second. We're okay. And you updated the design, didn't you? Something looks different on the website, Ed. Not a thing. Nothing's different. At least I think so, unless I forgot. And I wonder how many layers this artist made for foreground, for composition, background. Ooh. I can't even begin to imagine. What you'll see here is there's different mediums of different ways to study when it comes to a topic. If I click on here, the idea is that some people learn best by watching videos, some people learn best by reading articles, some people learn best by doing all of the above. So I've tried my best to cover or to gather different resources for different topics, and I am a master of drawing noses, then draws 2 dots for anime-style noses. Yeah, anime noses can get very simple. What I've done here is I've tried my best to find videos related to making noses. I haven't been able to finish going through all of these yet. Most of these I have looked at, and I think that if I were to give a recommendation on just the nose video, I'd say this one here. I've looked at this one. I've skimmed through most of these, and I'll try my best to make sure at least later today that I go through and remove any that I don't think are as helpful when it comes to Pixelart. And what you'll notice as well is that this is the only Pixelart video, and it's covering the topic of eyes. And the thing is, at least with Pixelart, it's such a niche topic that there's not a lot of resources and studies and references to them, so it makes it a little bit tricky if you're trying to learn it, since it's hard to find places to go. But the good thing about Pixelart is that this website hasn't been renovated since 1989, and knows it's tricky if you want to add them on low sprite sizes. Indeed, and yet. Yeah, that is the hope, that this website slowly over time becomes a helpful, handy-dandy resource. And the thing is, the best thing about Pixelart, well, not the best, but a great thing is that you don't have to watch videos on Pixelart to learn how to draw Pixelart. You can watch videos of just regular digital art, even traditional art, to get a good idea of how something can be done, and then translate it into Pixelart, which I think is just lovely. And hi, Hollow, welcome to the stream, welcome in. With that said, there's videos here for different topics. There's also a website here, and these are some of my favorites too. I can word, I assure you. I like how it's a small bit of information. It's not a lot. It's a small GIF you can drag into a program you can see on the side, and it can just help you. It's what's it called, like quick tips. Quick, simple tips is what I like seeing them as. For example, Parallax here, and there's different topics. And if I click on you here, this guy is more of an article. So if you're more of a reader, you might prefer it this way. It breaks it down in different styles, and it talks about the different aspects of it. I do enjoy that one as well. And there's so many artists I follow that I don't even bother with noses. Oh, hold on. Was that supposed to be a pun? I just can't see. Let's see. If I click on you, and there are 4 ways to draw Pixelart noses for me. 3 pixels, 2 pixels, 1 pixel, an error 404. Nose not found. The thing is, at some point, you just can't add the nose, which is so interesting. We'll cover this in a quick second, but first, I want to cover this guy here. Now, if it's one thing I've realized that has helped me improve my pixel art by a lot, it's this website called the Writer's Resource. It's a place people go where they upload the assets from different games that they enjoy. And what you'll see here is that there is a slew of different names. These are all pixel art games that have characters in them, and the hope is that you'll be able to find a style of pixel art that you enjoy, and then you can use it as reference, like what we did for pixel art of the day. But the best part, the part I really enjoy about it, is the fact that you can click on it. This is Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. If you click on the download button, you can drag and drop. So if I go ahead and click on, oh, there's so many layers. If I just drag and drop and download this guy, and I bring you into draw for a quick old second here, and I was watching the stream in 2x speed. I thought you were speaking a little faster. Oh boy, that's surprising. Me in 2x speed, I wouldn't be able to even understand myself. And honestly, noses are one of the first details to be removed in a tiny resolution. The best artists don't like drawing something just don't hit the bricks. Yeah, it's something I've seen in anime. Eyes are the biggest factor when it comes to a character. The first thing to drop definitely usually is the nose. Next up, I think, is the mouth sometimes, and then also eyebrows. It depends, but the eyes are usually the biggest factor that it makes a piece of piece. What you can see here is if I zoom in, if for example I wanted to learn a style like Pokemon, and I wanted to know, okay, what's the size, what's the dimensions, and if I go back into here, you can see if I go into paragraph and maybe portrait noses. We're gonna look at portraits today instead of the character, what's it called? The character sprites? Yes. Character sprites, because portraits are where you can get a little bit more detail. I don't know the size of this pixel art, and is it a thing of I'm going to have to go in and count the numbers, or am I going to have to download it, see if I can do resizing? It's tricky. What a website like the Writer's Resource allows you to do is it allows you to get really in-depth with what the pixel art is. So for example here, I can grab this guy, and I can know for certain that if I were to copy him and make a new guy here, I'd be able to tell 100% for certain that this guy is about, I'd say, looking at this, it's probably 32 wide by 64 tall. If I had to guess 32 wide, yeah, this would be, yeah. And the idea is that this gives you better insight into how pixel art is made, specifically for games, but you can also use it in other parts of art. It doesn't have to be for game sprites. But the idea is that it gives you a better look and a better insight into everything, and allows you to, it's like a sandbox playground, which is something I really enjoy. And let's not, he's got that long nose. He does. The one dot, one singular dot is how his nose is represented, and then he has shadow for his face. That's it. I think that's so neat. And amplifies noses with shadows. Yeah. Let me go ahead and move you here. We'll bring you back into here. Lovely. And with that said, let me go ahead and click on you here. And those are the references. And then there's a website called itch.io. If you are a game developer, or if you like a lot of games, you'll probably know about this website here. It's a fun website in the sense that you can upload your games, and if you're a game developer, you can download assets to put into your games. Today it won't be quite necessary too specifically. But the idea is that, like with the Writer's Resource, you can download them, put them into your program that you do for art, and then you'll be able to see, okay, I see the style, it's free, I can use it for reference. And usually, I say, I've got a character template here that's prime pickings that you can use and do for your studies, for your clothing. Today, since we're covering noses, it won't be that important, since we can't really put noses on them. They're so tiny that noses aren't important. But this guy is here if you are looking for other sprites to use, or other parts of pixel art you want to get better at too. There too. And I also have a few other recommendations of free assets I was able to find on Itch. And with that said, and nose and eyes are very tricky indeed. And we can't? Is that a dare? Check. Stay away. And poor Tim, he can't smell. He can smell with his heart. Oh boy, that would be everything on here. So let me go ahead and I'll close these guys, and I'll bring you back into our planning screen. Oh boy, let me go ahead and close this guy here, close all of these guys, and now that's not how a heart works. He's a special individual. We've already talked about how the fact he doesn't have organs to begin with. He's like Play-Doh. He can be anything. He's like Barbie, really. Let me go ahead and do exclamation DISCORD, Discord there. That should allow you to be linked to the Discord. At the end of stream, what we're going to do, if I go ahead and click into this guy, yeah, you should be able to see the Discord. At the end of the stream, we'll take a look at Discord to see if anyone's drawn some pixel art noses. And in order to have your pixel art seen, what you can do is from the welcome page, you'll scroll down here to the pixel art study with me. You'll see that there's previous studies with me we've done. It's a little bit hard to see because of the chat covering it. But the idea is that, again, just as a way to have references, resources to different styles that people do, that way people can do their own style studies or pixel art of the days and see, okay, I like this about this art, don't like it about this art, and make their own style based off of it. And there's different topics we've done before. So even if the stream isn't happening on that specific topic, if you happen to draw, for example, some crops and you want to share them on the Discord, feel free to do so, because it's a thing of, I can go through here and get some inspiration for that specific topic. That's always fun to see. And at the very top here, what you'll see very pinned right there is noses, Schnozes. So down here, and oh, hold on. Oh yes, the Insanity website. Thank you for liking that as well, Ed. You'll link, or you'll post your art here, and we'll take a look at it at the end of stream, should you want to link your noses. And Eris wasn't the brightest child, I suppose, and he's like Play-Doh, he's like Barbie. So Barbie equals Play-Doh? No, I'm saying it's a combination. Barbie can be anything. A Play-Doh can be anything. It's the idea that you can put them in any scenario. They can become a doctor or a lawyer. Things like that. And I generally save the PNG to measure the supposed pixel size. 2 to 1, 4 to 1, then divide it. It's great for study. Since generally pixel artists export with 100%. Yeah, that's the thing. If you don't know how to do it, it's a little bit difficult. I've done it before. I've been able to downsize pixel art I come across to use it in my studies, but it's a thing of that the Writer's Resource is the quickest way to do it. You can definitely spend time looking for specific art, especially if it's a style that you can't find anywhere else. But for something that's quick and easy to get into, using something like the Writer's Resource is the #1 step, and then slowly going into your own design and downscaling everything. And oh yeah, I remember, always shoved stuff by Play-Doh blob and sent it to medical school. And why is she eating the dough pizza? And Bobby, listen, you can become anything as long as it doesn't involve bananas in any way. Yeah, no son of mine. Oh boy. Well, that said, we've done Pixelart of the day. We talked about resources. Now we get to get into the fun part a little bit. Anime. Let me go ahead and slide you over here. Let me go ahead and bring you in here, Ref here. And welcome into stream as well, Eska. Welcome in. Let me zoom out here, and we have a. This is where it gets a little bit finicky. I want to see for our poll. Does it let me know what the poll results were? It doesn't want to let me know. What's the results of the poll? I can't see. Does it? Hold on. Since you're here, Eska, would you happen to know how I can see the results for the poll? It just says the poll ended, but I can't see what the poll results were. And let me check YouTube. YouTube's poll should still be enabled. Yes, TV. Okay. So cartoon and anime for YouTube. Interesting one. And should be in your dashboard, shouldn't it? I would have thought so, but I don't see it. I just see that it ended. I don't see the results, which is super duper odd. Interesting. So that's fine for now, and it's great for the Pixelart of the day if you want a more in-depth look. Hold on, let's see here. Did I miss something? Oh, yes, that's true as well. Yeah, that's very true. And I see the Hana art. I definitely do like her Pixelart tutorials as well. And there was a draw anime IRL, and then there's a timer again. Could you elaborate what you mean, Chuck? I'm a little confused. And the trash Bobby from yesterday disagrees. Oh boy. With that said, what I wanted to do first today is I wanted to look at noses themselves, the anatomy of noses. While anime noses have a little dot, there's a lot that goes into understanding the nose in order to do that dot there. And hi Pixelart Jenny, welcome in the stream, welcome in. And I see the portrait I made that I didn't like. Yeah, I was surprised. This one right here. Hopefully we'll be able to look at it, but I did see the comment as well. I do like it. I find it adorable. With that said, I wanted to take a look at some noses. First, the front nose. And what I came across, what seemed to be the... Oh, hold on, let me remove the timer. The best way I saw the nose being structured is like this. A little diamond to represent the nose. And then, depending on your style, you can do a few things. You can either use that diamond to create a realistic looking nose like this, or you can use the diamond and create a little anime nose. But you don't get to see the diamond in the end result, so the nose ends up having just those two lines. You think to yourself, man, that's super simple. But you don't get to see the underline of that diamond. So just keep that diamond idea in mind. And then there was a draw in the poll, anime and IRL. Oh boy, let's see. Let me zoom out here and to begin. Let's see. This is tricky. I am going to grab the thing I mentioned earlier. So let me click on you here. Let me click on you here. Click on you here. Yes, indeed. Okay, I will click on you here. We'll bring you back into the browser. Look in Discord, look into Discord stream chat. Thank you, Eska. Hold on, let me go up here and go up here. And I see, lovely. It was anime and realistic. Gotcha. Interesting. Okay, we'll try to do anime and realistic then. Keep to those two. I'm surprised cartoon lost by that much. Well, that said, I wanted to talk about these guys down here. I tried my best to find different resources, and I do enjoy these. For example, here, there's another article just going into noses, and we won't have to touch on it, but the images here that I found about different noses. What I wanted to bring attention to is a website I used to use a long time ago called Skull in a Box. And Peakamani, yeah, I do appreciate it. Skull in a Box here. I like it because it simplifies the face. And for people that want to get into drawing characters, even if you think Pixelart is an easier way, or it's easier to do than to do regular traditional or digital, it is important to know the basics of what goes into a face in order to simplify it. It's like, yes, I want to become a cartoonist, so why do I need to study Leonardo or the person that made Shakespeare? Wait, he's realism. Why do I need to learn realism if I'm making cartoons? And the idea is that in order to break the rules, you gotta understand the rules. And Python cartoon one or the FYI the cartoon. Wait, did it? Hold on. Now I definitely am not picking up here. I see. Yes, it did win. Got ya. It won by a large margin. Never mind. Got ya. And Da Vinci, Shakespeare, basically the same person. And what does a turtle know about painting? Oh boy. And I did read that as well. And what I like about this website, it allows you to see the different angles of the face, and it also breaks down the face into as simple as you can get, I'd say. And it also has the face in a box. So you can kind of get the different angles of the face and understand it. And maybe you can see it now, the idea of it there being a triangle here for the bottom of the nose and then the other areas of the nose. I have not, let's see, we do landmarks here. Yeah, oh man, this website, it's been so long ago. But the idea is that you can screenshot this and then see, okay, that's where the triangle goes. This is below the triangle. So the idea is just, it's another way to get a 3D reference. Another thing we might be using today is this website called Reference Angle, and all of these guys are linked here, as I said before. And the idea behind Reference Angle is that you can take this person here and then figure out, okay, I wanted a face from that angle, and then it gives you faces from that angle. So it can make it super handy dandy to see, okay, I want a face from this angle. So it tries its best to find faces from that angle. I think it's neat. And do you know about the Asaro head? I do indeed. Once upon a time, I used to do so many studies on faces. I barely remember them, but yes, the Asaro head I do remember. Is it the one where the face gets cut off and then it's kind of like a sphere, but it's a sphere with half of its sides cut off? And I like the artwork by Christopher Columbus. Oh boy. Let's go ahead back into oh my, let's go into here, into Purif here. And what we're gonna do is take a look at the noses here. I want to grab this face of the nose, that one right there. And that's Loomis? Ah, hold on, let me just double check to make sure I know the names. Asarohead, Asaro head, that would be, oh, it's the sculpture head. Yes, indeedy, the sculpture head. They even made an app on the phone where you can do the different lighting from different angles. Yes, I've seen this one. Let me grab this guy here, and then let's see about just see up the words. I can barely word. Let me slide you over, slide you down. There we are. Okay, so for the face here, let me grab a note here and stretch.
One just
Hi, Kiwi. Welcome in, stream.
Stretch.
Welcome in. Let me go ahead and draw here, and we can definitely do some stretching. And hi, Keys. Welcome in, stream. Welcome in. How to word? I barely know. Let's do some back stretches then. Let's go to the right here a little bit, and yo, welcome in. And then we'll go to the right here a little bit. Slowly but surely, doctor, lawyer, but don't talk to me if you need a specialist and something breaks. Let's then go back here, and then let's go to the front a little bit here. There we are. Lovely. And with all that said, I have my pen, and looking at that idea of there being a sort of diamond shape when it comes to the nose, do we see that diamond shape? I definitely do. I kind of see a shape here where you have the top of the nose, and then kind of have the bottom of the nose, so the very top here, and then something here. That's not a diamond, though. It's kind of like a diamond. Not quite. Let's see. If I copy you here, undo you here. And my hope is that, as again, I'm not sure the very structure of today, just because it's a little... It's tricky. It's such a big topic. My hope was that by studying the different parts of the face, we'd be able to understand it a little bit more. The issue is that you can't really do an eye study without doing the rest of the face, in the sense of, yeah, you can draw pretty eyes, but can you draw pretty eyes on a pretty face? And there's also just a ton of nose variations. There are. Noses are so lovely. There's so much character into them. And you should put the disclaimer in the redeem description. Where exactly? Check. What disclaimer? And so it's a three-way draw and eyes in a jar. Easy. You know what? Fair enough. Let me go into draw here. And why I wanted to have something like skull in a box is because we can then see what part of the face gets moved. So if I click on here and I click on, hold on, here and here, and then I drag this guy into here and we paste this guy in, you can see where the part of the face bends inwards at. For example, here, the face can be made into a box. Yes, however, when you're, oh, that's the wrong guy here. Let me click on draw here. The eye line comes inwards, and that part of the face means that you're going to have to think about even here. That eye line's kind of like this eye line here for the part of the face. So when you're drawing the face as a whole, thinking about, okay, I know the eyes go inwards, but then the nose comes outwards. So just trying to look at that, make notes, and think, okay, that goes in, that goes outwards, that goes up, that goes down, and going from there. And this is just a thing of, I would normally try to do a whole big board on different topics and break down, but I don't think that's possible for the structure. So we're gonna be winging it a lot. We'll see how that lands. With that said though, just the idea of there being a diamond and then there being an inwards and an outwards, I wanna see, just off the bat, if we can try to draw the nose here with this idea and use this lady's face as our base. That's what we're going to do first. So we're going to draw a very basic head and then see if we can place a diamond nose. That's just step one. Not even looking at the anatomy. Let's just see if we can place down the features before we even add any details. That'll be the hope. So let's go back into draw here. Let me go ahead and I did read that. Lovely. And then we'll go ahead and close you here. And you should be able to see PRF now. Lovely, lovely. Click on you here. Click on you here so that we're in the nose study. And then let's go ahead and click on you here so that you're pinned. You should be able to see it. If I click always on top, that's good to go. Slide you over to here and here. Lots of moving around parts, but that's a-okay. And then I'm gonna slide you about here, I think. Should be good to go. Okay, so with that said, let's just go and very quickly grab, oh, you know what? That color works. That color for a skin tone. We know for certain that usually the pixel art portraits tend to be, was it 32 by 32, I believe? Let me just double check here. 32 by 32. Oh boy, let's see. It's usually 64 by 64. Okay, 64 by 64 then. And hi, Generative. Welcome to stream. Welcome in. Hi, Eris. I hope you're fine. Doing decent. Right now I'm not sure the direction, but the good news is just trying. Try first, find out later. Let's try to make a 32 by 32 face. I think that would be a little bit better. So I'll go ahead and zoom in, zoom out here. We'll slide this guy over to about here, and then let's see. Yeah, 32 by 32 face. If we were to try to draw her face here, no details, just getting the outline of the face, what might it look like? Where would we be able to see the nose at? There's kind of a bottom line here, and what I can also do is if I click on draw here, we can see that there's a line here, then there goes a little bit back here, and then there's another line here. Oh, if I undo that, there's a bit of a line here, there's a bit of a line here, and then there's a bit of a line here. Something like that. So if I close out you and we go into you here, we can hopefully see, okay, that's that flat line, and then there's a bit of a line that goes backwards a little bit. Let me remove you here and here, kind of up there, a little bit there, and then there's a flat line, so I can kind of maybe make you come inwards a little bit, and then have the top of the head kind of go around town, and then fill that all in. Now we have face. That's the face, that's the head. It works for the moment, and we can even see about maybe moving you inwards a little bit here. It doesn't have to be specific, doesn't have to be pretty, just has to be something that we can use temporarily and then work on a little bit later. So for example, I could even do that, or you could add the chin, whichever you think. So I'll go ahead and copy this guy, and then we'll hold on. I just wanted to copy you and then paste you. And I suggest you put a legal disclaimer that you always say. Oh, that would be lovely. And stretch redeem, that would fit the bit of always starting notifying those who redeem it. I like that idea. And work from generals to specific. Yep. Very, very general. We don't need to know about most of the features of the face. We just need to know about the nose. I'll grab this color next. We'll do a new layer here. For the nose, it's usually in about the center of the face. What I can show you is that if we scroll out to here and here, you'll be able to see the kind of proportions of the face. Depending on what style you do, the proportions will differ. But what I can recommend is just think, okay, where do I like the nose? What part of the nose do I like kind of going up and down? And scale issue. And why does she kind of look more masculine than me? Oh boy, the skill issue. It really just depends on the style. So if I grab you here, we copy you here just for a reference point, and we move you down here and here. Let's also just add some eyes. Since we did do an eye study, we can very quickly, hopefully, add some eyes. So I'm gonna do this nose here. We see that there's kind of like a point here. Maybe it kind of comes outwards as the point. Let me slide this guy down here. So we know that that's the point. That's the idea of the point. Maybe you can even do that there for the point. I'll go ahead and drag you about maybe down there. We could even slide you up possibly. So maybe we'll move you up to there instead for the point idea. And then there's a darker area, so I'll go ahead and just quickly grab you here. That way we can have a darker part of the nose since this is the one side. And then there seems to be the idea that this side kind of comes down, and then maybe it goes up a little bit. So maybe we can just do that there for now. Fill that in. This is just temporary areas. Could even see about going there, but I think that's fine. I think this is fine. And then let's just grab a quick color here for the eyes. So I'll just go here. We know that the eyes are usually about this part of the face, so I'll put it there. And if we zoom in here, we can also see she kind of has rounder eyes, so I might just go in and move this guy around. And very quickly, let's see. Is that a solid white? That is a solid white. I don't like the solid white. Let's go for more of a creamy color. And Eris, got that man snow. Oh boy. Oh, my eyes. What did I just recheck? My eyes. We'll add in her eyes. Hopefully she doesn't have to read any of whatever you just posted there. My goodness. We'll add in the eyes very, very briefly here. We won't focus too much on it, but just add eyes here so we can see the differences. And let's see, maybe we can do that there, maybe that there. Hold on. You know what? How about that? How about this here? Eyes, done. There we go. Eyes go there. Yep, that's fine. That works out just well. Eyes there. So we have a nose, we have a face, we have eyes, and then we have a little smile. And there was a nose poll? I like semi-realistic noses. I see. You're more on the realism side then. I did a poll for realism, cartoony, or anime. And why does the nose have Wario's nose color? I chose pink because pink was on this face here. That's the only reason. Oh boy. And then we have a little smile here. There we are. That's good to go for right there. So we'll go ahead and merge it down because I think it's fine to merge it down. And with that said, with all of this said, the nose itself, the different parts of it, when we're looking at her face, what do we see right off the bat in terms of just nose? What highlights, what darks are we seeing? I see at the very bottom, we have some dark areas, lots of shadow. We have the side bit here. And I chose this image specifically because I think it's a good light idea too, in the sense of you can definitely see that the light is coming from this direction down, and then you have shadow here. And actually that gives me an idea. Oh no. Oh no. Oh boy. And when we're taking a look here at the triangle, I think you're able to see the triangle idea. And if I scroll down here to the actual anatomy of the nose, hopefully just slowly, it's not supposed to click. It usually never clicks for me. What I tend to do when I'm learning a new topic is I look at a lot of things. I don't try to register things 100%, but I just make sure it's, oh boy. Is it really? My goodness, hold on. There you go. The backup is backupping there. Thank you for that one, check. Oh boy. With that said, when I look at this nose here, you can kind of see this guy doesn't have that idea of the triangle. I wonder. So I'll just go in and see, okay, does the triangle exist here? I'll go to draw here, and then I'll see, okay, I know for certain we're seeing one part of the nose. If I remove that guy here, we're seeing one part of the nose. Then we kind of have the part that goes backwards. I'm seeing this part of the nose here, so that left part of the triangle. We kind of then have the right part of the triangle here, and then we have the flat part of the triangle. So it just seems to be the case of, as we saw before, the eyes are going inwards, then the nose is coming outwards. So the eyes are inward here, the nose is coming outwards. Some noses go up, other noses go down. For her nose, is it going up or down? And I never looked at noses so close in so many different angles. Yeah, there's a lot of different things that go into a nose. Even here, look at all of these different noses. There's different parts of it, and it can give so much character to a person. It's a lot, which is great, but at the same time, boy, you know, eyes already had a lot of different styles, but noses, you can get really in-depth, which is lovely. Let me go ahead and slide this up to about here. So looking at our nose again, what are we seeing? I can see if we already copy that, good to go. I'm gonna grab a few more colors here. So I'm gonna grab this color here. We'll do a little bit of shading, and then we'll see about just adding the different parts of the nose. So you know for certain that all of her nose is visible here. And let me go down here, and we'll just do a very quick brief hue shifting as I slide this guy over here since the chat is not visible anymore on that other side. We'll grab this color here. We'll then see about grabbing this color here, maybe making it more on the bright side for a later, what is it called? A light, bright highlight. There we are, bright highlight. We'll add that guy here. We'll add that guy here. Maybe slide you over here too. See about that, making it a highlight. And then we'll see about just going downwards a little bit more for more of a, let's see, this color here possibly for the outline color. But that said, looking at this nose, we know for certain that triangle idea. So we have the left side, we have the right side. The good news is that there is some symmetry going on here. That's fun. And what we can see is, depending on that triangle, if I go back here and we go back to the area that we were at here, what are we seeing for the triangle? The left side, the right side, and the very bottom side. Well, since this is the nose itself, let's just go ahead and see about adding the bright color. And I'm realizing, huh, interesting. Oh, that color's also a little bit different. We'll just do this color then for the nose to start off. And then we'll use this color here for the shading. And let me slide this guy down here. Let's see, about down here. That can work for now, temporarily speaking. We'll use those two colors. Well, that said, we know for certain that there's kind of an, oh, let me grab symmetry tool too here. This guy here. The question then becomes, does she have a bigger nose or a smaller nose? I'd say she has a smaller nose, so maybe we can just try to blend it out and make it a little bit smaller. So maybe we can do something, for example, here and here, something smaller. So I'm not seeing a lot of the tip of her face as I'm looking at this. I'm seeing more of a lot of nose here and then very thin at the top. So maybe we make it thinner, something like this here. Maybe we don't even add a lot. And this is where having that idea initially of that triangle comes into play, but then not adding a lot. For example, if we were to just omit the bridge of the nose, so the very highlight we see here, that would remove a lot of it and still keep the nose. And just for the title of the stream, so the titles of the stream should be able to nose, I guess. Hold on. Oh, okay, we're good. Oh my. Let's see, I thought maybe it was the wrong title for a second here. So when we're looking at this, we're trying to figure out the placement of everything. It might be the case of, okay, we know that the lines here go diagonal. Oh, hold on. The lines here go diagonal, so maybe we just add that line that we see for the different parts of the nose. For example, what if we just do that? I'm so curious to see. I see. And this is where having such small pixel art comes into play in the sense of, yeah, that could be a nose, but it might be too detailed, it might be too thick. Maybe if you add a nose like this, it really does have that thing of just coming down to style and saying, okay, I know that the square here, and I'll go ahead and grab this too. We'll do a new layer here. Paste this guy down here, grab you down here, and go back up about here-ish. That way we can still see the nose bit here. And then I will grab our nose here. So let me see if I can do this as an underlay. You move you here, delete you there, paste you into here, add you there. And that way we can kind of see it underneath the nose. So if I do something like that, it's the idea of knowing the nose structure and then adding on top of it. And the reason why I just wanted to cover that briefly, even though we're not going to cover it very long, is because as long as you can keep the idea of triangle, even if you don't actually use the triangle, knowing that the triangle can exist can hopefully give you an idea. Okay, I know the triangle exists, so we can kind of have that top part of the side of the nose and then the bottom part of the nose maybe kind of coming upwards. So it's the hope of, okay, that goes there, that goes there, finding out where it comes into play at. So with that said, let's now, before I will not even forget, just not sure where to go in the direction, let's look at some examples of Pixelart noses and then try to see if we can add that triangle and break it down that way. So I'll go ahead and save this guy here. We'll then go into here. Oh, wrong guy. We'll go into here, and we have a few games to choose from. We have initially Needy Streamer Overload here. I do like the way the sprites are used. And when we're looking at this guy, is there a triangle going on? Can we see the triangle? I see one side of the nose that has a shadow. I see the bottom of the nose, which is the dot. And then I see the highlight of the nose because the highlight is of the face. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this guy. I'm surprised that ad break is already coming near. And I want to just paste this here. And is there a triangle we can see? So if I go to draw here, is there a triangle? I would say I see this part as the half of the nose, and we might have to make this guy a little bit thinner here. I see the center of the nose, so I see this line here, and then I see the bit here for the triangle, so we might say that's the triangle here and here, which then means that's probably the line here for the bottom of it, and then we have this guy here and this guy here. That might be how the nose would look if it weren't as anime, so it's just a matter of detail, figuring out, okay, where do I want the brightness to go, where do I want the darkness to go? And if we're looking at this guy here, if we were to try to make ours look a little bit more like this, how might it go? How might it, if we, oh, hold on. If I can grab the right frame here, if I copy you here, paste you here, slide you over to here. If our nose was something a little bit more like this with the idea of a highlight and a dark side and then a dot, how might that look? So we have here, I'll just call you reference here. So I'll paste you here, call you reference. We have here the nose idea, and then we have the guideline, C-U-I-D-E-L-I-N-E, guideline. And with that said, we also have here our face. So hold on, F-A-C-E, face, lovely, okay. And with that said, let's just go and slide this guy down. So I'll select this guy, copy you, slide you down here. Go ahead and erase you here too. We'll grab our reference here, don't need you. We just grab the guideline here. So I'll go ahead and copy you here, slide you on down, and we'll slide you down to being this guy here. And with that said, what I wanted to see about doing is adding our highlights. The issue is I never know how well to shade something when it comes to skin tones. It's weird in the sense of, it just sometimes it doesn't feel right. But the good news is, if we need be, we have a lot of references we can use here, and we can just use their skin tones if need be. But looking at this guy here, we see that there's a little bit of highlight going on. So we have the reference, we have the guideline. Let's just add, just briefly to see, a triangle here for the highlight of the nose possibly. And then if we were to add a little bit of darkness here, possibly maybe there for the bit that we see on the side. And then there's a little dot here. If we were to add those small features over the guideline, using this guy as our reference here, then we might need to make it a little bit wider. If we were to hide our guideline, does that feel like a nose? I think it does, in a way. Maybe not exactly, but the idea of having a shadow, having a highlight. Now, maybe instead you would remove this guy here, so it's only some of the nose. Maybe you would extend the highlight out or the shadow out a little bit more. It's interesting how just the small thing, keeping in mind just triangle there, putting the nose, and how much detail you're choosing to show. Do you want a lot of detail to show the nose? Do you want a little bit of detail to show the nose? I'll go ahead and save this guy here. Aside from Needy Streamer Overload, let's see if we can break down a few more Pixelart noses. We have here our Pokemon noses. And again here, when I'm seeing the shadows of it, it definitely does make it feel like a longer nose. And hi, Blood Cruise, Nick, welcome in the stream, welcome in, and welcome back. Reminder, folks, to take a break, save, stretch, hydrate, and eat crayons. Hold on now. Usually I agree with your words, but this one feels a little bit off. I don't know how to say, but your gray skin kind of reminds me, of other German streamer. Interesting, huh? Gray? Hold on. This is gray, or do you mean my skin is grayer? What do you mean exactly? Let me go back into here. And are we seeing the noses? Another thing it seems to be the case of, and right now it also might be tricky just because we're looking at the very front of the face, and I see. Interesting. I would have never guessed, and I like the way you think. Eat crayons, my. It's interesting to see that for these sprites, the face is angled. It's never a directly on head face. Maybe that's something to consider. Even here, when we're looking at this lady for the face, it's a thing of usually the head's kind of tilted and one face is the dominant side. So even here, the head is tilted. Here, the head is, oh, ad break. Okay, fine, I suppose we'll do it then. But it's a thing of how when we looked at the hand study, the hand poses I thought we should have studied aren't very common. They're not used very often. It's a thing of, do you want to study the common things that you'll probably use in day-to-day, or do you want to go for a little bit that's something more unique? And I ran out of crayons! No! Don't eat the crowns! Stay away from the crowns! And welcome in Voxel, welcome into stream. Let me get a little bit of coffee here while the ad breaks are going, and then we'll keep looking, we'll keep comparing and contrasting. Here I thought the DIY would be the end of stream. I just think the entire stream's going to be DIY. Feeling things out and trying to go compare and contrast. I think that's where this is heading, which is okay, fine to do, because that means if we do another nose study, I'll know I have the structure of doing it. So that's good. This is good research. This is good notes. And but Eris, they saved you the purple crayon. What's that crayon song? I forget. But there's a very funny crayon song where the black crayon goes around and then there's the green crayon. I can't remember it exactly, but that's what it reminds me of. Oh my, let me get I didn't realize it sounds lovely. And let me get that coffee. Tasty. And the good news, well, not even the good news, but I've never, and is it an old people song? No, it's not. It's just not it's a coffee is tasty. It's not very old at all. It's old enough, but not too old. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and zoom out of here. And yeah, that seems to be the case. And some of these seem to be front facing. So when we come back from the ad break, we'll take a look at the Stardew Valley noses. Because right now it's a thing of, I understand that there is a triangle there. And as long as we know that, as long as we know the structure of what a realistic nose is, of what an actual nose is, looking at these anime noses, looking at these more realistic noses, it should hopefully give us an idea. Okay, triangle goes there. So how do we draw said triangle? We can use anti-aliasing. We could use no part of the triangle being drawn. So it's just a thing of, yeah, depending on what you're going for, it seems to be the case. But it's interesting. I really haven't gone into depth on drawing noses before, so this is all new information for me. And it's nice, but I can't drink it in the morning. And the Pixelart study Aseprite file is available? It technically is, or do you mean, hold on. Do you mean the files like this, or when I do the file study? So hold on, let me grab a quick old reference here. The thing is, to make sure as, well, all of these files here that are downloaded from a website called the Spriter's Resource, and a lot of the times it's people who go out of their day to download the files, to upload them. So I never want to publish or never want to just post this in, for example, either anywhere. I don't ever want to post this because it's the thing of gathering all of these resources are for how do I explain it? I would link to these sprites for you to download, but I would never just give you this. It feels like cutting the corner of, yes, you could go to the website and do all this, or you could just download this. So I never link these, but if you're questioning on if the file studies from here, if I go and do, let's see, and welcome back from the ad break as well. Welcome in. If you're questioning, if I go back to here and I go back to here, the files, and if you're able to get the files on, for example, the study like we did for the animal studies, if you can get these files, you can 100% get these. And better yet, those IRL references is available. Yes, I could definitely post the IRL references. I would not at all be opposed to that. If you're questioning about these, for example, the studies, I definitely, and I think, I don't know if I have the link here. Let's see if it does. Oh, it does, lovely. I can say this, that on the Patreon, the files of the style studies that we do, things of that nature, it's on there, if you'd like those to be available. That's there too. So for example here, the eye study, this, aside from the sprites from games, so the eyes here, so you'll be able to download the files. That is included. And if I go ahead and do this guy here, oh, hold on, it didn't do the thing, exclamation P-A-T-R-E-O-N. There you go, there you are. Hopefully it links, it does. Oh my. But that said, now that we're back from the ad break, I wanted to keep going. I wanted to just keep in mind the idea of triangle. Where is the triangle? He's doing the IRL. Oh, I see. Hold on. Let me just export these. Let's see. Images, export. And I can also put that there. So let's see. Selection. We have normalized. Nope. Save, export, selected images. And I can 100% link that in the Discord. So let's see. Put that there. We'll put that there. Files here. Grab that, downloads here. And then we'll go ahead and grab you guys here, go into this bit here, and there you are. Here are the faces. There you go. It should be in there now. With that said, I'll go ahead and just subtract this guy, and just keeping in mind, nose, triangles, things of that nature. What are we seeing? I wanted to take a look and just see generally, what are the angles we're seeing for our sprites, for the faces? Because it's a thing of, what used to we want to do our pixel art in? Is it supposed to be used as a sprite in arigato? Of course. Let's see here. That said, are we usually seeing faces at a forward angle? Are these the angles we need to study? Do we need to study the faces angles that are really obscene, like or obscure? That's the word I'm looking for. Obscure, that are all the way up here? I don't think so unless you're doing it for study. Most of the times, I think it's an angle of either front or side or a little bit down, depending. And looking at the games files, looking at games like this for Stardew Valley, for example, are we seeing faces that are off to the side? Are we seeing front moving faces? And depending on what we're seeing, we can kind of modify it. And the magic thing right is when it comes to caffeine, probably that's why I fall asleep after coffee. Coffee does tend to make me sleepy, unfortunately. I wish it gave me more energy. Can you imagine the power I would have? It'd be lovely. With that said, we have noses that are facing the front, some that are facing to the side. So what I'm noticing is we're also seeing that bend in the face where there's some shading going on for that eyebrow part. So maybe that's it. Maybe in order for our face to feel a little bit more like a face, we need to add that shading around the edges. But then you can kind of see here, this face, it doesn't have that shading around the edges. And on an unrelated note, I am not apologizing, and definitely not something in the VC Studies channel right now. Oh boy. And one more power sounds scary. Oh, or one more power sounds scarce. Hold on now, and drawing some new stuff. Totally productive. Oh boy, that just sounds terrifying. Oh my. What I wanted to do was see, for her face here, let's just take a look at the Stardew Valley sprite specifically. I wanted to see about, and I don't even know, what do you consider this anime style or more on the realistic side? And hi 8 bits per play. Welcome in the stream, welcome in. And hello everyone, how's everyone doing today? A little bit scattered, but that's a-okay. It's one of those topics I'm not sure where to start, but the good news is I can just take a stick, start poking it, and eventually I will find out the answer. So I'll go ahead and copy the Stardew Valley sprite because I think her nose is pretty similar. So we'll grab this here. And it also seems to be a case of anti-aliasing is used for some of the nose, which is interesting. We'll also zoom out here. Now, for what was I going to say? For something that is more, or you know what? Let's go slower. Let's go a lot slower. We'll just focus on this. Won't even look at the future. Let's just break down this nose here and see what we have. Let's start there. And I'll go ahead and grab our face here. Let's grab our guide. Now, for this face, are we seeing that idea of there being a triangle? If I scroll out here, go to here and here, let's go back to this bit here and this bit here. Is there a triangle for her face? Is that what's happening here? If I go ahead and paste this guy, zoom in a little bit here, and I were to right click this guy, click on draw here. Nose, triangle, are we seeing it? I can definitely see this being the very tip of the nose. Possibly, maybe she has more of a longer nose here. Maybe you could describe the nose as looking like this. I see the top of the nose. I'm struggling a little bit to see the bottom. Maybe it's best to do the bottom like that instead. And I hope it's my internet, but sometimes it stutters. I hope don't break the nose. No. We're drawing over the nose. Very different. Oh my, I hope it is. And unfortunately, it's setting for all of you. I hope not. I'm not getting anything that says the OBS is disconnected or something, which is good on my end. I know I was having internet and connectivity issues and I had to cancel Fridays, but hopefully things are a little bit smoother now. But that said, I am definitely seeing that triangle idea. The triangle idea seems to start between the eyes, and then we have a little bit of darkness, and it's not something for me? Okay, good. That's always good to hear. But that said, I'm wondering, in order to make this feel like more of a face, are we going to have to move the nose up? Are we going to have to move it down? We talked about anti-aliasing last week, and I'm seeing anti-aliasing here, for example, but not here. So it's a thing of more realistic styles seem to have more anti-aliasing, more cartoony styles, maybe not so much. So it just comes down to a degree of how simple do you want to make it, and how detailed do you want to make it. And I think that really just plays a play. And what I'm hoping is we'll be able to go through and try to see, okay, adding detail, removing detail, what are we getting here? I'll add our guideline here, make it a little bit darker, that way we can't see as much. And what I'm going to do also very quickly is just grab the skin tones from here, since I think it'll make it easier to understand. So we'll just grab that skin tone here, grab that guy there. And okay, I'm a bit confused, but yeah, I'm connected with the cable directly to my PC. I do use an Ethernet cable as well. That's very odd, I can't say that much. We'll go ahead and grab this color here for our dark part of the nose. Let's see here. Dark part of the nose, which would be this bit here. Oh, hold on. Wrong area here. I wanted to grab this bit here. Dark part of the nose. Dark part here. And then I want to grab this guy here, which is more the highlight part here. Something like that there, and nose. Hi, Banalfi. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in, and put your finger down. Oh boy, we'll grab this guy here, and actually, we'll do something a little bit better. We'll grab this guy here for the regular skin, and then we have this guy here for the nose, and never! Oh boy! Betrayal, so not even betrayal, what's the word? Heresy! There we are, heresy, there we go. Oh my, so for a nose like this guy here, back in this bit here, and yeah, okay. Slowly but surely, it's gonna take a little bit for me to understand what direction to take this in, but the good news is eventually. And I'm here to pick noses and give ideas, and I'm out of ideas. Oh no, that's scary. Oh boy, we'll go ahead and make this guy the nose one here, and then we have the highlight for the nose. And it seems to be the case, there is no highlight for the nose. And maybe it's because I have 3 routers until the optics fiber cable, that comes to my house. That's a lot of routers. And I'm going to make you proud today, putting my pixel experience in today's drawing. Let's go. Let's see. I'm curious, or I'm surprised there's no highlight here for the nose. And gosh, so nosy. Are there highlights usually for Stardew Valley's nose? I'm not seeing a highlight here. Interesting. They don't tend to use highlights for the nose, and I wonder if it's because it's more, I would consider this more realistic. It's not as anime, so it's interesting to note that there's no highlight for the noses. There's just darker shadow and shadow. Interesting. Okay, well, since there's no highlight here, we'll just go ahead and keep this guy as is. We'll see about just making this guy here, I guess, the one side, and then we'll do this guy as the other side. And you know, oh boy, we'll do this guy here, and then we'll see about making this guy the darker color here. Something like that instead. And now if we remove our guideline here, does it feel like a nose? I'd say not quite. If anything, you probably have to remove that highlight there. And that does feel like a nose in a way. The nose is, it's doing something. I can say that much. Back down here with our guideline and our nose, and I made it mode, N-O-S-E, nose. There we are. For this guy here, it's interesting to see that the idea is, and I'll close this guy and grab this guy here again, they go for something kind of outlining the triangle. If I paste this guy here and we zoom in, aside from the triangle itself, what I'm noticing is there is this round shape here. And I'm wondering if it's the idea of doing the edges of our triangle instead. So this is just one side of the nose. That's to say, this guy here, what this art is doing is it's taking this bit here. That's what this round bit is coming from. Just that side there. And then you take about the center of the nose here. That's what I'm wondering if that's what it's doing. So if we go ahead and remove this guy, go in here and go in here, what I'm seeing is the idea of we take that outline guy here, we do the outline for the very bottom of the nose, so we're rounding out the nose, something here and here, and then you would add the anti-aliasing in. So we'll just go ahead and we'll add in a line here because that's the side of the nose, so about there and there for the side of the nose. Let me drag this guy down a little bit more. And if we were to just hide our guideline here, that does look like a nose. Huh. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Yeah, it's the triangle. As long as you can find the triangle is the true answer. Finding those angles and the sharp angles, because this does look like a nose. It's not a very detailed nose, but just a few lines. I'm seeing a nose, which is surprising. I'll be honest, that's surprising. So with that said, let's go a little bit more. And what about finding Kurt angle? What's a Kurt angle? Let's see. I'll go ahead and save this guy here. Let me add a little bit more just so we have some colors to use. I'll grab this guy here and it's math class all over again. Oh boy, I'll grab this color here. I want it to grab this color here and then, so this color here, just so we have a reference for the anti-aliasing idea here. So I'll grab that there, I'll grab that there. I'm wondering, is this for shadow or is this for something else? No, that's that color, interesting, okay. And then this is the skin. So I'll go ahead and just move this here, paste that there into there. There we go. And then I'll copy this guy, do a file, new layer here, and I'll also put this in the Discord too, if you're curious about using these colors instead. So I'll drag and drop that into here. Give me 1 second, let me hide this guy here, and we can do file, export as, a very quick export into here. Oh boy, I just, all the noses, they're so silly, but they're so lovely to look at. I'll go ahead and click on this guy here, and then we should be able to click on you here, Aseprite. Click on you here for our nose guy here, and then I should just be able to drag and drop it into here and here. Yes, it's such a small sprite. There we go. For those of you that are curious about just using certain colors, and I didn't want to do a color palette. And it's funny, but the first router is from the provider, not useful, so it's the other one's in the Linux one. Oh boy, technical things! I understand not a thing! Let me get some coffee here. Tasty. And I think if there may be some more routers from where my internet, but I don't know. Oh boy, I would not even be able to begin to know. We'll go ahead and close this guy here. So with this idea of just bringing the bridge and then the side of the nose, if we were to go down a little bit, grab our guideline guy here, so copy you, slide you down here, and we were to go back to our nose guy here, what I wanted to take a look at is how would the eye, or how would the nose feel if we did add anti-aliasing, try to see about adding a little bit more realism to it. So what I'll go ahead and do is hide our guideline here. Let's go back to our nose, and we know that this guy here is our very dark point, so let's go ahead and just add a little bit here, add a little bit here, maybe that guy there. Maybe we can add a little bit here, add a little bit here, because it's also the edge and you can't see it, so let me slide down there a little bit. So we would add those guys in here, and then you would see about maybe adding another guy here. It depends on how much anti-aliasing you would want to add, as sometimes you can go overboard, and you don't want to go overboard, just enough to show that there is a difference going on. I would say here, you might be better off only using 2 colors, or you could do something like this, where you can kind of see it, maybe add that color there. The idea is that anti-aliasing is supposed to be present to smooth out edges. So is it needed for this guy to feel smooth? Do we add another guy there to make it feel maybe like it's rounding out? It would just depend on how it feels. And thank you for the subscription, Bot Burger. Thank you for the Prime subscription, and welcome in the stream. Welcome in, and thank you. How generous of you. I'm wondering, what do you think? I like how this does feel rounder. I like that feel. And then there is a shadow also going on underneath her nose, which is interesting. Just a small shadow. Now I wonder, would you add a shadow like that or add a shadow like that? But it just goes back to the idea of triangle. Where is the triangle being shown at? So if I go here, a little not, how adorable. And with that said, what I'm wondering as well is that if we were, for example, just to go back here and grab this, and I'm actually gonna go for this face here, I'm gonna grab the white here and do a different color there. And then what I wanna do is just see about, oh, we can also use this guy too, just to see, oh, that's a very bright blue. Here I thought it was a black, it's definitely not quite. I wanted to just make this a little bit of different color, just a smidge of a different color. Maybe something here and here. It's a small difference, but I do enjoy it. And just make sure, yep, that is the skin we're seeing. Okay, so what I wanted to see about is that aside from the nose, aside from these guys, if we just remove our guideline here, if we were to add a darker area around the eyes, would that feel more like a nose? Because the nose itself is a nose. I know, but context clues, the context clues around the nose. If we were to add more context clues, for example, bits around the eyes, how would that feel? That's what I want to know. And breaking the nose is a nose. Yeah, I definitely see how anti-aliasing smooths it out, kind of defines the shape of the nose. Yeah, isn't it interesting? Because you could just do a squiggle line, but I think, especially when it comes to portraits and Pixelart portraits, for detailed portraits like Fields of Mystery out for Stardew Valley, anti-aliasing plays a big part in it. And network stuff is a nightmare. It took me a few weeks to set up a Linux. Oh, router. Oh, and terminal. Oh, oh boy. I no clue about all that network stuff. Oh boy. We'll go ahead and copy this nose here. We'll slide this guy over here. We'll slide over our nose guy here. And hi, Queen Leo. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome in. I hope you feel lovely. Welcome to nose. I'm curious to see, for our face here, if we were to go for more of an anti-alias eye look, how would it feel? Can we possibly just grab eyes that we have here? For example, I don't think so, but it's okay. I just want to see. If we were, because this nose already is super realistic, if we were to try for more of a realistic eye, how would that feel? We can super duper quickly see about that if I were to go here, zoom in a little bit here, and we were to just add a little bit more detail on the eye, because right now, it's a cartoony eye mixed with a realistic nose. And happy Easter! Oh yeah, I completely forgot about that too! Happy Easter! Happy! Like, I do miss Easter egg hunts, I can't say that much. If we go ahead, zoom in here, and I slide you over to about here, if we were to make the eyes more realistic, more detailed, how would that feel is what I'm curious to see about. So I'm gonna go ahead and do is just, we'll add very briefly the eye bit here. So if I were to just add this guy here, remove this guy maybe, we can kind of see about maybe moving it out here, moving it out there. If we were to then add, for example, maybe this guy here, because it's being anti-alias, so it's going brighter on those edges. And how are you doing today? Lovely. A little bit scattered at the moment because this is a new topic, but all in all, I'm having a lot of fun, so I can't complain in the slightest. I'm excited. It's always a lot of fun to see about just doing different parts of pixel art, and even if I don't understand it right away, just slowly but surely it knows. What we can do next is then add a little bit of the dark bits for the eyes here. That's a little bit too much, so we'll just add the eyeshadow. And then if we just add in the dark part of the eye and then the iris, no, pupil. Would that be called the pupil? So if we just add this bit here, something like that there, and add this guy here, and then we were to add a bit of a darker color. So we'll just see about maybe even making this the brighter color. So if we grab this guy here, grab that guy here, and then it seems to be, you just add a little bit of a sparkle there. So we add a little bit of a sparkle, though the sparkle looks a little bit silly. So might have to just grab this guy here and do a sparkle here, possibly even see about doing that guy there, it definitely makes a big change, I can say. And who said you can't make yourself look like a maniac and have a blast? Oh, you know what I just realized? Stardew Valley does have an Easter egg hunt, doesn't it? I can just go play Stardew Valley. Which I don't mind doing at all. There we are. We'll add this guy here possibly to make it just feel smoother. And right away, yeah, just adding anti-aliasing. That's step one. More realistic, anti-aliasing. We want more cartoony, do less. More detail, more realistic, that's that style. And I'm so bad at anything, I can't even do pixel art. I believe in you, Jody. It truly is just about going slowly but surely. And it's the thing of how just the small difference of doing anti-aliasing and a few details can change the art style entirely, which is just so wild. And even here for our mouth, for example, if we just do lines here for the edges and then again anti-aliasing, so we were to add some bits here and maybe we give her lipstick. Maybe we could do this here. Does it feel like lipstick, you think? It's up to interpretation. If I were to just go here and we were to grab our middle color, so I grab this color here, we go about 50%. I put it on the color I want to blend in. That's how you usually get your anti-aliasing color. So then I can grab this color here, that color there. That would be our lipstick color, for example. And even maybe we can add a little bit of a shine too. So I could go back up here, slide it over a little bit here, do a little bit of hue shifting here. Maybe we can add that line there. Now she has a little bit of shine. It's wild. I can certainly say that. The difference between those two. And then you could go a step further, for example, adding the outline, adding all those other bits there. But just the idea. I'm trying to understand what it is, even if it's not super duper detailed, but just the triangle. As long as you can bring it back to that triangle idea, you can then choose how much detail you want to add or how much detail you want to remove. We took a look at Emily's face, so let's take a look at another character's face. Let's do a male face this time. There's a few males we can look at, and I also want to get to doing different angles. So let's first look at a male's face from a front angle, and then we can kind of do two other sides. Let's see. We have different faces. Male face from a front angle. How about we let's see here. We could definitely do, let's do what? His name is Linus, I believe, right? I'll go and copy his face here. And again, what are we seeing? Are we seeing that idea of there being, and I'll grab the reference here, paste it here. Are we seeing the idea? And using a normal program after 4 hours of the program, we don't speak for most of the months, is a surreal feeling. Do you mean Clip Studio Paint Check, or are you talking about a different program? Let me go back into here. We'll do a screenshot of the face, and then let's see. Is there a triangle going on? And I do want to show you something else. It's just a matter of, even if you don't register it, even if you don't remember it, just knowing it exists is a great start. Because it's the thing of, yeah, I forget a lot. And Magma, oh yeah. Oh, like using a normal program after 4 hours feeling, and yep, it is definitely surreal. It makes me appreciate Aseprite more. Looking at this guy, are we seeing that triangle idea again? If I'm clicking on here, if I'm clicking in here, let's just use the pink color again. I do. I see it. Okay, look, if we do this guy here, and I might have to make it a little bit thicker and use a different color. Let's use blue. Let's make it a bit of a thicker guy. And Magma's great. What do you mean? You can cook with whatever you got in the kitchen. But do you have the finer tools? That's the thing. If we go here, we start off by, we need a different color. And hi, Psychedelic Kitten. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Hi, and hello, skill issue. Yeah, you know, I'm not afraid to admit it in the slightest. Definitely a skill issue. Let me make this guy a little bit thicker, and it's all pixels in the end. Fair? And have you ever done some 3D stuff? Not really, no. The closest thing I've done to 3D is making my own body. And did you see the message? Did I miss something? Hold on. Oh, you're at your grandma's house for Easter right now. You're going to eat dinner soon. Ah, I see. I hope your dinner is lovely then. It is always tasty. I do love me some, let's see, mac and cheese. Mac and cheese is delicious. But also ham too. Ham is lovely. If we look at this guy and we take the center line, so the center line of his face, I can definitely see some sort of triangle, something like that. And then we have this guy here, He has a bigger nose, so maybe the triangle's a little bit harder to see. And already have easier, indeed. And hydration sure can do. Hold your horses,
Queen
let
Leo
me get that water.
202618 just redeemed hydrate.
Hydration good to go, and imposter check, I do see that as well. Let me sit up a little bit straighter. Thank you for the redeems as well.
Queen Leo 202618
I see
just
again
redeemed
the triangle,
posture check.
the idea of wide, and now that makes me think. 4 different noses. We know that there's different shapes and sizes. And if we know that this guy right here, this guy right here is the default, as small as you can get, or not as small, but as simple as you can get, what other shapes could you do for a nose? Or what other shapes could we make this triangle into? And by changing the shape of this triangle, you can then get different styles of noses. So for example here, if I just do this guy, we know that this guy here, hold on, let me get a little bit smaller, something a little bit smaller, about here and here. So maybe we can make a nose and it could be, for example, this big. Imagine that, super duper big nose, something like that there. Or maybe we can go super duper thin. And by stretching the different noses, you can get different styles. I just think that's so neat. Once you get an idea of some sort of shape or some sort of styling, figuring out what's the difference between the two. And then the hope is that by making it a super duper simple shape like this, you can then move it. And this is where knowing about perspective would then come into play on, oh, I would know that this triangle is from this direction. And it's not a nose quite yet, but it's a triangle. And if you know how to draw different shapes from different angles, it can help a lot. And while we are technically doing pixel art, I can suggest too that if you're having struggle, or if you're struggling to draw different directions, just doing oh, I can actually show you. Hold on. I got a great thing to show you here. If I click on this guy here, what I can show you is that I recently found a website that does different shading and lighting. So if I were to go back to here, and if you were to click on, which one is it? Reference angle? No, shading reference. This one can work too. That one can work too. And who knows all this stuff anyways? It definitely takes some time of knowing. Even here, just doing different angles and just trying to see, okay, if the what is it called? If the cube was drawn from a different angle, like from below, trying to do it, it can help you in the long run of figuring out how to simplify it. Because it's a thing of realistic and then simplifying it. So realistic, how do these things work in real life? And then you can make it in pixel art. The fun part about pixel art is that you don't have to be super duper specific, but if you at least understand it a little bit, that goes a long way compared to digital art, where you have to know a lot in order to go a little bit. I think that's the difference, and I think that's why I picked up pixel art easier than other parts. And use shading references because the struggle is real. Yeah, indeedy. And what was it? Pixelart Journey recommended a website. They're not website, but model, and I know there's a website to it, so I will definitely also add that into the reference area. As yeah, having references for just different things like that can make a big difference, especially when you're trying to figure out different shapes. With that said, let's take a look at this guy here. So if I slide this guy, I should be able to show you, yep, the idea I was talking about. So if I just make this guy a little bit bigger here, you can see the idea. And well, this guy isn't using a triangle. This is just talking about the relationship between the eyes and the noses. What I want you to pay attention to is the triangle shape. You can even see it here, that diamondy shape. So if I go back to draw here and we were to use that pink color instead, so we go to that pink color here, about that one there. We have the middle of it, so we have this guy here, and then we have this guy here. So again, we have that triangle here, and it shows up, it seems to be everywhere. And this is an entirely different triangle than the other ones we've seen before. It's just the idea of if you make it rounder, if you make it wider or narrow, you get a different face, which I just think it's super duper neat. Once you see it, and I hadn't seen it in quite a while, so it's interesting just to see the differences. And Sim Gem Nose. Oh yeah, plumb bob. Wouldn't it be a plumb bob nose? Let me go ahead and slide this guy out. I'll go ahead and make this guy a little bit smaller here, and then we'll go back to seeing if we can do his nose here, Linus's nose. So I'll zoom in a little bit here. We'll copy his face. We'll be able to see his face. So if this person were to have a larger nose, you know what we can do as well? Maybe we can give them a bit of a wider face, a little bit more of a square face. We talked about it before when we were looking at the pixel art of the day, but the idea of character, what's it called? Character shapes and shape, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't even remember. Shape language. I'll just say that, shape language. So a character that's more sturdier might have more of a boxy face, while a character that's more dainty might have a slimmer face. So the idea is that if we go back into the reference here, no, not reference here, if we hide that guy, the face here, face over there, right? Grab that, and we were to copy it, paste it here. If we were to make the face a little bit rounder and then a little bit shorter, we could get a different look to it. And we would have to make the smile a little bit smaller here. Hold on. We'll just do this guy here, do this guy here. Let's move the face bit here and the face bit here, a little bit here. So we'll just do this guy here, this guy here. We would then have to make sure we move the eyes in a little bit because the eyes are way too far apart. But you could get a different face like this, a different face. So this one's a little bit taller, this one's a little bit wider, and you can't see it here, so let me make this a little bit smaller there so you can see the differences. So if it were a bit of a wider face, a little bit smaller face, and now we add the wide nose on top of it, let's see what we can get. So let's see, face here. Let me go ahead and just make sure this guy here is also merged down. So if I slide this guy down, and we merge that guy down so that we have face, let's go ahead now and see about that nose. So back to our guideline, let's just grab our top and our side. So you know for certain that the top of his face is all showing and then the side is not. So if we go back to this guy here, we grab this guy, slide him over, and we were, oh, you know what, before we slide it over, let me also grab this guy here, copy you here. We'll slide this guy down a little bit so you can see the other guys as well, and we'll slide you down a little bit so we can see the differences. I'll go and save this guy here, we'll zoom in a little bit here. So we know for certain that this face seems to have a very tall bit between the noses. So what we might do, in fact, actually, is maybe we can also slide the eyes up a little bit more. So eyes can also be slid up. And that just goes back to another idea of you can slide the face up, or you can slide the lips up, you can slide the lips down, and depending on which position you put things in, it can give you more of a cartoony feeling versus an anime feeling versus a realistic feeling. So I'll go ahead and save this guy here. Back in our guideline here, what we're going to do is see about guideline. Yep, that's the guideline. We'll start off by seeing, okay, so I know that the bottom of the nose doesn't really show up, so I'm going to just use this color here. We know that the nose is wide, so I might grab here, go here, make a wider nose. We might see, okay, maybe here and here would be the wider nose, and then we'd fill it in. So maybe something like this would be a wider nose. And if I know that that's going to be the guideline of the nose, we can then make the guideline a little bit smaller. And what are we seeing in terms of detail when we look at this bit of the nose? You can kind of see, if I move this guy here, we have the round bit, and it seems to be the case that the nose is rounding out. And if I scroll out here just a little bit so we can see the here, the rounding out bit here happens over here. So let's say if we grab you here and we go to our nose guy here, I just grab this color here to begin with. Something to note is it seems to be the case that the nose is also pretty straight, which is interesting. So the straight nose, if I go here possibly, so we're going off to the side a little bit here, and then it comes outwards a little bit, so it might go around there, so straight out a little bit and then around, and then it kind of comes down a little bit, so it comes outwards of our triangle, and then it comes back in a little bit. So I might go here, 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 and then we might go there and there. That might be what our nose looks like instead. And if we remove our guideline, that gives us a big nose. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, that's wild. And that seems to be more of a stylistic idea of having the nose be a straight line. I would think you would make the nose, and oh, thank you for reminding me. Manafi, hold on, there you go, there you go, you definitely are. Now that we've moved on from the beginning, I completely forgot. Thank you for reminding me. I'm hoping sometime soon I can set up a timer or something that'll allow it to go off and...
Barnolfi just redeemed IRL word ban.
Girl,
here.
Evil, wicked, I say. Oh boy, oh my, terrible, horrible even, awful. Fine, I suppose. Hold on, let me just double check. What time are we on for, what was it called? What time are we on? Is it 5 minutes? Is it 4 minutes? Is it 3 minutes? Or is it 2 minutes? And I don't know if I want to hear the answer from you, Panafi. Oh boy, let me click on this guy here. I'll just go ahead and write it down. So let's see, can't say. Here, there we are. There we go. In 1 hour. That is definitely not it. That's definitely not it. I take it back. You're all liars. In 5 minutes. For sure. And hi, seriously, Sloppy. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. Bye. Let's see. Let me double check that since I can't verify. Let me scroll back down here and little ways adorable. Let's see. If I click on you here, it won't let me check the redeems. Interesting. How odd. It usually does. If not, then that's okay. I'll just click on this guy here and then we can click on edit. And that's evil. I've heard that word so many times these streams. Don't you see why I disable it at the beginning of the stream? 2 minutes. It was at 3 minutes. It had to be lowered to 2 minutes. I struggled for the next. I think 30 minutes. All right, 2 minutes is done. We'll click on this guy here, and if I do say it, then it repeats or the timer goes again. So we'll do this guy here. We'll do the challenge timer. There we are. That guy there. Set it to 2 minutes. Reset. Set that guy there. And we're not evil. I just got here, so I can't be. You are exempt. Seriously, Slap. But that 1 hour. 1 hour. My goodness. Okay. That's 2 minutes. Okay. So, continuing from where we were, I was talking about how it feels like a stylistic choice that the nose is straight. Yes? And it made me wonder if... slow. It made me wonder if, what would it look like if we made the nose bridge, as I think that's what it's called, if we slanted it back towards the center? How would that feel? We're going to copy this guy, slide it over, and I just want to compare and contrast. Yes? So I'll slide it over, remove the line, and then oh boy, and then we'll erase this. Looking at these two, do you prefer the straight line or do you prefer the diagonal line? how much of a difference it would make. It would make to add shadow to the face because it's done right there. Yes. There is shadow on the bridge of the nose. So if we were to add shading there, how would it then feel? I'm free. Never again. I say never again and then happens never again. Okay, as I was saying before, I'm thinking if we add shading between the lines and the face and the eyes, how would it feel? I like how they make it stylistic and add a straight line here. But if we were to make it into a diagonal, hi, Ty, here's a Ty, here's a TI. Welcome in a stream, welcome in, you're free not for long. Don't say that. Oh boy, I'm wondering if we do add shading in between the eyes, how would it feel instead? I like the idea of it, but I also like how simple this guy feels as opposed to this guy. So we're gonna go ahead and move on with this one here and then see how it feels. So what I wanna do is I wanna copy this guy, I wanna copy the nose and the paste it, and hey Earth, you know what time it is? Do I want to know what time it is? And it's what oh boy.
Check 14 just redeemed. Do a voice/act for 5 minutes. What are you me greater than?
Would you mind linking a Wario voice check? Oh boy. Wario, wow. Oh my. What I wanted to do was see about if we were to just add anti-aliasing for the nose here. If you wouldn't mind linking it, I'll click on this guy here. Let's see. We'll click on that guy there, click on this guy here, and then fake game dev. What do you mean? I'm not a fan of Mario. Truth be told, I was never a Mario fan. Let's see. Voice, V-O-I-C-E, W-A-R-I-O. And yes, very evil. I agree. You know, we try to be serious, do some studies, and then look what happens. Hold on, script, you here, we'll make it into 5 minutes here. Reset that guy there, that should be 5 minutes. Hold on, let me go ahead and just do that guy here. Slide you over to about here, there we go. Save that guy, that should be good to go. Thank you for that one, check. Let's see. Oh my goodness. Let's click on that there, yep. Click on you here, let's click on you there. I'll have some coffee while I'm waiting. Got it. Italian deep. All right. Let's see. Wario. Next, we are going to add in the anti-aliasing into the sides of the nose. We're paying attention to. We're paying attention to where the shading happens in the lines and where we need to go a little bit darker. And what is that? Wario from Timu, yes. Let's see. Not deep enough. I can only go so deep. As well as trying to add an accent. Sounds like I'm that scientist. Oh my. As I was saying before, we were taking a look at the nose and the idea of adding light and darkness into the shading. Yeah, not rowdy enough. My voice can only do so much. What I notice here is that at the bridge of the nose, we have light colors, while at the very bottom, we have darker colors, which surprises me. I would think that the very tip of the nose would be darker. And I was talking about before how I didn't see shading in the face and one air squeaky toy merch. And I think the nose just looks a bit weird to me because of how close it is to the eyes and to the proportion of the face. That is a fair point. And hi, Chief Multi-Hat. Welcome into stream. Timu Wario sounds outright horrific. Good. We could definitely see about making the nose smaller. Let's try making the nose a little bit smaller just because of the spacing. I do agree with that point. Let's see if we were to make this nose smaller, the face smaller as well, if we slide this over here. Making the nose smaller, how does that feel instead? If I copy you, slide you over, and we were to, for example, go a little bit thinner with the nose, and we were to go a little bit shorter with the nose, how does that feel as opposed to the other noses? If I slide you over here, I do see a difference, but I think the wider nose, it feels more exaggerated. Mamma mia! Or Mamma mia! And just a small dot or V shape, that's how I do noses. Welcome into stream, oof, gamer bro. I I agree. There's a lot of different ways to do noses. The thing is, we're taking a look at the different styles. The more detail you add to the nose, the more realistic it seems to get. The more anti-aliasing as well. While you can indeed add more of a dot. For example, this character right here has a dot for the nose. There's different styles when it comes to noses. But it's interesting to know if you're one of the few, and I am going into pirate. It's interesting to know. And stream froze, I'm all up on the YouTube then. Sure. And this stopped being wild about 15 seconds after you started. I'm trying. Going back into here, I wanted to add in, not strategy enough, you need to feel the voice. If you want me to, we definitely can't go strategy enough. I think we're currently at a zesty Italian. It needs to hurt. I like using my throat. I like using my voice. And there's still a lot of time left in stream. I can only go so gravelly. What I wanted to do was I wanted to see about adding a color here for the darker parts of the bridge. The bridge of the nose. That's pirate. Oh boy. If I were to just add the lighting here, it definitely feels like Italian. Deeper Italian. Raspy Italian. Nintendo might sue you for defamation at this rate. Oh boy. If we were to add shading along the edges, I definitely think that adds a lot more detail to it. And it makes me wonder as well, if we were to add lighting to just the edges here, it does feel like a nose. It's a simple nose, but I think this is as simple as it is to getting realistic without feeling too much like pirate. Without Italian. Without feeling too much like anime. All right, there we are. Pirate said something about pirate. My mind just goes, ahoy there, matey. I'm trying to go for Italian. Well, where were we? We were talking about how the bridge of the nose, I like how something, and you know what? I think it's this reason. I think the bridge of the nose is brighter. Well, no, I take it back. I wonder why they decide to make the bridge of the nose lighter. Just as an experiment, what if we were to do it opposite? And well, you're definitely not being a Wario VA, that's for sure. I know how to choose my strong points. Oh boy, do I. Let's slide this guy over. And what I wanted to see about is, what if we swap the colors around? So if we were to instead make this color as I select this guy, if we were to, for example, do this guy here is lighter. So the tip of the nose lighter, and then the edge of the nose darker here. Interesting. Huh. Interesting, and too much gremlin, that's for sure. Not at all. No gremlin to begin with. What do you think? Do you think there's a rhyme or reason towards making the line out the nose bridge line here lighter? I do think it feels more like a nose on the left one. I think the most complicated nose I made was just a pyramid shape. Yeah, and hi Sid, welcome into stream, welcome in, and why he look cross-eyed? Well, we can definitely fix that a little bit here. I just added this here. If we do that guy there, and then we were to grab this guy here, does that feel better? Now they're looking at you. We can also do this guy here, this guy there. There you go. There you go. Hopefully that feels a little bit nicer. And why didn't my name change here? Oh, is it a different name then? I can say that the triangle idea is what we've been looking at. The triangle. That's what the nose always goes back to, this triangle shape. What we did earlier is we used the triangle shape idea. So you can see triangle. They're all triangles underneath. It's just a matter of how much detail are you willing to add. The less detail, the more anime it feels. The bigger, more exaggerated details, the more cartoonish it feels. And the more anti-aliasing you add, the more detail you add, the more realistic it feels. So it's just a matter of how much do you want to add once you do the triangle. I think going forward, whenever I'm doing a nose, I'm going to start with the triangle, and then whatever design I go afterwards will be, it depends. But I think right away, choosing and broke my throat. Hold on. Maybe the Wario was a mistake. I might have to add a disclaimer, no raspy voices. Oh my, and going down here. Let's see, if I slide you over back down to here, what I wanted to no. Oh my, we'll slide you back down. What I wanted to see about was, if we were to try to do the anti-aliasing idea that we did here before, it's interesting how there's also a little bit of line separation between the two too, which is interesting. So, for example, what they did, and it was a happy accident at most. It was definitely a happy little accident, and never mind, I didn't see it, my name was Oof. Oh, I see. Well, welcome again. Oof, welcome again. If we were to add, for example, there a line, it's interesting. I definitely don't like it. I like the solid line more. I think the solid line here does a lot more work. It makes me wonder, if we added to the edges here more anti-aliasing, so for example, there and there, and before we do too, let me go ahead and undo the sky just very quickly. We were to copy our nose here. We'll slide it up to about here for our nose. We'll go back to the face here, copy you here, paste you, slide you back over to here, up and over. There we are. I wanted to see about adding just a little bit of a lighter color. So if we go back to nose here, and anti-aliasing is still something I struggle with. I do plan to, or at least I do hope to clip the video clip the stream we did last week where we went in depth to anti-aliasing, but the main purpose of it is to make lines smoother, to make them not seem as harsh. For example, here we have this line. So while one person could do a line like this for a very thick line, by making the edges lighter and slowly blending them into the surroundings, it can make for something that feels less harsh. And when it comes to pixel art, it's a choice. Do you want something more cartoony, which is more harsh, more stronger lines, or do you want something that's softer, smoother, that gives you a more realistic feel? This pretty much sums up, I think, the difference between cartoon and realistic. Softer or smoother. Even here you can see, I changed, well, the colors have been changed, but the mouth here, for example, super duper hard line, but this guy here, it's softer blending into the skin, which gives it more, I think, of a realistic feeling. You should do a video or stream where you do like 128x128 pixel art drawing, then compress it, and trying to keep as much detail possible. We've done an idea like that, I think, before, but not 100% a challenge like that. I definitely do think it could be a fun idea at some point, though. I do agree 100%. We'll go back into here, go back and down into here. What I wanted to say, yes, about that anti-aliasing bit. And it's something to note here, too, is that there's shadow going on, there's shading going on for his face compared to her face. So it almost feels like a different style. Maybe it's because he has a bigger face, so there's more to do to it. So just going from where we were, we'll go ahead and copy the nose here. So I'll copy the nose. Let's just copy and paste what we have here. That way we can try to see if we can break down what's going on specifically in his nose. So I'll go ahead and grab this guy here. We'll go ahead and grab this guy here. We'll copy you here, slide you over. Let's try to make his nose a little bit more detailed, oh, not detailed, but just going for more of what his face is. So I'm going to grab this color here for our darkest color here. We'll then grab this color here, I think, for the mouth. So we'll just grab that color here. We'll then grab the eyes. I think these are pretty good eyes. So we'll just do this guy here, this for the eyes. And my Wi-Fi sucks. No worries at all. No worries at all. I'm gotta go. Have fun. You too. And I hope your Wi-Fi can get figured out sometime soon. Thank you for stopping by and chatting for a bit. We'll also go ahead and also, oh, hold on. We'll also make this nose here, this color here, this color here, this color here. Add that in. We'll also just very briefly add these colors here for more of the shading going on. And then we'll also add in this guy here. So let's see, that's the colors there. Good to go. Lovely, lovely. And with that said, yeah, let's see if we can shade things in. Figure out why that thing is the way it is. So I'll go ahead and copy this nose. We'll slide the nose up here and we'll copy the face here. Copy, save, slide it up here. Let's see if we can break it down. So I'm going to go here. And when I did art, I was taught a weird way to draw noses where you focus on the negative shapes instead of drawing the shape of the nose, you block in the shadows. I have seen that for anime. I can say that much, Banafi. For example, here, do you mean negative shapes like this here? Negative shape of the nose? That's more used, I've seen, at least in anime. But the thing is, for a lot of people, and for me as well, it's hard to understand why you draw that little triangle. Why do you draw that little triangle? Why do you draw that little dot? The reason why these triangles, why the little dot is drawn, is because the artist is sitting underneath that triangle, this big triangle here. So you're able to get away with drawing two lines because you understand the structure of the nose being this entire red block. So what I'm trying to get in the habit of is making sure I draw that block first. That way I can path onto it the little tiny shadows. And like did a whole portrait of a person using only shadows instead of shapes. Oh yeah, I've seen that style before. I don't remember who exactly. The name starts with an S, but there's a painter channel I've seen and I've used a lot of the idea behind it being just blocks and shapes. And pixel art, it does feel like painting blocks and shapes. If you can do that, it goes a long way. Let me slide this guy to about here and here where we were. I'll save this guy here, and then let's go back to this. So what I wanted to take a look at was, let's see, back here, back to our nose. I wanted to take a look at the shading and the idea around it. So what I want to do is first grab this guy here, because apparently the bit between the eyes is a shaded color. And I'm guessing as well, it's because of the beard. He has a beard, so he gets more shading due to there being a beard. So it's interesting to note. We'll go ahead and just as an idea here, we'll go and add the shading. And I thought I was going to use the symmetry tool. I don't think the symmetry tool is worth it here. And what I'm wondering is, we'll grab this guy here. Oh, actually, how do we want to do this? Do we want to shade the face using this color? And hold on, this color here, and then, yeah, okay, we'll do that. I'll go here, and then we'll use this. So I'm thinking we can go ahead and just add the shadow here because this is where the cheek is. So we have a cheek here, and then we have the nose. So we are rounding out that nose. And if we go back to the guidelines super duper quickly, and I just slide you here, that way we can keep that idea in. We have the nose here. So the nose, if I slide you in a little bit more here, that works out fine. The nose or the shadow is using the curving of the nose. I'll delete you here. We have the nose here. Yep. And then this is shadow. So I'll go ahead and copy you here. Hold on. Grab this guy here. Copy. Save and use that there. And use this. Hold on. Let's see. Copy there. Use you here. Paste you here. Save you here. And then we'll go over this guy here and paste it here. There we go. Okay. So this guy here, the shadow here. Because then the nose drops off, the shadow goes down there. So this guy's kind of coming out, it's poking outwards. That's why I think the shadow comes up the way it does. And then we're back to it being this line. So I'll go and grab this guy here, copy it, paste it, and slide it on over. So we'll move it about here, I'd say. And then we can kind of add just, oh, hold on. We can go and put it on the layer. So if I just go here, and I'm realizing our face layer might have needed to be changed, but that's okay. I'll just go here and we'll just fill, or how can we do this exactly? It's tricky. Okay, copy you here. We'll select all of you here, copy, go back to the face layer, paste you down, and then I should be able to just do this guy. Let's see, this guy all the way underneath, paste you here. If I do you here, nope, the lines are still not connected. So let's see, move you here, hide this layer, and where the line's not connecting, this should just allow me to paste it in. Yeah, hold on. Why is it doing that? Face here. Oh, I see. Hold on. Now we can do it. That guy there, that guy there. Nope. That guy here. Nope. Okay. What layer are we looking at? This is one layer. This is another layer. This is another layer. Okay. All right. Sure. We'll move you back down to being this layer. There we go. That's all I wanted to do. And hi, Jaxus. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. I hope you've been well. And my raid is starting, so I'm gonna lurk. No worries at all, but Neffy. But good luck with the rest of the study. Thank you to trial and error. Definitely 100%. I hope you've been well, Jaxus. Let's see. We'll go back to here. So back with our nose. I wanted to see about just adding that shading idea. So we'll zoom up to here so we can see the two as we're comparing and contrasting. We'll go ahead and just add, or remove rather, the line associated with the bit around the extra. And hi, is it Amadre? Possibly? Maybe Andre? Maybe? Please correct me if I'm wrong, but welcome in the stream. Welcome into nose. Let me go ahead and move this guy down here too. Welcome in and welcome back as well. So let's see. This guy here seems to be the face of it. And then depending on the beard, that's the thing. Because there's a beard, that's why the cheek is shown. And then there's a bit of a forehead. So we'll just briefly add the forehead here too. So possibly something here and here. Maybe we can add a line there and there. Or maybe we can even just add kind of a line going down here. Yeah, we'll just do this here. Just a bit of a shadow. Now, I don't know how well this looks, truth be told. Does not look good. I'll be honest. I'll be 100% honest. So what we'll do instead is something a little bit different. Instead, we're going to fill this guy in. And it's, I'm at a birthday right now, but I did prepare a piece for the nose study. Oh no. The fact you came prepared is a little scary. Welcome in, but oh no. Oh my, we'll grab this guy here and we'll use this as the shading instead. So we'll do it a little bit differently. Oh my, that's the face of evil, I tell you. So instead of trying to add the darkness in with the light, we'll start here and then we'll just shade in the nose from here. So what I'm thinking is we can kind of see that there's a bit of a curve going on for our nose. So we'll add that in, a little bit of a curve for the bit of the nose here. So maybe a curve here. And after that, we know that the bottom here is a darker color and then the bridge of the nose is a different color. So we might do is put this guy here and here for our two sides. And then we might say, okay, that guy there, because it's the bridge, that also gets a line. So if I zoom out here, scroll in a little bit here, and not that guy there. If we were to hide the guy line, that does feel like a nose, but it feels super duper harsh. I can't 100% say that much. And maybe it's just the colors we're using. For example, maybe if we were to use a color like this instead as a different color, and it could also just be the case that because his face is bigger, he has more space for it to feel less harsh. If we wanted something a little lighter, we might go for lesser lines, or how do I say this? Because the lines are thick, because they're not blending in, they're harsh. So if we would want to do something softer, if we would want to mix it in more, you would have to add anti-aliasing. And you wouldn't be surprised how silly everyone is drawing something silly. Oh boy, I say it's surprised, but then I realize, oh wait, no, I should expect this, but I never do. I truly never do. Oh boy, well go ahead, and I'm thinking if we just make these edges here lighter, for example, and remove the guide, how does that feel? it definitely feels lighter. I can say that much. It certainly does. Maybe we can add in, for example, here, a darker color here, a darker color here, so it doesn't feel as strict. And then maybe what you would do is you would add even anti-aliasing here. So maybe you would go halfway, put this guy down, add him in, and put him about here, maybe, possibly there.
Idel's
or you can put him
step
here
just
too.
redeemed hydrate.
Hydration? Sure can do, sure can do. Well, let me get some water then. Let's see. Water has been acquired. Water is tasty and delicious. So we'll go ahead and save that there, move that there. I'm wondering if you would do something like this instead. Something a little bit on the softer side. Maybe you could even, for example, add a dot here because it's at the very top. So the hope is that anti-aliasing makes it smoother. That's always the hope. So just as a comparison, if I were to slide this guy over, or not slide him over, let's slide him above, since you can see above, and I grab the face here, with anti-aliasing, without anti-aliasing. That's what I want to compare. So we go back to the nose here, and I were to just remove all these guys here. So we were to just do our darker colors. So we just do this color here, this color here. Do you see the difference? How the bottom one kind of feels a little bit more smoother? Maybe not 100% even, but something that's smoother versus something that's a lot of hard colors. So that's the purpose of anti-aliasing, and I can see why they would be nicer to have. But that said, what I want to do now is that now that we've done a few different shapes of facing, let's go ahead and move on to doing another angle, and then we'll look at some more anime faces, and then we'll see about, I think I have a reference for realistic as well. Before that though, let me go ahead and clear my nose. Oh, actually, ad break's about to start soon as well. Okay, give me a second. I need to get tissue. We'll do the ad break, and I'll be right back in just 1 second. To go. Tissue has been acquired. I have been a little bit hydrated too. Okay, so while we're waiting for the ad break to finish, I'll go ahead and save this guy here. Let's look at another angle of a face. So this lady's face, let's look at this guy's face instead. So we'll look at this one here. I think this one, yeah, we'll look at this one when we get back. So I'll go ahead and grab this guy. We'll remove you, and then we'll see about just doing a side more of a face. Because it's definitely a thing of also just the angles. We don't want to do 100% forward, 100% straight. And we can go a little bit of a turn of a head instead. So we'll save this guy here. We'll save it for here. We'll have this guy here. So I can go ahead and just angle these guys, see about those. And with all that said and done, I'll also get a little bit more lemonade. And then we'll do some back stretches if we have time. So let's see. Delicious. Okay. Lemonade has been acquired, so we'll do some back stretches. So slowly raise up, slowly go back, and I definitely do think it could be a lot of fun to add a very quick warranty, or not warranty, but insurance speech every time the stretches are done. That would make things a lot easier. I wouldn't have to remember to say them super duper fast and super duper quickly, as much as my mouth will go. So we'll go to the right here, slowly but surely, and then we'll go a little bit to the left here, and then we'll go to the back here a little bit. Make sure you don't break anything. Go slowly. If something breaks, I am not to be held liable. Talk to a doctor. Talk to a lawyer. Don't talk to me. We'll see. Go back a little bit, and then we'll also go run a little bit. There we are. Back stretches. It's recommended, you know, every about hour or so. Get up, do a few stretches in here and there. You don't gotta do a lot, but just something to make sure your body knows I'm not supposed to be standing still for a lot, or remaining still, as lots of my work is on the computer. So that's not good for your health. So standing up, doing stretches like, for example, touching your toes or doing hamstring stretches against the wall, they can go a long way, especially if you make them part of your coffee break or your water break. When you don't have enough water on your desk, it can help a lot. And it can also help you get more ideas since you're not 100% at the computer. And leave the stream and go for a walk. Hold on now. We have the era of technology on our hands. You could watch the stream on your phone while you go for a walk. And welcome back from the ad break. Welcome back. Alrighty then, shall we continue? Next up, we're going to do another angle of the nose. We're going to do this guy's nose instead, this different angle. And to begin, let's just take a look at the draw box. So if I go here into our browser here, we're back to this face and let Bobby take over for 10 minutes. Do you know how much that would be a terrible idea. Terrible. We were talking about before the idea that this box has a bit of an angle cut out, and it's interesting to see just the difference between the edges. So from the side here, you see a lot more of the nose, which is what we're seeing. Hold on. You see PRF, double click here, there we are. Okay, so we're seeing a lot more, and let me actually make this a little bit bigger here, about that big. There we are, that way it's super duper visible. So we're seeing the side of the nose a lot more than if we were to see it from the head on, and as we're seeing the side, the part that comes inwards from the skull is also getting a little bit in between. So let's draw over this super duper quickly. I just wish there was a night mode. Is there a night mode here? I don't think so. So I don't mean to flashbang you. We'll make the face about, I'd say this angle seems to be good. So I'll slide you down. We'll then go ahead and do a draw mode here. And let's go ahead and draw over the face. So for certain, triangle is a big important thing. I'm seeing the line here and then a line here for the very bottom of the triangle. So something like, let's see, this, hold on, this, and then this. So this is a side of the triangle, something like that there, just a triangle from a different angle. And another thing I want to pay attention to is where the eyes come into play at. If I use you here, we'll use this color here. I see that brow, so I see the line here, and then there's a line all the way across here, so something like this. And then we have a bit coming inwards and a bit coming outwards. Like you can see, that line that goes all the way across and then all the way across here too. And the idea is that if you can figure out how this shape works, how the bits here come across, so this guy kind of like there across, then you can slowly understand the different angles. And once you understand the different angles, then it can get super duper simple. But you don't gotta all understand it all at once. Just bit by bit is the hope. The eventual hope of if you're exposed to it enough, something's bound to stick eventually. That said, we'll go back into draw here. And with our knowledge of how the nose works now, let's try again, drawing it without looking at pixel art and then going from there. So what we're going to do is we're first going to save this guy here. We're then going to go back to this guy here. Let's keep using the colors here since I think they've been handy so far. So we're gonna go sprite canvas, sprite canvas here. We'll go ahead and double, oh, never mind, if it lets me, sprite canvas. Yes, okay, we're good to go. So far, oh, I see why. I need to crop it. If I do you here, I go you here, double click, make you a little bit bigger here. We're gonna go sprite, we're gonna go crop. There we go. Now I wanted to go sprite canvas size and I want it to go longer. There we are. I wanted to do something like this. That's it. We'll go ahead and slide on down a little bit here. We'll grab our face, or we can't even grab the face, can we? We've got to do a different face, but we can grab the colors. That's what I wanted to do. And I don't wanna, you can make take a sip from my green tea. Okay, I'll do it. You can't make me. Hold on, let me sip. Oh my. We'll go and slide back over here. So the face that we're seeing, the eyes that we're seeing, let's see if we can do it. I don't think we did as well. We did a little bit for the eye study, the different angles of the face, but it was mostly front face. This one here was a little bit to the side. And the thing is here, we didn't even talk about the eye structure itself or the eyes on the face. We just drew the eyes. So the hope is that by the time we get to an overall portrait style study, that we'll understand the different elements and how they go together. We're not looking at the forehead, we're not looking at the chin, we're not looking at the mouth, just that particular area between the eyes, the relationship between the eyes and the nose and the eyebrows. And tea has been consumed. Good. What type of tea? Very important question. Are you more of a raspberry tea type of person? Well, that said, we'll go ahead and start off by doing the face that we see. So if I just very quickly grab this guy here, we go into draw, and I were to grab, well, let's do green. How about green? What we can see is that kind of a line here for the face. There's a lot of wavy bits, but we don't need the wavy bits. We have a bit kind of coming out here, around here, and the head, well, let's just do this here. There we go. And then there's a bit down here, and then the head kind of goes backwards. So kind of, he almost reminds me of a helmet, which is, it makes sense because it is a person, and the helmet has a person, so there's a little round bit. And again, I'm not trying to get too much into the anatomy of the head itself. I don't think we've ever done a skull study before, so that could also be a fun topic to get into eventually soon, TM. But it's usually a good idea to start off with just a circle. Just a circle, and then you can figure out the rest of the head. Usually it's the idea of add the circle, add a kind of bit that goes outwards, add a bit maybe that's to the side, and then figure out the side and the bottom. It depends on the person. It really does. And skull study by Halloween. Did we do it for Halloween or what exactly? And oh no, I thought you had drink tea. Oh no. I have lemonade and coffee today. I already drank all of my coffee, so now I'm just left with lemonade. And I drank tea before stream, so I I've already done 3 liquids today, not even including water. Oh my. And if you haven't done one, that would be the best time for the season. Indeed, I agree, 100% spooky pixels. Yeah, we definitely can do some skeletons, or you know what, we've done a skeleton study for drawing monsters, spooky monsters, but we haven't done the skeletons specifically. That would be a great idea, yeah. Oh, right, Halloween's not even that far away, which is crazy, which is wild. But go ahead. Start off by having our circle that I talked about before, and then we can see about the other bits. So we know that the side of the face, we'll just do a darker color for the side of the face. Won't worry about it too much, but where's the side of the face coming? Where are we seeing those other angles at? What I can do is, we can grab this guy here. There's kind of a line that goes downwards. So this line that goes towards the center, you might have seen it before, and it seems we will be getting just a little bit into how to draw a face, how to draw the anatomy of the face, because I do think it does help. It's that thing of, I studied it so often that it become a part of the mind, even if I don't remember it quite. It's the idea of, okay, I remember that there's a line that kind of goes down to the center, so this just needs to be a center line. Center line! So, let's add our center line. We just need to keep in mind this line here, so this black line, and then the blue lines to go across. Those are the only lines we need to keep track of. So back in here, we have that line, as I said before, that goes across, goes around and down. That's one line. Next up was the other line, so if we go ahead and just do this guy here, let's just do this here, that there. I'll go ahead and do this here, and to say, where are the other lines? Words! I can certainly do it! We'll go ahead and add this guy back here. Maybe we can do something more down here and here, and I will go for now, no worries at all, Joni. Thanks for stopping by, thanks for chatting for a little bit. I need to take the dog out. I hope you have a lovely, lovely walk, and I hope the worker was happy with her walk as well. And to have a nice dream, well, I was about to say you too. Oh no. Thank you. Oh boy. We'll go ahead and have this come downwards, and then we'll go ahead and do you here. We'll then have this guy kind of have the side of the head, right? The side of the face is what we're worried about. So I'll just go ahead and add this guy here. We'll add that guy there, add that guy there. Looks a little funny, that's okay. We're not looking for perfection here. I'll go ahead and add this guy a bit, and we know about that kind of angle that goes in between, so we'll kind of just also add that angle here, so we can say maybe this is here, and then maybe this here for the side of the face, and then this guy comes down a little bit more. So this is the side of the face. We don't have to worry about any of this. We're just adding this here to hopefully make it easier to understand what's going on. It might make it a little bit more complicated. It depends on the person, how much detail you need to understand something. I haven't done really many faces of Pixelart, so it's just a thing of figuring out how simple I need to do it and how realistic I need to do it. I'm only doing this to hopefully help my mind understand, okay, what goes where? We have that blue window, and that's where that blue window would go about here and here. That seems a little bit too far up, but just the thing of just messing around with it, figuring things out. We don't need any of that though. We'll focus on the specifics. So we'll go ahead and add the eyes here. We'll add an eye here, so we'll go ahead and do this guy here. Maybe a guy here and here for our eyes, so maybe we could say about there and there. Maybe the eye kind of goes there and there. And maybe we go have the eye go up a little bit here and here. Something like that there, but that feels a little bit too wide. So we'll do that there. We'll use the eyes as a different color. So instead we'll go for this pink color here. And the eyes are looking this way, so we'll go ahead and make the eyes this in here, this in here. This is where the nose would go, and then there's a mouth here. So we'll keep everything else as is. And I'll move this, so we'll move this a little bit here. Don't feel like I don't need that much, though. It almost seems to be that his face is a little bit longer. So we'll just see, we'll see. With that said, let's go ahead and grab our guideline now. I'll go ahead and make it as big, as sharp as the color we can get it, and our side of our nose. So we know that the nose goes between the eyes, so we can kind of have the nose come outwards here a little bit. The nose seems to come out by quite a lot. He seems to have a big nose. So we can go ahead and just maybe make this guy out here, and then the nose kind of comes inwards too, it seems to be. So maybe we can slide this eye over just a little bit here. So I'll go back to our nose here. Hi, Hyper Genius. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. I do remember you from yesterday. We'll go ahead and slide this guy over here, our face. So we'll slide this face over here a little bit as we're slowly crafting the head. We'll go ahead and move that there. Remember me? I do indeedy. Let's see. We'll have this guy go here. We'll have this guy go up and go down a little bit over here. And we'll go back here and here. Okay. I would say the nose is probably here. And then the underneath of the nose, that's what we also have to worry about here too. So I'll go ahead and also just add this guy here, this guy here, this guy here. Probably this would be the idea of the nose. Not quite maybe, but just the idea of it at the very least. You can even see about just, yeah. We'll just leave it like this for now, temporarily. We're just trying to measure things, figure things out. Go slowly as we go. So I'll go ahead and copy you here, slide you over to here. So with our knowledge of what we've been doing today, how would and am I late to live, right? Oh, you're never late, I'd say. We've been streaming for about 3 hours now, I believe. No, 2 hours. 2 hours. Only 2 hours. Only 2 hours. So we have another 2 hours to go as well. So not at all, really. I stream for 4 hours from 1 to 5 p.m. EST from Friday to Sunday. So today will be the last stream of the week, and then we'll rinse and repeat. I'll go ahead and slide this guy over here and here. And now with this guideline, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it go, oh no. What layer is this guideline? Guideline, what layer are you? Brush here, brush tool, and send the link for me to join. Today is not Draw Together. Draw Togethers only happen once a month, every month. We already did it for this month, so you'll have to wait for next month. And the next Draw Together will be, it'll be May 1st. May 1st, on a Friday. I'll go and click on this guy here. So I'll select this guy here to our nose. Oh, I see. Ah, got ya. Hold on. This is the wrong layer. You need to be on the guideline layer, Mr. Nose. You go on that layer. Thank you very much. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and minimize this guy here down to about here. There we are. Okay, so with the knowledge that we have, we know that we usually want to add some sort of line for the tip, it seems to be. So I'm going to grab this color here again, and we'll just use this as the base color and then go from there. So the tip of our nose, we know probably going to be about here. It kind of comes outwards a little bit. Maybe we also add in the tip of the nose here. So maybe we do that as a factor here. Depends on how many lines or what lines we want to use. So I'm thinking this is fine. Something like this. Very simple line there. After that, we need to figure out the dark bit of the nose. So do we want to go super duper detailed, super duper simple? How do we want to do it? We could see about maybe if we go up here a little bit. I'm wondering. I don't want the nose to come out too much, but I do want to see if we can add a good line to it or a tip. I want to see if we can add a nose tip. For example, here, this would be the guideline there. That doesn't feel quite nose. And I think at this resolution, maybe, again, too much detail. So we go slower. So I'm thinking what we can do is do save guy here, save guy here. We know that this guy here is going to be part of the eyes, or not the eyes, next to the eyes. It's the nose. And if we were to just add the nose color, does that feel different? I don't know. If we were to just do this here, it does still feel like a nose. I can say that much, but it almost feels like the nose would go up a little bit more, as if it would go up here, a smidge up here, something there, I think. But it also does make sense that it kind of goes outwards a little bit. So it's interesting to see just the differences. Something we can also note here is that from the nose coming out, the rest of the face kind of comes inwards. So maybe that's also why it's a little bit off. And no, Link, not at all. Not today, especially. Let's see. But again, as I said, the 1st of May will be the next time a link will be shared, as this is Aseprite. This isn't Magma. We'll go ahead and save this guy here, save this guy here, have it come inwards a little bit here, or I thought we would be able to come a little bit, but I don't think so anymore. What layer is this guy here? You're also the face layer. Okay, got ya. I'm thinking we grab this layer here. So I'm gonna do you there. And if it lets me, I wanna grab you here, yes. And I wanna remove you here, paste you here as your own layer, and then paste you back here and use this color here. So if I can do, let's see, that there we are. That's what I wanted to do, just to see if we could get a little bit more of the face going on. And what I'm noticing as well is this guy here, little less face, so we can kind of do that more down here, maybe a little bit more down here for more of the chin. Still not trying to go too much. I'm just trying to see if I can get an idea of what the face would look like with the nose and the eyebrows. We're just trying to pay attention to the relationships of those today. So I'm gonna do that guy there. We might even see about adding maybe another eye here. Maybe then we could add the eye here and here, possibly. And then maybe we add the eye here, something like that. It's tricky, definitely just because of the angle, but I could see something like this being the rest of the face. We can't see much of the eye, so we don't want to worry about it too much. I'm thinking something like this could work, but the issue is just, is it going out too far? Do you then move it in a little bit? So maybe we go here, but that now looks like a lot of forehead. So you know what? Yeah, maybe not a lot. Maybe we go even simpler, and this might be a case of just moving the face into here even more. You can't even see it. It depends on how it feels and what it feels like it would be good for you. So we'll go ahead and remove this guy here. I definitely think he needs more forehead. Definitely a lot more forehead, if anything. So I'll also go ahead and add more forehead. Possibly like that there would be a little bit more forehead. But a little bit more there. And we'll just make that go around a little bit more. And erase that guy. And then this guy here, you would come up a little bit more. So possibly there and there. Definitely. Okay, it definitely feels more like a face, does it? I think it does, just a smidge. We'll go back and add our nose. Now, for the bottom of the nose, I'm thinking we can just start off maybe with just the lines that we have at the very bottom. Oh, wrong layer, hold on. We're at the nose layer here, correct? Nose layer, yes. The reference layer there we are. Okay, so nose layer, we'll go ahead and lock the reference layer. So back to this guy here, we have you here, and then you here. I'm thinking we can just do this to show off the part that it's a nose or the fact that it's a nose, and then you would want to erase the bit here that comes outwards. And Thomas the accountant strikes again. Oh boy, did we end up naming him Thomas, really? I do not remember in the slightest. Oh boy. If anything, maybe we have the eye kind of come out a little bit more here, and then maybe we have it kind of come in there, possibly. I think might work out a little bit better. And then maybe if we have the eye here and here, there and there, because the eye does look like it's going that way. Maybe then we would remove, let's see, we would go back to this layer here, back to our nose layer here. And what if we do this? Interesting. It kind of looks like a mouth. And yeah, the normal guy, yep, the normal guy is named Tom. But I didn't remember his accounting name, Thomas. Doesn't this look like a nose and a little bit of a mouth? This is the mouth here, and then this is the nose, and then these are the eyes. And then this is the little teeny tiny head, or this is the big chin, super big chin. And you can make it a smaller chin by doing something like that there. Do you see the face now? You see it? Oh boy. With that said, let's continue working on our cinder block, shall we? I'll go ahead and go back here. We'll start off by removing some of the chin here a little bit more, so remove that a little bit there. Maybe also work on adding just a little bit more bit here and here. Maybe adding the mouth might help a little bit, so maybe we can do a mouth here and here. I don't know about that one. And you call me out for drunk. The thing is, you don't purposely curse things, Check. You go into things thinking, man, yeah, this is the day. This is the day I draw something horrendous, just terrifying, and you succeed. I don't try. It just happens. That's the issue. We'll go ahead and move this guy out a little bit more, just a little bit more here. The thing is, I expect to see more face. I think that's my issue. I expect to see a lot more face on the side, and that's why it feels funny. So let's try moving the face a little bit underneath the mouth, like that. Yeah, you see the difference? It goes from this here, and then if you move it down here, yeah, I definitely think making the nose come out more helps a lot. And now if we add, let's see, more here and here for the face, definitely I do think that helps by a lot. Something there and there. And then the face here, the eyes there. Would you even add eyes? Can you do something like that instead here and here? Maybe you would even remove this guy here, that guy there. Interesting. And I think you might be expecting too much from this, definitely. The issue is always, or my issue is 100% doing a little bit too much. And I do agree to that. I do a lot of too much, 100%. Let's see, we can do the mouth here and a little scribble. Might make this guy go down a little bit more, just down a little bit more, diagonal there. And then this is where the rest of the face would come inward. So I'm just gonna have this guy here for more of the plain bit. And then probably maybe this would be the rest of the face, so you could fill that in. So hopefully it's slowly starting to feel like something. We started here. If I zoom out a little bit, we started here. Now we're here. And I'm realizing now he's square. He is block. I'm realizing we spend a lot of time doing symmetry and with our pixel art. We're gonna have to do more exercises like these. This is making my mind hurt. This is making my brain work. It's good in we shape. Oh boy. With that said, I'm wondering now, let's see about adding the very tip of the face or tip of the nose. So what I'm thinking is maybe because of the pink idea, if we use our next color here, and I'm regretting a lot of things right now. Oh no, that's no good. That's never good. When you start to think and start to do things, oh boy, scary stuff. We'll go ahead and save this guy, copy this guy, slide you down here. We'll then grab the face here, copy you, paste, slide you down here as well, save you here, slide you back up to here and here. There we are. Zoom in a little bit. And now I'm thinking, what if we were to add a bit of highlight across the nose here and here, for example? Because this is the tip of the nose, that definitely does make it look more like a nose, right? And that's a rookie mistake. You must embrace the chaos. And it also makes me wonder if we add a little diagonal line here, does that feel like a nose? I'd say it feels a little bit too much like a nose, too much of a nose. So what I might do instead is see about, okay, maybe if we add another color here or we add a shadow in, that would also help. So maybe instead for here, the nose, maybe we add a bit here and here, something like that there. And if we remove the face a little bit here and here, I'll slide this up so you can see about there and there. Go back to our nose guy here. And I'm wondering, maybe we go down a little bit more, or maybe we remove this guy here. Maybe we go back in and remove this guy here. Does it still feel like a nose? I'm not sure anymore. I don't know. Something like that there and that there. That definitely feels like a nose going downwards, like we're looking down at the nose, but we were trying to make a nose where you could see some of the underneath, some of the underside. And go to your room, huh? What happened? Let's see. If I go here and here, yeah, I like this a lot more. I think this is nicer, so we'll keep it. And this will be my attempt at doing the nose. If anything, I think I would see about adding some sort of bit here to show off, hey, this is the tip of the nose, and this bit here is the part that comes outwards. So maybe I would add that kind of in there and there, possibly. And I heard the nose fun. Oh no, I'm doing it without even realizing. That's no good. I'll go ahead and save this now. And chaos is one thing. Chaos is part of nature. But this drawing of her surely is not. It is beautiful. It is as nature as you can get. It wasn't on the nose. Terrible, I say. Terrible. Let's go ahead and go back here into our various characters. And do we have characters where the face kind of turns? And interesting. You know, I always thought that the faces felt a little bit funny from different angles. Maybe this is why. Does this look like a realistic angle of the face? I can't quite tell. Something did always feel a little bit off when the faces were angled to the side. Maybe it is a stylistic choice, or maybe it is the truth. Let's see. Compare and contrast. So we have the faces here, and it'd be really evil right now if someone would ban the word nose. Oh, cough, cough. I think there's still a good amount of timer on the timer. If we slide here, if the face is being shown from this angle, how much of it do we see? I see a little bit here. The thing is, we're seeing a lot of the side of the face, so it kind of looked like this. I do see a little bit of the cheek, but it feels as though the face looks more like this, even though the angle feels more like this. I'm seeing a lot of cheek with the face, so it's just interesting to try to see the different angles used. And even if we go here and look at this guy here, that it looks like it's going from a little bit below, so possibly we're seeing it from here. I see a lot of the cheek, I see a lot of the mouth, and again, the nose feels bigger and exaggerated, which it's going to do because it's not realistic. But the idea of just using the anti-aliasing to smooth things out, using the idea of making the nose bigger, maybe to show more character, it definitely does feel a lot different than this. And granted, this is not even this doesn't account for every person that has a different nose shape and size and heights and length. This is, you could say, just the default. And then from there, you would move things up and down a little bit like The Sims. So it's interesting just to see the differences. And for a face like this, if I want to show his head is more of a side angle. Do we have any more references from Stardew Valley that show more of the angle that we're seeing here? These guys, not so much. Even her face here, it feels as though the eyes are flat, if anything. Like, if you remove the eyes, it won't feel like the mouth will go into other areas. Then again, it's interesting. Faces really are just such a thing that you'd have to do a lot of. And okay, your nose is a fade triangle. Stop the body shaming. Hold on now. I'm not shaming. I'm embracing. If you were to add a nose here, I would think the nose would go here. And then to finish the face, I would think maybe you'd do a face like yep, she's beautiful. She's beautiful. I'd do something like that. Faded. I see. Yeah. And then I would add the mouth here. Add the mouth there. That's. And looking at that, if I drag you over to here, oh, I was actually pretty close. You know, truth be told, I was pretty close. The nose is down a little bit more, so is the mouth, but that's not too shabby. Okay, maybe I understand the nose or the face a little bit more than I thought. It's just down by one, but for the most part, it's pretty on the nose. The temptation. That's it. No! No!
Serious Slothy just redeemed IRL word ban. Nose.
Look at you! You didn't find that funny? Was that already used? Oh, you did! You just used it, check! That makes it worse. Oh boy, that one's credit to you then. Schnozes! And I forgot what we're studying right now. Could you please remind me? Air! Sorry, I forgot what we're studying. Alright then, and who knows if Air succeeds? I have a technique, a method, an idea, a hope and dream and aspiration to use. Where I'm going to swap the word and then we'll do it that way. Now, we've talked about it before, and I'm wondering, do we count words that sound the same? For example, I know something versus nosy. I don't know, it doesn't sound right. Let's see, and that would account for just the different words too, I don't know. Let's see, I'll go ahead and do here, can't say, and then we'll go ahead and say on here, can't say, and just grab you here. Can't say nose. There we are. And I mean the word no, but it sounds too much like nose. And it sounds almost like the same like here and here that I think it would count. A complete different word would work. Yeah, nose and then nose. I know something. It's odd. It's super duper odd. We'll go ahead and move you here. We'll go ahead and do that there. We'll do that there. Oh, that's a wrong timer there. It's about, I believe, set for 3 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll go ahead and do that guy there, that guy there. And okay. So, I am going to use the word. We're going to call it a sniffer from now on. For the next 3 minutes. We are now drawing sniffers. So, shall we continue? I was talking about how sniffer. I was commenting how the sniffer here, I got pretty close, which means my idea of the angles of faces wasn't as weird as I first assumed. And I definitely think she's 2 steps and 4 sneezes ahead of us. Looking at these faces, I guess it's just a matter of how big the sniffer is, or how small it is in comparison. And making them bigger and smaller. When we look at our original sniffer, I definitely made mine bigger, super duper big. And when we took a look at the Stardew Valley references, theirs tend to be smaller, which is surprising too, because their overall sprites are bigger. So I went with a big face and big sniffer. They have a big face and a small sniffer. Oh boy, and well, and it's fun to say too, so I'm gonna say it a lot. Sniffer. With that said, I want to take a look and see if we can find one that's at a different angle. And sniffer. Oh my! Looking at any other faces that have different angles, it definitely seems to be the case that usually the face side angle, you can see some of the cheek, and it never seems to be that the sniffer that the sniffer comes outside of the face. We never see it going over the rest of it. It's always, oh, hold on. He sniffers out. Yeah, I had to pause. His sniffer comes out a little bit more, so I'm just going to copy it for our reference here of different sniffers. If it allow me to, select you, copy you there, and move you to there. Oh, it's locked. It's a locked layer. Of course, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. So we'll move you to there. Any other sniffers that stand out on this side? I don't believe so. I think his sprite is the only one that has that side angle. Even then, is it a side angle, or is it a super duper side? And did I say? Don't tell me you said the word. Did I? Oh boy, I've been trying to be so careful, but did I? Oh my, that one was fun. You know what? That one totally nah. Unless no, I didn't see it. No, not one sentence. Nope. That one was fun. That one was enjoyable. Another beheading of our front in front of our eyes. This is a profile. Oh wait, hold on. I just realized where I cut it at. What beheading? Oh boy, it's interesting how his sprite is the only one that goes. No, hold on. But see, there's a difference between a 3/4 angle and a side angle. And fun fact, paraphrasia is a speech disorder characterized by the unintended products of production of a syllabus, words, or phrases during the effort to speak. It is a common symptom of aphasia, an acquired language impairment resulting from brain damage, typically a stroke or head injury in the left hemisphere. In simple terms, it is a word substitution disorder where a person tries to say one thing, but a different word or sound comes out instead. The more you know. Interesting. Oh boy, it's interesting. I keep saying it, don't I? But the way this looks, there's the 3/4 head, and then there's the side head. And let me clear up what I mean by the differences. I think you mean the more you know. That's good. That's bad, but that's good. If we go back into the browser here, just to show you what I mean, we have the front angle, so the face from this angle. We have the side angle. Hold on, you know what? Let me see if I can do a 3D head model. Let me see if I can find a little bit of a different, a better one to look at. Specifically, there's this one here that I think might work. It was the one I was talking about before, with there being the sorrow head here. This one will work out just fine. Okay, let me copy you here. Let me hide this guy for just a quick old second, and I'll definitely be linking this too on the website to make it easier to find. But this guy right here, this guy right here, let me enable you here. Looking at this, I slide this guy over. Take a look at this tool. This one's specifically helpful for trying to figure out how to shade when it comes to the faces and heads. And if I just do this guy here, it is, I believe, called the sorrow head. I forget the name specifically. We just talked about it too. But what I wanted to take a look at is that, and let me see if I can move the direction of the light a little bit more. Can we move the light down or up, or rotate secondary light? Can we move the light a little bit more? This is not quite a good. Okay, there we go. That'll work. So the face from the front angle, and then the face from the side angle, two different angles, and this guy's face does not feel like a side angle. However, let me take a look at, as I grab this guy here, these two, and I copy you and you here, they feel like a direct side angle. So if I just drag this guy up to about here, we zoom in a little bit here, the side angle, and I click here and here, feels more like this. If anything, maybe a little bit like this even, where you can see a lot of the head. And for the other faces, so for a face like, let's see here, we're seeing a lot of the cheeks. So it's maybe more so like something there. And when I'm looking at this guy, when I'm seeing his face, how much of the face am I seeing? I'm not seeing a lot of eye, so maybe we go back a little bit more. But then I'm also not seeing a lot of cheek. And maybe it's just because his nose is very big, so you don't even get to see the cheek underneath. So maybe it's less of a thing of trying to draw this, and more trying to draw something like this, but just make the nose cover the rest of the face. Maybe that's the way to think about it. Even here, the nose is coming out from the face, but again, maybe this is a bigger nose than this thing here. And I do have to say that the fact that noses can be bigger, smaller, it's adorable, it's lovely. With that said, we'll go back into here to draw, and let's see. With that knowledge set, let's, instead of trying to go for a hard angle, let's stick to easy things. Let's try to go for my throat. Okay, we're good. Let's try to go for just a direct side angle instead. If I were to draw the face from a direct side angle, because are we going to really use this angle here? This very specific angle of just being a little bit visible? Probably not. It's more maybe of an angle you might use once in 1,000 times compared to usually maybe front angle 100%, side angle 100%, or 50%. So maybe, again, we make our study grander and focus on the more common positions. So if we were to go for more common, as I get some lemonade here, give me 1 second. Delicious. With that said, let's go ahead and slide this guy down. So if the face were to be more from a side angle, how might that feel instead? We'll go ahead and add this eye here. We'll add this bit here, and 0.1% of fragrant meme angles. See, that's the thing. You never see the face at that angle, so it feels weird to draw that angle because it's not very common. But yeah, fragrant angle would have been funny. Or you know what? Maybe if I can remember, we could see about doing the fragrant angle as part of our portrait study. That would be very silly, but it would be very difficult, as that is a difficult angle. And thank you for the hydrate,
Whitechapel just redeemed hydrate.
Delicious. And what a coincidence, oh boy. With that said, I'm gonna make the eye go up a little bit more, maybe about here and here. Maybe we have it kind of set off a little bit here, and we just did an eye study, but I don't know how to draw the eye from a side angle. That means more studies need to be done, and this is just Gabby's eyes. We're not going for sad, though. We're not going for sad. This is different. This is definitely different. And hi, Beatus. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. I hope you've been well. Let's see. We'll go ahead and just do something here and here, I think, and we'll just go there and there. Sure. We'll set you there and there, and I think, if anything, you would want to do, too super duper big. If we maybe make it smaller, so if we just go down by one here, okay, that's a little bit too small. I can't see a thing. I was gonna say something like this. There we are, just smaller. This eye would be the side, so the side of the face here, and then we have the rest of the face. So this is where the nose would come out. So you would have the nose come out from here, So the nose might come out from this side bit here. Maybe we'd have this bit. And I'm not going to draw the triangle again, but I'm going to keep the triangle in mind. My mind, I'm trying to transfer the idea of triangle. Oh, hold on, the timer. I'm trying to transfer over the idea of already mentally putting that triangle down. So go ahead and hide this guy here. That way it's not visible. So if we do a nose like this, it might be too long. So we might do this guy here, this guy here. This would be the bottom of the nose we would see. So maybe we have it come down a little bit here, have it come down here. Maybe this is the side of the nose. Maybe we make it go down a little bit more, more here and there. And then this is where I think definitely anti-aliasing would play a part, most certainly. And then this would be the other side you can't quite see. So maybe even see like that there. And then you'd have the bit of the face that kind of goes outward. So maybe we have this guy go here, and then that would be the other colors. But the issue is that drawing some of the face is tricky enough. Drawing the rest of the face, it kind of is needed from time to time. So we'll go ahead and add this as the bottom of the face, and then we'll just move this guy in, that guy in there. Yep, feels a little funny, and it definitely is a little funny. So let's see, and we can make it the theme for the B-Day draw together. Oh, we could make it the fragrant face, you mean? Oh, that'd be so silly. Let's see, I'll just move this guy down here. I would think this is how you might do the nose, but now that I'm looking at the nose, it doesn't seem to be the case. Or hold on, I didn't even think of that. This would be a good idea now to do the reference. I abandoned it way too quickly, which is okay. The hope is that slowly we can let go of its hand. What I'm noticing is that just glancing here, I didn't factor in the idea of adding in the line for the other part of the nostril. So if we just quickly grab these two colors here, go to our guideline again, and look at them noses. look of it again, Chapel, and thank you again for the redeemed. Yeah, noses. We're seeing if we can know what's up. Knows what's up. There we are. Yup, 100%. Didn't scuff that in the slightest. Let's see here. So we'll grab the nose, possibly do here, the side of the nose. Maybe even here we do this guy here, that guy there. There we are. And then we set this guy to being this guy here. And then we set it to be some of the bottom of the nose because we can see some of the bottom of the nose. And then we can have maybe this guy kind of come outwards here because of the rest of the nose. So maybe the nose would look like this more. And now if we grab our guideline, slide it over a little bit more, and seeing the nose on your reference sheet is so uncanny. my nose is merely just dot. Hold on, I can definitely grab. And this is where having, what is it called? Anime noses are really just dot. Oh boy, I don't have it on hand, but yeah, dot. My nose is on the side of dot. Let's see, I'll go and save this guy here. So with that idea of there being the nose and the side, if we were to instead do something like, and let me grab the face too, I forgot we needed to do it on a different layer. So I'll go ahead and copy you here, paste you here, and then we should just be able to do this guy here, remove all of this here. There we go, remove that guy there. Select you, erase you. This will go on the nose layer here. But it's so pointy when it's looking sideways. It is, isn't it? Can you see it? Yes, indeedy. Let's see. Grab you here and then move you to here. So grab the face, remove you, paste you here, paste you here. There we go. And we'll move the nose back to where it was, which was, I think, here. If I remove the guideline. Yes, it was right there. Okay. And then we have the face here. So I'm going to remove that guy here, remove this guy here. Grab the face. Gonna go ahead and remove this guy here and here. And set you to be about there and there for the side of the face. Okay. Now we can re-enable the nose, and I can also go ahead and copy you here. We'll paste just slide you over here to make it easier to see what's going on, and then we'll go ahead and grab our guideline here as well, and we'll go ahead and copy you here, slide you over to here. That way we can kind of compare and contrast as we're going along. We'll enable our reference guy, and now let's draw our nose over the guideline. So looking at these guys now, with the idea of trying to take into consideration this bit here, and we might have the name for it. So let's see. Now that we know we need it, what is this called? We're not calling it that. No, let's see, anything else? So, yeah. I'm just gonna Google nose part names. Nose part names. And the dark part could pass as a mustache. That's true as well. Here we are. I like this a lot more. Here we go. Instead of those names, we could definitely use these names instead. Tip, nostril. Okay, maybe we don't use this name either. Allier! Allier! Allah! Allier! Not the tip. Let's see. How about aloha? Oh boy. Let's see. And it reads as aloe for some reason. I think that's because I'm British. Hello. Oh boy. Let's just do this. I think this is okay. This is okay. Or we could just call it the, an honker. Hooter often used to describe a larger or prominent nose. I do remember honker. And maybe the E is silent, so it's a la, like a lot of nose. Oh, a lot of that nose. That's a good one. Oh boy. There's root of nose, tip of nose, nostril. Nostril, that's the word. I believe that would be called the nostril. I do know that one. And tip, no side, sniffer, the bony part. The bony part is the bridge of the nose, I think. We'll slide back down to where we were then, and let's continue. So we need to draw the nostril of the nose. I'm thinking we can go super duper simple here. Let's start off by just having this bit as the tip of the nose. So this is the nose tip, and then this bit here is going to be our nostril. So let's just do something like that there. Maybe we could even see about doing something here and here for the other part of the nose, and that's it. That's it. That's all we add. And if we remove the... hold on. I actually do have to add the nose, don't I? Hold on. We add that bit there, add that bit there. Maybe that there, that there. Maybe we do... Let's see. Maybe this would be the darker bit then, as that's the nose, and that's a big nose. Hold on. Let's make this guy the very top bit here. Also make you top bit there, that bit there. Have you come in here and there. Okay. Now remove it. That is a huge nose, but it does feel like a nose. It feels more like a nose than my original nose, which is interesting. I think in this case, it now comes down to the idea of how much nose do we want to show? How big of a nose do we want to go? So I'll go ahead and grab this guy here. We'll slide it down. We'll slide this guy down too. And let's keep going from here. And now that's a sniffer. Oh boy. Let's see. We'll go down here and let's now move this guy to down here. So if we lower it, let's also try removing this bit here. Lower that guy down a little bit more. We can see about lowering this guy down a little bit more too. Maybe we don't do that bit there. Maybe we just make it rounder. And how much nose? Nobody knows. Oh boy, awful I say. Horrendous season. I definitely think this feels more accurate. Maybe if we add the line here, like a dot there, or maybe we just keep it coming outwards like that. I can see that working out. Maybe we can even add this line here and this line here to show that it's the bottom of the nose. Maybe then we could add the dot there to show that it's the bit that comes outwards, the nostril. I could see that working out. Maybe then we can see about adding the rest of the face and having the face come inwards a little bit here. Yeah, that definitely works. That definitely helps. This guy has a very long face though, so I would assume that the face would come down a little bit more like maybe one more down there. I would think maybe something like this here. The face kind of comes in a little bit. So maybe come in a little bit more here. Something like that instead. I could definitely see it being that. It feels more like his face. It definitely does. But that said, now let's take a look. And what's up again? Welcome back, Hyper. Welcome back in. With that said, now that we're looking at the faces, how are their noses being made? You can see that there's an outline for the face to start off. There's the lips, and we have that bit that goes in and out. The bit I just tried adding, this bit right there. Instead of a straight line, kind of having it come inwards and outwards. And then the forehead. That is another thing too. The eyes are more of a kind of a line and a curve, which mine are kind of, not quite. And maybe it's also a factor of adding in the shadow beneath the eyebrow. This here, do you have a shadow? You do have a shadow. So a shadow beneath the eyebrow. The eyebrow itself can seemingly go a long way when it comes to making a face. So let's try adding a few context clues then. So I'll go in, zoom in a little bit here. We'll grab the, never mind. I guess we'll just use this here. That's all right to do. We'll go into here. We'll grab our eyebrow. So I'll add just a very quick eyebrow here by doing this guy here. Oh, hold on. Before that, let me also make sure we add a update, as this is here us just messing around. I do like thinking of this as a playground. The idea of you might not be productive. You might just pretend to imagine yourself as a worker in a construction field as you're in the sandbox. But it's the idea of maybe one day you can actually move around a cat. And I can't with the wee looking guy. I don't even see wee. I don't. And tomorrow's my birthday. Oh, how lovely. Well, happy early birthday. And gonna play some Sonic. Well, I hope you have a lovely time, Hyper. I hope you have a lovely time. And happy early birthday. Let's see. That said, we're gonna go ahead and slide you there. Okay, so looking at these guys, let's see if adding the context clues helps with the face feeling more like a face. So if we, for example, were to do something here and here and here, and again, it could be the chance or it could be the idea that because it's so harsh, it feels super duper, it feels like a lot. And I will come back, well, tomorrow I won't be streaming, so that's why I'm saying happy early birthday. But if you mean coming back later in the stream, well, see you soon. And what's the word I'm looking for? I don't even remember. But see you soon. Let's see, back to here, back there, and back here. There we go. And if we were there, yes, indeedy. So let's see, back there. Okay, so this eyebrow here, we're gonna make, oh, actually, do we wanna go for this color? Yeah, you know, let's try to do this a little bit with anti-aliasing. So you would grab this color first, and then you would go about 50%, you would grab this color next, and then you would grab this color here, you would do another 50%, so it would probably be that color there. Though this color feels a little bit more on the blander side. Just looking at the color values, are you changing? Oh, you are, you know, you're moving. So that's good enough for me. All right, so we'll go ahead, have this guy here kind of have a little bit of a fainter style. So we'll go ahead and move it up here, maybe more so here and here. We can see about even doing, let's see, there and there could possibly work out. And then we can see about doing maybe this guy here, maybe adding that guy there. And maybe then adding this guy here, maybe adding him there. Does that feel like an eyebrow? Not quite, I'd say. Probably have to do this guy here and move you out there. And then maybe there and there. No, hold on. That guy and that guy. I think that works. And then this is where you would add in the shadow for the shading for between the eyes. Oh, wow. Wow. That made a difference, a big difference. We didn't even modify the nose, but it feels like the nose was enhanced just from adding the eyebrow and adding that shadow. Oh, that's interesting. And the thing is too, we know what the shadow, like we can even see here, that shadow, that shading. Maybe if we were to do shadow here, so shadow along this edge, remove the nose here, or remove that line for the nose, does it feel like the nose kind of comes outwards? And then if we add more shading here and shading there, it definitely highlights the nose, but I think we were better off leaving it simpler. So we'll leave it simpler, but it definitely does feel different just adding those guys. Interesting. Okay, well, let's do one more thing here. Let's add in our mouth as we did before. So we'll go ahead and add the mouth here, add the mouth kind of up here and up here. Maybe something like there, up there, that there. That feels a little bit too off, so we'll do that there. And then we'll go ahead again and just add a lighter bit around the edges here for some of the mouth, but I think this guy here can just be a lighter color here. So we'll just do this guy here, that guy here, then a pink color there. There we are, mouth done. If anything, your mouth kind of goes up a little bit more, so probably there. Or we could do that to there too. Yeah, let's go up a little bit more. Well, we can give you a happy mouth. You can get a happy mouth. And then if we slide the face over, interesting, even this and this feels like a different shape style. I find this one even cuter, truth be told. Feels like a button nose and the start of like a witch lady. And then you would add in the hair. So the hair would go here, and then you would have a bit here, and then you add the extra bits. Do you see it? Do you see it? Something like that there. I could definitely see that being a vase. Oh, that's interesting. And from egg to a friendly fellow. Oh boy. If anything, maybe you'd add like a rocker. There we are. There we go. Something. Oh, that's why it's too much hair. Something like that there, and then have that kind of come over, and then that there, and that there, and then fill that in there. That could work out too. That's so interesting. Okay, well then. You know what? I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna copy you and save you, and then just have you come back over here. I like the way it feels, so I'm gonna save it. Probably won't ever touch it again, but I like it, so I'm saving it. I'm gonna copy this nose here as well and slide you over. Okay, so aside from those nose modifications, what else are we seeing? As I zoom in a little bit here, for the other parts of the nose, it seems to be the case that there is sometimes a space in between, depending on the nose size. Her nose goes upwards, and the very tip of the nose is a highlight, and the very side of the nose here is also, he's just a cool dude. Okay, let's just ignore the last one. Oh boy, let's see. But that said, there seems to be an outline, and definitely outline can also play a part in the face itself. And what's your favorite color, if I might ask? The colors you see. I am a fan of the CMYK, so if you can get like a pretty kind of sounding pink, like I like this pink. This is a pretty pink. I like that pink, and then we've got like a mustardy orange, so something like maybe maybe here and here. That's not yellow. There we go. A mustardy or that, yeah, like that. Something like that. Something about there. And then we have this color here. Kind of, you could do light blue, or you could do maybe like that there. Do you see? I compose of a lot of my favorite colors. Oh my, and deep breaths, can do. And hi, Eternal Guilt. Welcome, Mr. as well. Welcome in. And will you ever plan on actually upgrading, or will you plan on also upgrading Necrotype Cafe art after? Yes, indeedy. That's the thing. Right now, most of Necrotype Cafe's art is prototype. For example, the main character, Gabby, her sprite is 100% going to be changed, especially her hair. They are more so placeholders until I can get the game feel down, and then we can do the art. And it'll especially be fun, since it'll be a thing of, look at this old art, and then look at this new art. But yes, deep breaths. I can certainly do that. All right, let's go ahead, take a deep breath in. Hold it, and then breathe out. Take a deep breath in. Oh, hydrate. I see. Never you don't get any breathing. Hydration, then never mind. Lovely. And with that said, another one of my favorite colors is like an olive green. I've been enjoying something like this. No, hold on.
The underscore Whitechapel just redeemed breathe.
Never mind. I think it's from the time I've been spending around Bobby that I've been enjoying like that type of green. I do like that one too. Right, now you breathe. And when artists are color biased, who could have that? Right, now we breathe. Deep breath in. Hold it. Deep breath out. Deep breath in. Hold it. Deep breath out. One more time. Deep breath in. Hold it. Deep breath out. There we are. We're all good to go, and that's the spirit. You know, it's also a pretty cool color, like a purple. I don't know about you, but that's a pretty neat color of purple. Yes, indeedy, these are my favorites. Oh boy. With that said, let me go ahead and remove these guys here. And let's go back, shall we? Let's see. So there is a bit of brightness at the very tip of the nose, and then there's a little bit of darkness. This guy here, I think his name's Elliot. The very tip also has some color, it seems. So it makes me wonder, if we were to add an outline to the face, would that help the face feel different? So what I want to do is I want to grab our darkest face color here, maybe a little bit darker. Maybe we go just a little bit darker. Let's go back to Emily here. What's your, okay, maybe we don't go back to you. You're purple. You're purple. Let's do this color maybe. Do we have this color? We do have that color. Okay, go down a little bit more, slide you over a little bit more. Maybe, I don't want to do purple. Purple's it's too violent. And yes, very gremlin, very silly. What's silly about what, huh? Let's see here. I'll go ahead and grab this guy. And for our modifications as well, I want to see if this nose goes in and then it comes outwards and then it wraps around a little bit here. So we'll grab you here, have you just slowly come outwards and shape around. You have no forehead. Up the forehead, just a little bit more forehead on the side. Hold on. You go up at least a little bit more up there. Maybe even a little bit more forehead. You might need it. Just up there a little bit. You gotta have a big brain. That's important for your health. Remove that there, remove that there. Gonna need a little bit more forehead, possibly up here a little bit more. Maybe we can have you come up here a little bit and then have you come over a little bit here. Yeah, definitely more forehead. I would give you maybe a little bit more like that there. Have you come up a little bit more over here. Yeah, might even need more forehead, truth be told. It can't be my brain, more like one head. That's another thing too, is that proportions can certainly go a long way. So if you realize, okay, maybe this needs to be a little bit more, that might be why your art feels a little off, is because proportions are important. So let's see, add that there, I can certainly say adding more forehead makes it feel more like a head. That's certain. Maybe we could even add more forehead, but definitely this brain can hold a lot of forehead. Look at that. That's a lot of forehead. We had a teeny tiny forehead. That's not right. Let's see. That's unfair even. So we'll zoom in a little bit here. We don't have to smooth this guy out by quite so much. So I might just go, let's see, over here. No, you know, it's fine. It's okay. We'll just move that guy there. Yep, we'll keep you there. If anything, maybe we'll just use that there. Yep, nope, we'll do that. Yep, we'll do that. We'll keep it as it is and can't be my brain. Oh boy. What I wanted to do was I wanted to then add in the lines for the rest of the face, but I'm not too sure anymore. We might have to go, well, no, this is fine. We'll do that there. Yeah, you know what? I take it back. Yeah, we'll do that line here. So outlining the nose here, add that in here, We'll do that there. Yep. And, yes, just imagine figuring the proportions of a certain star-shaped eyes. Hubris. Oh boy, I know you're very much forehead. You hide behind those bangs. I see you both. You have not. Those are figments of your imagination that I believe you created. Oh boy. With that said, let's go ahead now and see about maybe popping the nose out a little bit more. So possibly what we can do is go, or you know what, instead, I don't think we pop out the nose. Maybe we just do something like this here. Have this come out a little bit more, like that. Okay, that's a little bit too big. That could work. Could definitely work. I don't know if it will, but it could. You know, it's a possibility. Noses really, there's so much character to them. I take it back though. Let's keep what we have and just see if we can figure it out. So now that we have this guy here, it seems to be the case of the nose as I move the parts that we had initially. Yep, I think that's it. Yeah, okay. there's a highlight for the top of the nose, and then there's a bit for the bottom. And please give your stylus a big tip next time. This stylus, I don't believe I've at least had this stylus for 5 years. In those 5 years, I haven't had to replace it, which has been nice. It's been nice knowing that it's the durability, the warranty, it's good. It's been great. We're gonna make this guy a lighter color, I'm thinking, and then the darker color. So we'll first do this guy here, and then we'll take this color. I'm wondering why, or I know why, because this is supposed to be the very tip, so the tip's gotta feel a little bit nice. So it's interesting. And then maybe now we can do this at the bottom of the nose, but I kind of like what we had. I like this, so maybe we keep this. And hairstylist, oh, I see. Well, but I can't tell you. I can certainly tell you that for my birthday, I will definitely be getting a new hairdo. Not physically, not this body, but a design, a new sheet. I will say that much. A new sheet, not the actual model. The model would take months. So probably next year. But there will be a new redesign in sheet form. So the hairstylist will definitely be getting a tip. Indeed. Let's see. We'll go ahead and slide this guy over here, slide this guy upwards. And with that said, it's also interesting that they shade the chin too. We're not looking at the chin, but I'm just noting it and acknowledging it. So maybe if we do a chin study in the future, I remember, oh yeah, they did shade the chin. For example, maybe if we do that. Oh, I see why you shade the chin. I see. Interesting. You know what? We're adding it. We're keeping it. With that said, anything else to add to this guy before we move on to the other styles? I don't believe so. Oh, you know what I do want to see? Just out of curiosity. What if we add a little bit of a beard and stuff? What would you look like? A little bit of a beard here because you do have a beard, so something like that there. And then you have a little bit of a mustache too, so something like that there. You could work. You could definitely work, definitely. And then we add the hair, and then we add the bit here, and then we add the bit here as the beard's coming upwards. You could be something if you believe hard enough, definitely. We would have to change a few things, so it could definitely be a portrait, certainly. And if anything, I do get the feeling of Stardew when I look at this, which is surprising. Maybe it's the colors. It's the colors. I think it's the colors because of the Stardew colors. With that said, very encouraging. Oh boy. Let me click on this guy here. Oh, not that guy. This guy here. Okay, so we've had a look at Stardew Valley. There's 2 more styles I want to see if we can get around to looking at. And now very Italian. Oh my. Very pirate. Let me get some lemonade here. Well then, Bobby has perfect timing. We can't do an ad break right now since we're about to go to another art style. So we'll let that guy run, and then I'll show it off afterwards. No, look at that. I didn't even notice it. Not all the characters have it, but look at Clint here. He has a little bit of shininess on his sprite. It's interesting. Anyone else with shininess, or is it just him? Does he get to be the unique one? It's such a small detail, but it does add a lot to him. Let me go ahead and get some lemonade here. Tasty, Anna. It's almost like you pay him to do a job, right? I pay him with love. Doesn't that count? Oh boy. Since we're waiting though, let's do some neck stretches. We'll start off by going to the left here a little bit. And then we'll go to the right here a little bit. And hi Paula. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Right a little bit here. And love can't buy McDonald's nuggies. You think he wants McDonald's? We have McDonald's nuggies at home. I make great chicken nuggies. They're delicious. He can have those, and they'll be made with a lot of love. And yeah, no, I'm going animal forces. You can't. I don't even know he can be classified as an octopus. Let's go ahead and go forward a little bit. And then let's go ahead and go back a little bit. There we are. And then let's go to the side a little bit. Bobby, you union or for Eldritch Virtual Assistance exit. Just saying. Oh boy, we'll go to the left here. You know, he can leave anytime he wants, but he enjoys my Nessa. We'll then go to the left here a little bit. And then we can also go to the right here a little bit, slowly bouncing, not trying to break anything, just trying to stretch. And it's recommended to go about, hold these for about a minute, but we don't have time for a minute. And Bobby, you don't have to bow down to this tyrant. You can do better than this. Hold on, now I'm a princess, not a tyrant. There's a big difference. difference. You know, if I was a tyrant, I'd be a queen, but no, it's very different, princess, very different. We'll go ahead and turn here. You can also hold down about here. And okay, my head now spin 360 degrees, is that okay? Does it hurt? If not, then maybe I'm no human specialist. Oh boy, let's go to the left a little bit here. And then let's go to the right a little bit here, just slowly bouncing, slowly bobbing. And then we can go ahead and turn to the down again, to the left a little bit. We can go down, and it no longer hurts. Can you feel it? And I have no other choice. I'm using the forbidden drawing method of drawing Ersa's eyes. Drawing glasses. You know, that is a good idea. It stopped hurting after 160. You know, I would talk to a doctor instead. Might be a little bit more handy. And, oh gee, what did my, cat just type here? Oh, it's speaking a language beyond your comprehension, and welcome back from the ad break. Alrighty then, so in the hour we have left remaining, I want to see if we can cover 2 more styles of noses. We have here, and what I recently just found out, and when I say recently, I mean this morning, we have, what's this one called again? Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem. They have pretty anime noses, I say, and they also look a lot different than the Stardew Valley noses. I think Stardew Valley out of all of these is cartoonish, but it feels cartoonish and realistic at the same time. I can imagine this, for example, in like a picture book. This definitely feels like it would belong in an old anime's like manga or something. I can see it. And then we have these noses I want to take a look at, and then also these noses. Now, these are 100% anime inspired, so I'm curious to see if for these noses from this game called Fields of Mystria, do they use any of the anime ideas where you just use a line and a dot? And now that I'm looking at them in detail, I would say no, they don't, which is interesting. I would have assumed as much. This one here does a little bit, the anime look of the nose, the really small, super tiny nose as the head's turning, and orc. So, you know what? Let's start off by looking at the most anime nose we can find, and then we can... Yes, indeed. Very anime inspired. Oh boy. Let's see here. Yep, we'll take a look at the, he even has the flushed face. Yep, we'll grab this one here just to begin. So we'll go ahead and copy you here, go to here. We'll start off with Fields of Mystria and grab you here, close you here, don't need you anymore. And we'll go to you here and you here. So we'll save you, make our reference die copied, paste it here, about bearish, and we'll continue down the line. Okay, so for your face lady, I think your name starts with an A, if I remember correctly. And let me get some lemonade here. I am out of lemonade now, which is a shame. No more coffee, no more lemonade. Now I'm just left with water. Yuck. Let's see. We'll slide it down here, and then a lady? Yeah, she's a lady. We'll go ahead and scroll out here and here. Okay, so with this idea, and I'm wondering as well, and me and my nose have a complicated relationship, and it's a little rebellious. Oh boy, looking at her face here, does it feel like it still follows that idea of triangle? Are we still getting triangle nose, despite the fact that it's more in the anime style? Can we still see a triangle? And I think we can. If I click on draw here, click on that guy here, I think her name's Adeline, one of the two. I feel like I'm getting closer. Her nose bridge possibly would be the very tip of the nose, right? So maybe you'd have that triangle go here. This might be then the bottom of the triangle. So maybe it goes here and here and here. And then maybe you would have the rest of the nose kind of go here. And that's why the face is kind of curving around. It's curving around the nose. And Adderall? No, that's definitely not her name. Oh boy. So with that idea in mind, let's try adding more nose, actually. Yeah, let's try that. I'm curious to see. If we give her less of an anime nose, can we give her less of an anime nose? We copy you here. Let's modify some sprites. So I'll go back into here. I'll go here, new layer for here, new layer for you here. If we were to modify her nose a little bit, how might we do it? When we look at the references for the other noses, what are we seeing? For the other noses, there's a gap between the two. Is there always a gap? Let's see. Yeah, usually there's a gap. So we'll want to make sure that there's a gap for her eyes and her nose. And there also seems to be some anti-aliasing depending on what it is, but there is a darker color here. I think we can just grab his nose, because they're siblings. So let's see. You here. Okay. So if we were to possibly go about here and here for her nose, Oh, it does make a difference. Interesting. We were to do maybe about here and here. Maybe if we go for a lighter color, maybe move that guy up here a little bit and up here. Maybe go for an even lighter color up here and up here as it's kind of curving around. Possibly something like this. Maybe you could even go a little bit more on the anti-aliasings. Let's see. We go back over to here. We can see that there is a little bit of shadow used. There's darkness at the very bottom, and then there's light and edges at the sides. So maybe we can go here. That guy would definitely go about there, I think. Or not that guy there, but I mean a guy there to round it out. So I think something like that possibly would work. And then maybe we could see about adding... no, I think this is fine. Something like this would be what works, I think, a little bit more. And then maybe you could add a line dot, like dot there. Maybe even a dot here, possibly, to show off sides. And I'm proud of the eldritch abominations I have drawn. Oh, no. And those are... oh, my... It's interesting. One line can definitely make a difference. It still feels like she has a nose, but it's a little different. If anything, it also seems to be the case that her nose is diagonal, and that's why this one, more of a straight nose, feels a little bit off. Maybe then to agree with that, or to have it assigned to that there a little bit more, maybe we add that there. Maybe we add a little bit more of a dot here and a dot here for more anti-aliasing, and have it kind of turn inwards. I could see it being I could see it doing something like that. Maybe adding a line there. Interesting. Okay, well then. I want to take a look at the Final Fantasy guys again, and then after that, I would like to do one of this ladies. Well, we don't want to do something too much, but I think this one here. We'll do this one here. I don't want to do an angle that definitely seems like it wouldn't be, or it wouldn't happen realistically. It's just an angle to be a difficult angle. I want to do my best to focus on the more common angles. That's what I really want to try to do. So I'll go ahead and grab this guy here, and grab this guy up here, move him here. So the small edit, and then the other one here. I'll save you. And I want to see about, not our eyes. Do we need the eye study even? I don't think so. I think we're okay here. Let's go ahead and save this guy here, and let's take a look. And whose faces are these? These are, do you mean the face here? So the person or the game? If you mean the person, I got this off of Pinterest. These faces, usually the references here, for example, all of these noses, usually off of Pinterest is where I grab them from. If I grab it off of Twitter, try to make sure that I can find the names of it, because it might be a thing of, well, how do I get that reference, or how do I get that reference? But if you're asking about these faces, I just found them off of Pinterest. I typed in I think I typed in face different angles photos, something along the lines, and it can sometimes give you some clear results. Sometimes they're a little bit blurry though, it just depends. So we'll go ahead and go back to here. With that said, we'll slide you on over, and I wanted to take a look at how the Final Fantasy does the faces. And looking at it, it definitely has a lot of anti-aliasing. That is one thing they already agree to. And you know what I want to try doing? I want to try mixing and matching the faces. So what I mean is, if we were to grab this lady, this lovely lady here, we copy her. What if we were to try to give her now Adeline's nose? Or hold on, you know what? I'm just gonna Google the name. Fields, or you know what? She's being called Pink Lady. Pink Lady it is. Pink Lady, Green Lady. That's easy to remember. We'll go ahead and go back to here, paste you in, and oh, hold on. Never mind, you don't get pasted in. I have to grab you, maybe select you single-handedly. So copy you here, go back to here, paste you in, flip ya, because I wanted to do it something similar to here. Really don't need that much of the body here, so I can also go ahead and remove about there. If it lets me, it's not letting me. Hold on, you're that layer. I see. Okay, well, we don't need that bit, and we can just remove that bit here, and then we can paste this guy here. Okay, so we now have face with line. What happens if we remove it? And hi, Villa Dog. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in. What's going on here? Today, we are taking some time to look at some Pixelart noses and try to learn how to draw Pixelart noses. Once a week, we do these Pixelart studies where we dive into different Pixelart topics. I did not make these, just so you know. This is from a game called Fields of Mystria. This is from a game called Fields of Mystria. This is from a game called Fire Emblem. We're taking a look at the sprites in detail and seeing why their noses work. I can't say my noses are these noses, so we've been slowly, bit by bit, trying to understand. That's also my nose too. Trying to understand different styles. This is from a game called Stardew Valley, and this is from a game called Needy Streamer Overload, I think. Oh, my name, oh man, my name memory is not existent. I don't remember her name either. It starts with an A. It does. It's got like a D in there. It's got like an L. It's got like an E. My guess is Adeline, Adeline, if I had to guess. But she's just going to be called pink lady. That's it. Pink lady, green lady. And what I wanted to do was I wanted to first take her anime nose and I wanted to turn it into something a little bit more realistic, show more lines. And now I want to take her more realistic nose and I want to see if we can make it more anime. So I want to see if we can swap the styles again. It seems to be the case from the researcher. Hold on. According to my research, to my calculations, it seems to be the case that at the very core of a nose drawn, a nose study, there exists a rhombus, a rhombi, and as long as you can understand the feeling underneath the face, you can then make it more detailed or remove the details, depending on which affords you. And boo, I'm up. Hi, Senor Frankie. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. And Adeline? Oh, I was right. And Adeline or something? Yeah, Adeline. I think it's Adeline. It's either Adeline or Adeline. And I got a scram for a minute. No worries at all, chick. No worries at all. So, with all that said and done, as I've never played Fire Emblem, so I couldn't even begin to guess this lady down here. But I have played Fields of Mystria. I can't say that much. It's a fun game. I'll be excited for the full release. What I want to try to do is see about making it look more like this here. What if we remove that nose bridge from the shadows? And why did you leave game dev school, if you don't mind me asking? Not at all. I went to school, or I went to college for game development. I was specifically, game development for computer science. I learned C++. We initially started in Visual Studio, and it was a lot of, oh no, my pen. Give me 1 second. Apparently I dropped my pen. Oh my. And a rhombus? I don't know, that looks like Squidward's nose, more of an eggplant. I can see an eggplant too. Yeah, fair enough, an eggplant could be seen. Oh my, where was I? Yes, so I dropped out because about 2 years in, we were still in Visual Studio and we weren't in a game engine. And I wanted to learn how to make a game in a game engine. And up until that point, about 2 years in, we were still dealing with the command, the CMD, the console. We were still making games in the console. And I wanted to make games in engines. And I also realized around that point that in order to become a game developer, you don't need a degree. You really only need a degree if you want to go into AAA games, so something like Riot or Blizzard. But if you plan to be an indie developer, it's not as needed. It's not really required. So you can, instead of spending money on college, instead use that money for some online courses here and there, and then more self-teaching. I don't know. I don't like that. And let's see. Wait, this was the vision you have? I see the vision. And this nose or different types of nose gives or class of V shape, and this nose is definitely more soft of V. Whew, I have no idea what I just read. Oh my, but I can definitely see the eggplant. With that said, what was I gonna say? I forget a lot. But that's all right. Yes, I wanted to see if we can make her face a little more like this anime sort of shaded fading. So to do that, we know for certain that there's not really a line here. So let's go ahead. Let's just slowly bit by bit, and oh, my throat. Give me 1 second. Let's slowly bit by bit see if we can give her more of an anime nose. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is we'll start off by removing that darker line there. Just remove it, then let me move this guy up here to where I can see it a little bit more. So we'll remove that line there. It seems to be the case that there's not a lot of lines, not a lot of shading going on there. And then there's a lighter color. There's a color that's a little bit lighter. So is there a color that's a little bit lighter than that color? I would say maybe that color there. And the dose wants to make some AAA games without knowledge. Or, oh no, not Visual Studios. I don't like that. Oh, VS is in Visual Studios. I see. Happy Easter, happy Easter. And in AAA games without knowledge. Yeah. The thing is, unless you're working at a big team and it's for a company or something, then not really it's required, because it's a thing of, well, you don't meet our qualifications. Sometimes you can get a job where you have a portfolio, but I wanted to start making a portfolio instead of learning concepts. That was my thing, and do it. Oh boy. And that said, let me go ahead and move this guy here. So with that added, now it seems to be the case that you would add in a kind of triangle for more of a blushy sort of feel, and oh, that does make it look anime. Interesting. Like a little blush here, little teeny tiny blush. Maybe you can even see about adding in, let's see, is there a brighter color than this, or is this the brightest color we have? I'm thinking mix in a color, so you would go halfway with anti-aliasing here. You might see about, oh, I can't even see it. Hold on. Go that color here, add that color in, grab this color here. We would move that color here and see about adding like a little bit of anti-aliasing, a little bit of roundness along the edges. Look at that. That is interesting. I can definitely say as much. Huh. Interesting. The thing is as well is that this is a straight line, So if anything, really, it would be about this here and that there. So move that to there and there. There we go. Something like that instead. And I'm trying, but there's stuff I want to do first. I see. As long as that's another thing too. College was very stressful. I am of the person who tends to do things last minute, but I also have a few medical conditions, which mean that sometimes I'm unable to do things in the allotted time. For example, I have to cancel streams sometimes because I get really bad headaches. So it's a thing of just, with college, you have a lot of deadlines, and that did not line up with me getting headaches very often. So being able to do things like this, where I can just do indie game development and also stream, it's a lot nicer. It's definitely a lot nicer and a lot less stressful too. I can say that much. But that said, it's interesting how just those small touches changes the feel of the sprite. It definitely feels more on the realistic side now, and maybe it's just because of the eyes. Maybe because the eyes are more of an anime style that it feels that way. And hi, is it Sneedstein or maybe Sneedstein? Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Hey, Eris, always fun to draw anime girls, isn't it? It's lovely. It's a lot of fun. I do agree. Interesting. Okay. Well, those mental notes have been made. Interesting. Okay. So, with the time we have, I wanted to take a little bit more of a look at different noses and different styles from artists on Twitter. Since we do have some time, I definitely think I understand the nose idea. And the thing is, depending on what you're doing, what's the purpose of the nose? For example, look at this nose! It's so pretty! And there's just different sizes! Look at this one here! It's so adorable! It's a little button nose! Depending on the characters. So I wouldn't want to just draw noses, I would want to draw faces, which is why I'm a little hesitant to continue on the idea of different faces. I would either take the face here and do the different noses. It depends. And the purpose of the nose is to breathe. No, you could do your mouth. You could become a mouth breather. And my autistic brain may help, but having an ADHD brain at the same time is someone in a conflict. It is very hard of focusing. I do know that much. Let's see. I'll save this guy here. And with that said, yes, let's go into here, PRF. And I'll go ahead and grab this guy here, grab this guy into here, grab this guy into here and here. So I wanted to take a look at some of the noses from Twitter. And I wanted to start off with, oh, you know what? Before that, let's revisit these noses from the Pixelart of the day. Now that we have an idea of what's going on here, can you see the triangle? Let's start off with what we know. Let's start off with the very detailed guy we saw before. I'll go ahead and go to draw here. And where do I see the lines at? I see a line here, definitely. We have that line here. We then have the bit of the nose here and here. Something like that, if I had to guess. Triangle. All right, well, what about this lady, who's a little bit more on the detailed side? I can see this being, first, that side there, which means possibly that the nose exists something like this here and that there, if I had to guess. That would be her nose, that rhombus there. And then other dark data's done and will only chill alongside the stream. Oh boy. Terrifying, I say. Terrifying. And then here, now that we understand the squiggle a little bit more, can we understand what that little squiggle means? Yeah, now that we understand the nose a little bit more, I think that squiggle is meant to represent the bottom of the nose. So I think his nose would look a little something like this. It would come up a little bit here. And then you'd have the bit that kind of comes out here and out here. So somewhere along the bottom is what I think this is supposed to show. Maybe it's more so of a thing like this here. So you kind of have the bit on the side. And it's interesting. Okay, yeah, I understand it a lot more than I did before, which is the point. It's not to build Rome in a day. It's just to understand that those things exist out there and we can slowly revisit them. And I read this folklore book recently. Noses are also a great way to foreshadow someone is a fairy, or at least not what they seem. Interesting. I would have thought ears would be a good fairy tale. Oh, how interesting. And yeah, we need to curve it in front of the eye. Hold on. The breathing, or do you mean this here? Do you mean, if I had to guess, hold on, hide this here, go for draw here. Do you mean curve it in front of the eye? So something like this? Like that there? And then that there? Is that what you're saying? Something like that there, and then that there? Like that instead? Yeah, I see, yeah. The bridge of the nose. I got ya. I wish I had the other one I just did so we can compare and contrast them. Otherwise, the nose is too flat. Very fair point too, yeah. Very fair point. Let's see. Zooming out, now that we can definitely see the noses behind it. Here again, we have, let's see if I right click this guy, we do draw, noses. I definitely see the first guy, the easier of them. We have the line there, we have the guy that goes in, let's see. Now, is it here and here that you would see the bottom bit, there and there, and then have that guy there? I can see that being the nose, definitely. We have here, let's see. Going down here, again, we have another anime nose. Can we see where the line is? We know for certain that this bit here, the shiny bit, would be the part of the nose, one nose. I think this is the tip of the nose, so possibly we have maybe this guy kind of going on here. Maybe we can see here to here, possibly. Maybe that would be it. This one's a little bit tricky just because it is an anime nose, so maybe the plan of attack here is that you would have to start off with looking at a lot more realistic pixel art to get a good idea of what the noses look like. And speaking of, let's go ahead and look at some realistic pixel art. I believe, let's see, realistic, yeah, this one here from Miru. Miru, we'll say Miru. If you find any of these artists appealing, you'll also be able to see their Twitter handle, so you'll be able to check out some more. And this I would consider more on the realistic side. You get like a dwarf guy here, then another dwarf guy here, I think too. They have bigger noses, but you can definitely see the nose, which is good. I think that's the good thing, or that's an important thing. When starting to learn something, choosing the easier options, choosing the more obvious studies, very important so you get a good grasp of the very basics. Trying to go instantly for just a single dot on an anime nose, while it might be your end goal, starting from there might make things a little bit more complicated. When I look at this guy, I know for certain that this is going to be the line here because I can see it. I also know that it's going to go this way because it is going all the way over there, so you go this way. He would then also go this way here. We then know kind of goes out there and then kind of goes there. That would be the nose, definitely. And you and me both. Let's see. We'll then go down here, and again we have this guy. So you kind of go out here, kind of go out here, and then we kind of go up here and out here. And sometimes I see, that's the thing, sometimes I see the nose kind of looking like that, depending on if the nose is going upwards or downwards. I'm okay with just doing this, unless we can see the very bottom of it. I think just two triangles to show the different shapes. Even down here, you could say, all right, wider nose, we have the halfway point here. We then have this guy kind of coming outwards, coming outwards, coming outwards, and coming outwards. Something like that, just a triangle. So, looking at this guy here, this one's by Mawaki, maybe, possibly. This portrait here of a nose, we can see some bits underneath it. So in this case, maybe you would say that this guy here, oh, hold on, this guy about here, and then you have a bit here, so this would come out a little bit, and then maybe you would say this kind of comes out a little bit here, so maybe there and there. And since we can see some of the bottom, it might be more so like this instead, since we can see some of the bottom of the nose, the nostril bits, something like that. And so the fair folk often don't have noses. Oh, interesting. I have heard of not noses specifically, but just different features removing or getting added or getting removed. And this here is more definitely, this is by Delicious here. And the nose, again, are we seeing the triangle shapes? I definitely see a really big nose triangle shape here. It's such a, what is it, the shading. I really like how this just feels like a cone. You can feel the dimension in it, which I just think is so lovely. If we go here, that would be that bit there, that would be that bit there. That, and then we could maybe even say that there for the rest of the nose. We would want to add more points to it. It's super duper interesting. The fact that you can take pixel art and just make it either cartoony like this or do other things. And I definitely think, just as something I would do and something I do plan to do, is I think I'm gonna have to do a lot more of just this here, where I look at different parts of pixel art, go over and doodle over them, draw over them, and try to identify what I'm seeing. For example, now we're doing a nose study, but if I were to do a hair study, I might try to see, okay, what shapes am I seeing for braids? What parts of it am I looking at? And that could give me a better idea of how to translate my pixel art. So yeah, I would say one thing that gets overlooked a lot is your observation skills. Right now, this could be an exercise of learning pixel art. Just trying to do your best to spot something. This one's by Omel Mackle, possibly? Oh boy, I just feel like I'm butchering it every single time. This one I would say is more of an anime style. Well, not even anime. I would call this more cartoony. I would categorize anime as just nose, or no nose. You can't see the nose. This one here, you can definitely see it. You would see this bit here. We then have, let's see, this bit here. Possibly, oh, hold on. This bit, let's see. We go down here, we go down here, we go down here, here, and then we'd come down here. Something like that, I think, would be the nose. And I'm just seeing this triangle a lot more than I was seeing before. That's definitely true, and I'm happy. I'm very happy. I wasn't sure how today was going to go, and if today would be super duper effective, but just knowing things slowly. And this would be a harder nose, for example, because it's a little bit tricky to see what's going on. We know that that white dot's probably the very tip of the nose, so if anything, it's probably, let's see, just doing a guess. Doesn't have to be right, but just a guess. Let's see, maybe that would go here, like that there. Maybe then the nose would come up here, maybe the nose would come up here, and then maybe the nose would come here, and maybe the nose would come here. Maybe that's the way the nose looks, and then you just pay attention to this area here for the anime part of it. Okay, let's do a few more, And then let's try again on our noses. We have an orc nose here. This is by Bira, and we've looked at some of their pixel art before, and it's interesting how they can go from super detailed nose to more of an anime nose. Again, where you can see just the very tip of it. So this guy here, let's see. If we do you here and you here, probably, and then this guy would go here, kind of back in line there, and Bira, Insane Arts, yeah, their art is lovely. I like how cartoony it feels. We then have this bit here, so this bit can go over here. This would then be the triangle that we see there, and then we have the bit that goes down here. This guy goes up here, this guy goes up here. So I would assume the nose is something like that there. Next up, we have, if I zoom out a little bit here, ooh, this one's a little bit different. This guy has a super duper small nose because he's an orc. And for this nose, I'm not seeing a lot of nose bridge. And not just because it's the anime, where the anime just has this bit visible. Usually, there's a lot of spacing between the eyes and that circle bit oh, you can't see, hold on. Here we are. Usually, I was saying that there's a lot of spacing between the eyes, and then you get to the circle part. For him, maybe just because he is an orc, there's no spacing here. The nose has been moved way up to here, right beside the eyes. So maybe if you were more human, you would see the nose instead look something like down here. It was just as an example. But because he's orc, he gets a little bit differently. His nose goes all the way up. And this definitely feels like a thing of just, once you know the rules, you can break the rules. So instead, his nose becomes a super duper tiny triangle like this here. It's not even really a triangle. It's gotten so exaggerated. Oh boy, something like this, I think. He's kind of like a triangle, but it's like a triangle turned upside down. Oh boy. It's super interesting. Okay, and one more. Let's see, one more. And why didn't you continue with C++? I wanted to, well, I had intentions of doing so, but I wanted to get immediately into learning a game engine, and my game engine of choice was Godot, because it is open source, along with a few other reasons I enjoyed it, and one of them being not only is it open source, but I like the look of it. And so I chose the programming coding language associated with Godot, which is GDScript. So I went from learning C++ to immediately GDScript, since that was the engine. So because I wanted to really get into engine stuff, I immediately dropped C++ since it wasn't part of Godot. Well, now, while Godot does have, I believe, what's the word I'm looking for? While it is friendly, I think it works with C#, I wanted an engine where I could have my programming and everything else in that one engine. So that's why I swapped from learning C++ into GDScript. Since GDScript you can have in Godot itself, and you don't have to have another program open and another monitor. This is also a time where I only had one monitor. Right now I have 3, but once upon a time I had 1, and it made trying to do a lot of things the head hurt. Let's see. Let's go ahead and slide this guy upwards here. Let's do this one here. Okay. Gatekid's another lovely artist. They're what is it? Undertale animations, very bouncy animations. If you're looking for animation references, I would recommend Gatekid. Very, very silly. Let's see. Looking at this, what I'm thinking is, again, we have that singular dot. Anime dot. And looking at you here, I'm gonna guess that dot signifies the bottom of the nose. So if this is to be the bottom of the nose, and we make it into the little triangle here that you would see for the nose, then that means that this is the center of the nose. So it'll probably be, this is the center, and then this guy would come out here for one side, and this guy would come out here for one side. I can definitely see it. And it just surprises me again that for something so detailed, it just gets reduced down to being a few pixels. A few, what would this be? 1, 2, 3, 4. A 4 or 3 by 4. It's wild how that much detail can be put into it, because I can see the nose now. I couldn't see it before. And triangle nose? Yep, and hi, boop, boop. Oh, that's fun. Boop, boop. Welcome to the stream. And got a right now a cheesecake, or got him cheesecake glazed and cooling. Ooh, cheesecake, that's some of my favorite cake. And C++ is only really needed for optimization, which most engines should help with. Interesting. I've been told that C++ is the hardest one, which is surprising because it's the first one I was taught. And I would expect maybe something simpler. Oh, nice. Lucky you. Oh, boy. And did I miss something? Hold on. Let me just double check here. I believe we're good. Lovely, lovely. And with that said, let's see. The last one I wanted to check out, was there in real C++ really fast? Yeah, I know a big part of the class was optimization, which also I didn't like. I didn't like learning about byte codes and the linked list. Nope. Definitely did not. I wanted to make games, and we were talking about looking into, well, granted, it is important, but I get bored very quickly when it's not something I enjoy. So a lot of it went in one ear as soon as it said, oh yes, you have to learn this for a test. But as soon as the test ended, I completely forgot it because my mind thought, yeah, I don't need this. I want to make games. What part of this makes it mean games? So I ran into a problem of always forgetting everything. And C++ is for efficient and mental torture. Oh boy. And assembly, oof. I've heard a lot about assembly. Let's do this last nose here. So I right click this guy and we go for draw here. What are we seeing for this nose? This one makes it a lot easier because we can see the bottom of it. So maybe it would be like this. And trust me, programming concepts are important. They are 100%. Specifically, sorting algorithms. That's another thing. Sorting algorithms. I have not ran into the problem where I need to know the difference between a bubble sort and a different one. Not really. But we did a whole semester on sorting algorithms, which yes, are important, but they aren't like the first thing to learn is what I'd say. They're like the thing you learn down the line when you need them. I was learning a lot of things that I didn't need to apply. That was the issue. Let's see, we go down here, and if I do that guy, oh right, nose bend, right? So maybe that there. But I'm gonna make it just a straight line. We're just dealing with straight lines right now. I would say maybe that guy here, hold on, that guy there, that guy there, that there. That would be the nose, if I had to guess. And the stain, or the silencer, or the miracle. And as an e-learning manager, just listening to the last 5 minutes puts my brain into overdrive with learning concepts. And that probably is why I'm mentally ill. I can program C++ in a dream. Oh, that does sound like fun. I mean, these days languages doesn't matter as much unless you're making a really intensive game. Yeah, optimization's not as important, which is good. It's nice. And let's see, I did read that as well. I think C++, C# Godot is kind of a pain. I have heard. That's the thing too. While you can use C#, I want to try my best to use one thing. So since Godot has its own programming language, I decided to learn that instead. And I've been told it's similar to Python, so everything ends up working out well. Alrighty then, so since we have traced over some noses, let's now see about drawing that initial nose I was talking about. So let's try drawing this nose now. Now that we know an idea, let's just quickly, not even trying to do an entire face, but just looking at it, seeing if we can understand it. Fun? That sounds like something from a Stephen King book! Oh boy. Let's see, I'll drag this guy over here. I'll drag you back into draw here. And then let's see. I'll grab you here, I'll grab you here, select you here, scroll out here, and I can go ahead and paste you possibly in your area about here. Okay, we'll do that there. And then to make things super duper simple on us as well, I'll just grab colors from another character. And no, it's from SpongeBob. S is for friends, or F is for fire that burns down the whole town. U is for uranium, bombs, and it's for no survivors. Let's see, back to here, and then we'll go to you here, and then you here. Okay, so I'll drag you about up here and here. Let's pay attention to the nose again. So, I made it small already. Let's make it a little bit bigger. And at least you didn't learn Java. I'm thankful every day I don't use it. I do want to learn Java at some point because I've always had an interest in modding Minecraft. So at some point I'm gonna have to learn Java, but I wouldn't want it to be the first language I learn. We'll go back into here, draw. So, looking at our nose, and C-E-E on the mic again. Oh boy. Let's see here. So, looking at our nose, we have the very tip of the nose. If I go back to here, very, very tip of the nose, we have the bit here, kind of go down there. We have the side of the nose so that we can see some of it. And then we have the very flat bit of the nose. Granted, you can kind of see a little bit more. And this is where, instead of having a really long line, for example, here and here, like this for the nose, you would want to think about, okay, there's a little bit of a break point between them. So maybe I think, okay, the nose is rounder. So now we have another triangle. But because we're trying to simplify it by a lot, I'm keeping it 2 triangles instead of 3 triangles. And Java's great if you want to program at the moments or gas pumps or ATMs or gas pumps. Interesting. I don't know too much about the differences in programming or the differences in coding language because it's that thing of, again, I'm most likely not going to remember it unless I really do need to know that information. So for the most part, it's been a thing of, okay, I've heard about these things, I know they exist, I just don't know the specifics. We'll go ahead and go back to here and here, go back into here, about there, I think is good for me. Let me go ahead and save this guy here. We'll go ahead and grab this guy here, make you a little bit bigger here, and we'll do you about here. And what's the consensus on Lua? I know at one point I did try to learn Lua because of a Minecraft mod where you could program in the game using Lua. Oh boy, but I very quickly realized, yeah, nope, not a good idea. I would be here for ages. We'll go back into here, go back into canvas size, and we'll make you a little bit bigger along this line here. And computer craft, yeah, computer craft. I do remember it was such a lovely mod. Let's see, canvas size, we'll make our canvas size. We're gonna make it with plus 128. So plus 128, we'll have you slide over to the left. You know, we'll go to the right. We'll go to the right a little bit here. Okay, so with everything we know now, let's go ahead and try to make a face. Now, do we want to use? What character? I do like the pink idea. So we're gonna use Sally's colors. I think her name's Sally. Maybe. Sandra? Her name starts with an S. At the very least, and Lewis isn't bad for mods. Civilization 4 uses Lewis scripts. Interesting. I have heard that it's just more of a bare bones, what is it called? Bare bones programming language. There we are. We'll slide this guy up here, slide this guy over here. Okay, so from everything we've learned, from everything we know, let's see how well we can do this. What are things we can take right away? What are things we can write over to try to make this into more of a 32 by 32 face? And my last C++ project is probably over 2K lines long, split into multiple files, but it's one of the first programs. It's a mess. And for the microtransaction has a microcontroller, has a UI built. Oh, how fun! Let's see. And I did that as well. Okay, so looking at this face, we know for certain that the half of the face kind of comes around here, just about. Then we kind of have this bit here for the head, and then this bit kind of comes in words, and then this bit kind of comes in words. So I'm just trying my best to see, okay, what proportions are we seeing for the head? Since I now can kind of see it a little bit, this definitely is not too good of a guide. Undo there, and undo there. Yeah, okay. This is more of the face I want to see. I'm gonna do something more here and here. That would make it a little bit easier to see the face. So that said, we can kind of first start off here and here. We'll make sure I do it correctly by dragging it out to the side. There we are. And also making sure we're on the right layer. So there and there. We'll then go ahead and have this guy go here. So have it coming a little bit backwards here. There's a little bit more face here. We know that this guy kind of goes outwards, and we don't need to, again, worry about too much of the details. The good news is that we can just slowly start carving away as we do go everything bit by bit. So I'm just going to do this here. This will be our face. This will be the beginning of the face. I'll copy you up here, paste you here so that we have a backup should we need it. Next up, we know that the eyes kind of have a little bit of, well, it depends. The eyes get a little bit of a socket sometimes not. An egg. Oh boy, let's see. I'll go ahead and add our first eye here. So maybe we can have an eye kind of come here. You know the eye kind of comes down though a smidge. So maybe we can have the eye kind of come down here. Maybe the eye can kind of come down here and here possibly. And we can also add the white for the eye. So we can get a feel of where the eye would go and where the rest of it would go. So possibly we can make something like this here. And again, I'm not trying to focus too much on the eye. I just want to see if we can get a good eye, an idea down for our eye. Let's see. I noticed right away, and it's just things I'm slowly trying to pay attention to. The nose has a lot going on. The eye has a lot going on. For the faces that were turned, do we have any turned faces we can kind of see a little bit more of? This would be a case of taking our reference and looking to see what these faces do here. It seems to be the case that even when the face is turned and you can't see all of it, the eye is still the way it looks. I might be going in, okay, and Air's just no! Oh boy. And what does fancy anagram mean? Does that mean that, what is it? Things that represent other things? We'll go ahead and do that instead, I think. And then we'll do this guy here. And then we'll set this guy to being maybe something like this instead. So an eye like that. That could work too. Something there and there. Then we'll add in the line here and here, though her eye kind of moves to the side a little bit here. So maybe we do something like that. Now, can I make your eye a different color? Maybe, possibly. Like maybe if we do this color here. You know what? We'll just do that color. And then I need a blue color or at least a darker color for the light. Just to feel a little bit of something going on about there and there, possibly. And then we see about doing just a little bit of a brighter color. Or never mind, I guess we won't. Or we could do that color. This color, that color, those two colors. And language server protocols, it's where the power autocomplete gives error codes and so on. Interesting. Let's see, we'll go back here, do that there and that there. There we are, something like that. And we see her other eye, her head is kind of tilted too, something I'm noticing. So maybe we can have this guy kind of go up a little bit here. Something, oh, excuse me, my throat. Something there and there. Maybe then we can have another eye kind of go here and here. Right now, I'd say it's more on the cartoony side just because it doesn't have a lot of anti-aliasing, which is a-okay too. It's a matter of how much do we want to do at the moment. And what I'm trying to consider is specifically the feel of it. And then we can kind of modify it from there. So see about adding this guy here, adding this guy here. You can see about adding even maybe have this guy kind of come over in here, over in here. Maybe we can have you go over a little bit here and here. It definitely looks like the face is getting tilted. And I did learn a bit more programming at work so the next one will be a lot cleaner, but I'm already over 8 pages. I hope I can stream around some dev on that project. Oh, that does sound fun. And I don't recall if I do remember. I don't remember if I do remember. Ah, yes, indeedy. I will have to, hold on, let me just do this so I can remember to remind myself. Lots of reminding. Let me click on that and open up that there so I can save it for later. There we go. Okay, I'll save that there for later. I am quite curious. Let's see, move that there and there. So we'll go ahead and have the eye, maybe have the eye dark bit here, go back there. So something like that there, and then that there. That can definitely work out. Now, we saw earlier her face is kind of tilted downwards, so maybe we can have this guy go down a little bit more. That's definitely something we noticed. We also noticed that the face kind of comes out a little bit here, so maybe we have it coming out a little bit more here. Maybe then we can kind of have the cheek coming out a little bit more. So maybe we just have it come out just a smidge more. Just a smidge more there. And I swear from Dune, Leto was described as having an aquiline nose, meaning he was descended from Roman nobles. I have never heard of Leto nor Dune. Let's see. We'll go ahead and see about the nose now. And we know for certain that the nose kind of, it depends. Let's start off what we know, which is that we need to know a lot of things. Yes, indeed. I'll grab this guy here. We'll move this guy to underneath our guideline here. And let's see about the angle of the nose. We know for certain that it's going to be most likely just a bit here and then a bit here. So possibly something about there and there for our nose. And then we have the underneath of the nose here too. And I don't remember therefore I don't remember the great philosopher Eris Ezra. Oh boy. Let's see. We'll add in this guy here. I think this guy here, possibly something there and there. I could see that being the nose here, something there and there. So something where you can see the side of it. This guy kind of coming maybe downwards. So maybe we kind of have this here and here. This is just supposed to be an idea of what it could be for our nose. So we'll just save that there. From that, we'll go back to our face here. So I can go ahead and do a new layer here. And it's over, but the point of the nose is can signify lineage. Oh, I see. Specific noses. I can understand that. So let's see here. Next up for our nose, we know that we have the very tip. So it just depends. We'll grab this guy here for now. And let's see about making the very bridge of it. We know we don't want to go right beside the eye, or we can. It just depends on the person. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this come out a little bit like that there. I'm thinking maybe we can have that kind of go here and here, to have the nose kind of bending outwards. And then we know that this bit would come around a little bit, so possibly something like that, or we could even go maybe something here and here for a bigger nose, but we're gonna see how we can do something smaller. So I'm thinking here and here, and then we can know that, or we can add then another nose or another bit maybe here and here, possibly, though it looks a little bit too big. So what I might do is maybe we can do this guy here, that guy there, or maybe we can do that guy there. If we get rid of the guideline, so if we get rid of, oh no, what layer are you, guideline? Hold on, you're that layer. Oh, I made it right over the face. Okay, hold on, let's see. Guideline, that's that layer there. There's this layer here for that guy here, yep, and then this guy here. Grab those colors, remove that there, paste into here for guideline, then go ahead and just fill this guy in with all of that color there that we should have for our guideline. There we are. And I've drawn studies so much today, I'm just happy to be here at this point. My brain entered Pong mode. Yeah, at some point, the brain definitely just realizes, okay, maybe we slow down a little bit, slow the roll. And that maybe would be the nose, but I think we could definitely modify it a little bit more. So let's see. We grab this guy here. We have this guy go over to, hold on, wrong layer here. There we are. So our side guy here, and remembering going back to the other guys we saw before, there's the idea that when the nose is tilted, we can definitely do a darker color here, and then a tip, and then nothing else. We don't have to add anything else if we don't want it. We're going for more of an anime style. And what we noticed here as well is that the one side and then the tip. So, depending on what we want to do, what is it we want to do? And hydration sure can do,
the
sure can do.
underscore Whitechapel just redeemed hydrate.
Hydration done and done. Thank you for that redeem, Chapel. Let's see, we'll slide back down here. And what I'm going to go ahead and do is, we'll grab this guy here, and then we'll go ahead and copy you here, just so we can have you on reference for there and there. And then we'll go down here, slide you down here, and also grab these guys here. Since they also, I think, play a part, depending on how detailed you want to go with something. Because we're doing such a small sprite, it might not be too big of a deal to do, for example, anti-aliasing. It just depends. So we'll go ahead and zoom in here, grab this guy here, and let's see. I'll zoom in just a little bit here. So this style follows the idea of having some of the face go inwards and then the mouth. And when we're looking at this lady here, that is kind of what's going on. So an idea we could do is if I just copy this here, hold on, let me make sure I know what I'm copying. That's the nose on top. So we can definitely make that layer go to our nose layer here. That's the nose, and then we have the face. So I'm going to just copy the face here. Just as oh, never mind, undo here, and then copy this guy here, copy it, paste. Oh, what layer are you now? You're that layer. You're definitely our face layer. So I guess I'll move you down to here because your face. Yeah, okay. And well, if you had a chaotic artist that giggles and a high-pitched very often a good source of enjoyment, that's certainly Pong mode. Oh boy, I know sometimes there's been, what is it? There gets to 4 hours and then now my mind is just slowly going back and forth. It gets to a point where I can certainly feel the same. But rarely does it ever. Usually, what's the word I'm looking for? Not determination. Not the word that means that you resolution, constitution. Constitution might work. Constitution, resolution. I think resolution is the word I'm looking for. Stay resolute. I don't know who says that. It's a game character, but I think resolution is the word I'm looking for. We'll go ahead then and see about moving this guy here. Resilience? Yeah, resilience. Endurance? Resilience is the word I'm looking for. The R one. Yep. We'll go ahead and slide this guy inwards a little bit more. So what I'm thinking is, if we move this guy inward here, have this guy kind of come inwards a little bit more here and here, that definitely feels like a face. Interesting. Okay, so if we move this guy inwards a bit more here, we'll zoom in here. We can definitely add a bit more, for example, side cheek, it seems like. So maybe if we do this guy here, that's a little bit too much cheek. You don't need all that. We'll move me do that here and here. And then you would add in the shadow of the face. So if we go back here to Sandy and grab the shadows, you can grab those two guys. So this is where you would have that line kind of go outwards and curve. So instead, what you might see is if back in our nose, what we might have is, as I grab the nose here that I completely forgot to drag over. So we have that there, and we have our guideline here. And that's Stay Resolute from Garrett. Yes. Getting flashbacks already. I think my mind just wanted to forget them. But yeah, Garrett, yep, I can see it. And no matter what you speak, a 10 Mach speak, we'll see. It just goes from being either speech that makes sense or just rambling and babbling and yapping. Most of the time, someday, at a point, it becomes just background noise. But oh man, Garrett, yep, I can see it now. Let's see. So for this nose here, one thing we can do, for example, is just imply that there's a nose. So maybe we do something like this here instead, where this is the very tip. So we can just go ahead and remove that there, because this is the part of the face. And then this guy here would be where we have the eyebrow line, and that eyebrow line then, if I scroll down here, we can see eyebrow line, we get a little bit of that triangle face, and then this is the rest of the face here. So we might get something more so like this here, and then, oh, hold on, fill this in with this guy here. And that's the guy with the hammer. It's the guy that spins with the sword. That I don't know the guy with the hammer. Would that be, I can't think of a guy with a hammer. There's a little creature with a handle, a hammer, but guy with a hammer. Jace does have a hammer, doesn't he? And I'm gone for the day. No worries at all, Droney. Thank you for drawing, and have a nice rest, and thank you as well. And I hope you have a lovely time tomorrow if you do stream doing your programming. That's always nice to hear. Let's see. We have this guy bit here and this guy bit. I'm wondering, but it's a female? Poppy, yeah, Poppy is the one. He's the little creature. And you're welcome. Let's see. That guy there, that guy there. I'm wondering if we do then this guy here. Oh, hold on. And yeah, okay. The thing is, the nose and the face at some point, it feels like we have to merge them together. So something like that, I would think, and then maybe have this guy kind of come up here. Maybe have it come down here. Possibly would be the thing of, and then you would have the mouth and everything, but that can come a little bit later. But doing this and then removing our guideline, and if we then would do, let's see, that would be our darker point. So that would be the darker bit we see, for example, here, like Adeline's face or Adeline's face. And if we were to grab a darker color, so maybe not that dark color, maybe this color here, that's a little bit darker, though it doesn't feel too dark, really. And then if we were to just do this guy here, so this is the separation for the face, so we can do this guy here maybe, and then this guy here and up here and up here. Possibly, I could definitely see that working out. And then you don't even add this guy in. That's just not the nose. But it's interesting. I'm noticing I do enjoy when it has the lines on the nose. Then again, I do like that. That's not too bad either. Maybe it's just because of how violent that orange is, that it feels like a little bit too much. I also want to remove this nose bit here, add it to the face. That way I can just slide the face over. So I want to slide this face over, I think, by like one, maybe move it. Yeah, this versus this. I think that helps by a lot. Or then move this guy over by a little bit here, there and there. Maybe even add that guy there, possibly there. From that, I almost think we can just move this nose back out here, possibly. But I think this can work too. I think that's fine. You would then see about adding the mouth. And didn't the edgy big guy also have a hammer? He has an axe. He has a big old axe that huge axe. The big scary guy has an axe. And then the cool guy that's supposed to be for justice he has a big sword. That's supposed to be the difference, is that one's pointy, one's supposed to be softer. We'll go ahead and add a little smile here. Just a little smile here, maybe like that there, but that doesn't look like a smile. And Darius and Garen Gaiman, oh boy. Let's see, we can add maybe a smile up here and like that up there. And then maybe we add, possibly here, an edge and big guy, Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser does have a mace, but he doesn't have a sword. Or doesn't have a hammer, it's a mace. Let's see, that there. We can definitely add maybe like a mouth here and like that. Move that guy there, definitely. Okay, So the next bit is eyebrows. If we were to add them into here, eyebrows like this here. So let's see. And at this point, I won't believe anything. Oh boy, character design of League is definitely a fun topic to just think about. And specifically a nightfall flinged mace. That is very specific. We'll go ahead and add the eyebrows here too. So something like this here, maybe something like that there, down there. Maybe we can even do something here and here, possibly about there and there. Could work out possibly about there and there. Maybe about here and here-ish. And then we can see about adding in the other bit here. So if we were to give you a bit of darker bit around the face here, maybe we can do something like that there. Though I think the eyebrows, if anything, would come in just a little bit here, possibly like that there. I could see the eyebrows doing, and then this guy here feels also a little bit too thick. So maybe we can do that guy there, possibly. I could see it being, yeah, I could see that working out. Maybe we can add in something there, but I like the idea of there being a line. Never mind, I take it back. I don't like the idea of it being a line. And why don't we talk about League gameplay loop? Depending on the character you play, there is no loop. There's none. I want to add an outline here for the face, so we'll go ahead and see about it. And Kindred's still my favorite champion. I don't care for the meta. I do just looking at the character design, the story behind it. It's a lovely thing. And Kindred, yeah, gotta be just story-wise. So my favorite though. I definitely am still technically speaking a Jin main. Jin's got some of my favorite just ideas. We'll go ahead and make this guy go out a little bit more, and that's like saying one more after 12 games. Yeah. Oh boy, let's go ahead and make this guy go down a little bit. And I'm wondering about here and here, that there, that there, that there. And I'm wondering, and I'm trying my best not to focus too much on just the, what's the word I'm looking for? Too much of the, nope, I don't remember the word. If I do remember, I'll let you know, but nope, don't remember it. The idea between the faces and the sides. Would there be more face here? I do think there would be. It looks like there would be more face. And that explains the 4-letter word usage. He is an artiste. Oh my. Let's see, go back down here and back down here. We'll do this guy about here, I think. And then if we add more, let's see, move that guy here, move that guy here. If we were to add a little bit of anti-aliasing, maybe along the lines here. So maybe a guy here for the sides. So just kind of tapering that line to be not as thick, not as angry in its approach. Something like that there. Maybe if we were to add a bit of a light color here, you could. Truthfully, you could, but I think it's okay. I do like the nose here. I think the face could certainly be changed a little bit, but all in all, I am quite happy with how things have been going. This looks like a cartoony face. That's the face I get from this. I'm not seeing much, what is it, anime in the face. I feel more cartoony, but I do like the way it looks. It's cute. It's getting there. Eventually, I will be able to do something like this, like it's no problem, and I'll be excited for that moment. Okay, well, with that said, with this done, and now add more blush. Add more blush, you said. Add more blush. All the blush. So much blush. Very blush. Really, if you want to go very anime, adding more blush would be that. There we are. An anime blush. And let me get some water here. Let's see. Lovely. And let's see. Okay, stop. That's a 3rd degree. 3rd degree burn. Oh boy. I want to add the little triangle that you would usually see for some of the guy here. Would that be the triangle, or would the triangle be a little bit more like that? Now, it makes me wonder as well, just positioning wise, will we have to lower the eye here? Oh, that does help. Oh, that does help. Hold on. Copy this guy here. And this is what I mean by the idea of, well, it is important to study how to make eyes, how to make noses. Learning the relationship changes so much about it. Just a small change, and it's especially important just because it is pixel art of, does the eye go here? Or does the eye go up here? Depends. I think I like it maybe going here a smidge better. And then maybe we can see about moving the eye over about here, possibly a little bit more over. Maybe there and there. And the composition, yeah, it's the composition of the face. Like that there, I could see it being something like that. Maybe even I would see about could move it down a little bit more. Nope, I think moving it up more. Nope, I like this. I think this works out a little bit better than this one here. But the thing is, it looks like a different person. And are you going for a different person? Is this what you truly want? It depends. It depends all on what you're going for. I could see this maybe moving out and rounding out a little bit more here. I could see, let's see, that going there, and then you would add the hairline, and that would be history, depending on how you want to do it. That would go up there maybe, and then you could, for example, add like hair here, then add hair here, and add a little bit more hair here, and along here, just a little hair. I could definitely see that being a person. And again, I'm getting Stardew Valley feels, which is weird. And the fellow on the right looks like he's suffering. He had to walk so they could all run. That's the thing. Oh boy, we'll go ahead and save this guy here. And with all that said and done, anything else we can do. We can very quickly touch on that anti-aliasing bit. So for example here, I could possibly see about adding a little bit of light here, a little bit of light here, a little bit of light there, possibly a little bit there, and then maybe we can add a little bit more here. So for example, adding that there, could be added. And he got no mouth, and he needs to weep. Oh boy, hold on. I can fix this, I can fix this, I can fix this, I can fix this. Yeah. There we go, it's been fixed. Satisfied check. Oh boy. With that said, we can go ahead and save. Yeah, I would call this a successful nose study. I learned a lot. Maybe not everything I need to know at the moment. Most certainly, not even maybe. I definitely didn't learn everything and everything I would need to know. I would have to do a few more studies, but I can certainly say this face using reference, using the ideas, because technically speaking, there's not ever a point in doing my art where I wouldn't use references unless I was challenging myself. So if I can make something like this with references and everything, and this was attempt number 1 without references, with me just trying to understand things. Yeah, 100%, slowly getting there. Oh boy, I'll be excited next year when I can do these things like there's no tomorrow. And how do you know about fine liner sketching process? I can fix this. I can fix this. Oh boy, I know about, what is it? When I used to do studies in traditional art, I would force myself to use a pen so I wouldn't have to, or so I wouldn't be able to use a pencil and erase over and over again. So it just became a thing of, yes, this mistake. I now have to live with the consequences. And yeah, they all turned out great. Thank you, and thank you as well, Chapel. With that said and everything, let's take a look at what everyone else has been up to. So if I go ahead and do on here, exclamation, let's see, exclamation, DISCORD, Discord. Should you have happened to have drawn a face with a nose, feel free to send it in the Discord. If I go ahead and click on this guy here, we go ahead and slide it over to here, and then we slide it over to, let's see, hold on, if I can find the proper place, here and here, lovely, lovely. And if I go ahead and go into our planning screen here, you should be able to see the Discord if I'm not mistaken. Should be able to see the Discord if I'm not mistaken. It'll navigate all the way here from welcome all the way down to Pixelart study with me. And then you can see the previous studies with me. What was I going to say? I was going to say something, I forgot, and I'm sorry, and I'm not sorry in advance. I know. Should you happen to have drawn different things and related to Pixelart, feel free to also post them in here too. So if you happen to have drawn some flowers before and want to share them, feel free to put them in here. Even if we haven't done a flower study recently, the idea is that it becomes like the, what is it called? It becomes like the Pixelart of the day, where we can get different styles, we can look at different ways different things are drawn, and then you can think to yourself, I like the way this person did this thing, or I don't like the way this person did this thing. So you can then kind of tweak your art to whatever you see on here. And the idea is to hopefully become a melting pot. With that said, we have noses here. So, should you have drawn some noses, feel free to send them. And I did nothing of the sorts. Okay, I'm going to click it, and then I'm going to immediately scroll up. No, hold on, not done scrolling, hold on. Okay, there we go. Scrolling, I think. Are we good? Nope, no, no. Oh no. What did I kind of glimpse of something? Okay, let me just make sure if I click on this guy, I'll open a field view, scroll upwards more. Okay, we're good. Okay. I don't know what I just saw, but I regret so much already. Alrighty then, shall we take a look at some wonderful, definitely not cursed art of the community? Oh boy, let's go ahead and scroll down. Scrolling down. And spoiler tagged because you probably didn't scroll up again. You know what I mean? It's just a little scary, you know so much. Let's see, I can click on this guy here. Oh, it's a little sketch. I see. Hold on. Let me scroll in a little bit here. Oh, it won't let me scroll in. It does. Never mind. It does not. I take it back. I can click on the Aseprite thingamajiggy. Let me grab this guy here. That makes it way easier. Thank you for sending it this way. Now we can see it in all its glory, and I amaze the psychic. Oh, you know what? And that's why I left files. Big brain. Ad break is about to start, so you know, we'll do that ad break before we like a look at everyone's art. That way we don't have to worry about what's the word I'm looking for. Worry about getting interrupted. Yeah. Okay, I'll move this guy down to here instead. There we are. And oh my, I'm excited to see indeedy. We'll zoom in a little bit here to make it a little bit easier to see. And then when we come back, we'll take a look. I'll save this guy here, and then let me get some what here. Water is all good to go. Let's do one final stretch then, since we have some time for some stretching. And what can I say? Next week, I'm not sure. Is another nose study needed? Or do you think we've now graduated to trying to do entire face studies? I think we can try, at the very least. I think we can try entire profile studies, or at least face studies. Is there another part of the face that needs to be known? I guess an ear study would be important to do. Maybe an ear study, sometimes the hair gets covered by the ears, but just looking at these portraits, the entire goal of these studies most recently is to get to a level where we can do portraits like these, for example, for visual novel games. If we were to do visual novel games, what parts of Pixelart would we need? We would need the hair, we might need the clothing, we might need the eyes, maybe not so much the ears, and surely we've made it in time to do a whole visual novel, and the hair gets covered by the ears. Yeah, sometimes, so what about this ear, huh? Can you draw an ear like that? No, I don't think so, maybe you can. Oh boy, maybe we do an ear study next week then, possibly? Maybe, that could be a good idea to do, an ear study to look at the ear. I've never learned how to draw ears before. Not really, not really. Ears. I think ears would be the next thing to cover. An upper chest, shoulder? Could do. That would be super duper specific. I could see why the upper chest or shoulders. The thing is, you can get away a lot with not even doing, at least when it comes to portraits, you can get away with that. So if anything, neck would be the next thing to do, or ears. I don't know if we can spend 4 hours looking at necks. Maybe we can do neck and ears, 2 hours of neck, 2 hours of ears possibly, and enough to make a bust. Yeah, like a bust art, and read that again slowly. The hair gets covered by the ears. The hair gets covered by the ears. Oh. I don't like that. No, it's okay. That is not a bad thing. For example, when the hair is tucked, or hold on, when the hair is tucked behind the ears, yes, sir. Yeah, that the hair gets, hold on, yes, the hair is covered by the ears. Technically, that is a thing, yes. And then maybe photorealistic necks. The only thing I could see about there being an issue, collarbones. When I was learning how to draw anatomy, the collarbone section, the way the neck attaches to the head, or the head attaches to the neck, that was a tricky subject. That was difficult. So I'd say most likely, yeah, seeing about doing collarbone, that would be a good idea. Collarbone study, collarbone and neck. Collarbone and neck, the trapezoid here. Is that called the traps? I forget. It's been a while. Yeah, and then ears. Ears would definitely be a thing. And then I think we could see about putting them all together now that we know the different factors. And okay, you got a point. And I suggest that you look at the previous marked studies and create a checklist. What am I good at? What am I not? What do I need to improve and so on? That's a great idea. Yeah, I agree, Ed. We've done, for example, a hair study before, and then we did another one because I still thought I needed to know other things. For example, I don't think we've drawn braids before. That's something I definitely want to do sometime soon. But since we're back from the ad break, welcome back from the ad break. Shall we look at some lovely art? And that's because the collarbone is attached to the shoulders. That's why I suggest the chest. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, the collarbone, that specific area, and the way that it interacts with the neck specifically because of the, I forget what it's called, the latissimus dorsi, something of the sorts. The muscle that attaches from underneath your neck to the collarbone and allows you to twist. And you see it very pronounced depending on where you're looking. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. With that said, let's take a look at your art now, shall we? I'll go ahead and click on you here, and we have, oh, I do like how you do little different layers. And then we have the very ending. Oh, look at that. You decided to go with the what is it called, the pausing here too. How lovely. I know we're talking about noses, but just the shading on the hair, I like how it feels very, what I'm looking for. Not neon, but just shiny. Yeah, it feels shiny. I see shiny when I look at this. We have the eye parts and we have the shadow, and then here we even have a little bit of shading, and then the nose itself. You know what? Let's see, or you know what? Oh boy, let's see if we can spot the nose on this figure here. Oh, hold on, that's the wrong button entirely. I wanted to just paste this down. If we're looking here, can we spot the nose? Like, click on draw here, and oh boy, and a bit shiny. Yeah, shiny. You know it's bad when you hear Latin when talking about anatomy. And hi, Arnav, welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. And hey, just here for a second, I want to ask, how do you download those reference arts into Aseprite? Do you mean the art here? Hold on, this, so not this, this, all of this here. It's a website called the Spriter's Resource. If I go ahead and do exclamation mark here, and then we do drawing or Pixelart, Pixelart, GS, that should link you to how I get my references. So how I'm able to get all of these files here, it's a specific website, but you can do certain things and download it from there. So hopefully that does, oh, hold on, you didn't get it because the program doesn't want to work. Exclamation Pixelart, GS. There we are, that should link it. Yes, it does. Lovely. There's an article and also a video. So whichever one suits your fancy. I mean, Eldritch is God itself. It's not a phase or anything. I like this though. I wanted to see, yes, about the nose. So looking at this, we can certainly tell that the center of the nose goes here. Oh, hold on, that's not a line. That is not a line in the slightest. We have the center, never mind. Let's also choose a different color. A color easier to see. This would be the center of the nose. And then we have the bit here, so the triangle. I see it. I'm starting to see it slowly. And then you have this bit that would go here, and I see it, and it's a triangle. Yeah, indeed. Lovely job, mommy. Lovely job. I am picking up what you're putting down, so well done. Let's see. Let's go into our screen here, and let's keep going on with Discord. Let's see. Oh, hold on. Discord, open up, please. Okay, we're good. And the voices, oh no. The voices? What voices, huh? I don't like your voices, Jaxus. I don't like them. I don't. Now, did you draw the photorealistic nose, or did you just use a PNG of a nose? Can I get those voices too? No. Stay away! I'm gonna copy this image here and, oh boy, yes. Oh, that's terrifying. Hold on, let me grab this guy here. Grab the PRF, go back into here. I just, you know, we technically still. It's the fact that everything else is so simple and then you just have nose. Oh boy, go back into the draw, double it and give it to the next person. Yeah, give it to the next person. Oh boy, we have the straight line here. We have the triangle bit here that we can see. I can definitely see it all. I can see it all right. And then we have the bit here that goes along on the sides. Yes, indeedy, that's a nose, all right. And do you have a problem with my nose? I like how that face also doesn't have a nose. That emote. It reminds me of a WarioWare mini game, very horse-like. Oh my, lovely job, Jaxus, but at what cost? And it's funny that you mentioned that. Oh no. Where's what? I like how you have the E on the side too. And hi Disco, welcome in the stream, welcome in. Oh boy, this. I see that nose in that. I see a nose in that emote. Is there a nose in that one? In the devious one, did I add a nose? Oh, I did. I added a little dot for the nose. Never mind, I take it back. Where is Lesla? Wow. Oh boy, taking a look at this lovely where is Lesla? I think that was chat's best showing. Oh boy, clicking on jaw here, looking at these guys here. This is beautiful. Can we spot the triangle? It's already pink, so let's use the blue here. I see a wide nose going on here. Possibly you would look like this if we were taking a look at the nose, and this is beautiful. It is a looker. Well done, Jack. Oh, he's so silly. I also like how you add yellow to the edge of the teeth. I would even call that anti-aliasing. Might I even say it? Oh no. How could you know so only a mother could love? Well done, Jack. Oh boy, and do we need to have a sit down? Is that what this is? I mean, it is a nose study. I'm starting to think. We need to have a serious discussion about where all of you are going in life. And my favorite Windwalker boy. I like here how the nose is so simple. It's just like this is on the cartoon side. This would be a cartoon nose, and it's so simple yet it's so cute, and I think it gets the job done. Aside from the obvious elephant in the room, I think it's adorable. And you even do the shading. And, oh my goodness. That's detailed. Well done, but what caused in the nose study was mistaken. I love it. Surely there's no way you can make an ear study cursed. I say, and then I realize, no, there's definitely a way. There's definitely a way. Well done, how silly. This is here. It's from Abe, and I'm just double checking here. Yes, okay. I was wondering because another one was sent here. If I grab this one here and we take a look, it sounds like it's challenging us. No, I'm not. I'm realizing I misunderstood all of your powers, what I'm realizing. Let's go back into draw here and invent a very tentacle-like. Lovely. If I click on play here, we have another animation from Ame. And it's so neat to see the different carvings as you're going along, and to see the differences in, oh, it's Gwen! I see! Oh, hold on. Let's go back to here. Let's go all the way over to here and click on Gwen here. Oh, I'm wondering, did you add the, oh, you did. Hold on here. We have the triangle of the nose again, the big triangle idea, the different proportions and, not proportions, the different perspective. That's the word I'm looking for. Oh boy, the bet. And then you can kind of see here the bridge of the nose, you see the underside of the nose, and then simple nose. It's wild how to get to from this to this. It's so interesting. And then it went anime, yeah. Oh boy. And you fellas are so lovely. I wish artists existed in real life. If only. I like this though. I like how you started off by knowing exactly why the lines exist. I think that's the biggest thing for me. Knowing why you can do simple lines and doing this here. So well done, Ame. I like it. We'll go back to here into our planning screen. Let's see. As we click on this guy here, we click on this guy here, scroll down here, we have Ed, and here we have Game Boy palette, and then monochrome palette, or monokai palette. Oh, I haven't heard of that one before. Hold on, let me Google MONOKAI, monokai PALETT, and Eris can't deny the goth allegations anymore. Oh boy. I just keep getting more and more punk. Let me slide this guy over here, slide this guy a little bit down here. These are lovely, I think they're cute. And Iris, please close me up, I can't look. What, Jack? Does it disturb you? Huh? Does the consequences of your actions looking back on you? You will always be watching. Oh boy. Oh my. I wanted to just slide this guy over here, but you know what? Since you said something, we're just gonna keep that guy right there. Keep that guy right here. And slide this over a little bit. I wanted to grab this guy and then take a look at the noses. This is another small nose, but can we spot the triangle within the nose? This is like almost a Where's Waldo game. And you haven't heard of Monokai? That's like every novice coder's favorite color scheme. I have not at all, and I think I'm in love with that thing. Oh boy. Let me right click this guy, click on draw here. I see the triangle too. The thing is, once you start going so small, it's so interesting to see, okay, where's the triangle? I think the triangle exists here, here, here. I can see it slowly but surely. This is lovely, Ed. You decided to go the smaller route, and I think you did a lovely job. Maybe you could even say maybe here, here, and here, and that could be the nose. I could see that being the nose too. Interesting. And the fact that you were able to get such detail with such little colors too. And that's the Matrix palette. Is it? Hold on. Oh, it says Game Boy palette. I don't know about that one. And having my drawing next to check is a blessing and a curse. Oh boy, well done. Let's see as we slide down here. Is that a JoJo reference? And too late to create hair. Oh my, this is, I can, hold on, you can't see it. You can't see it in its full glory. Hold on, let me just slide this up here. There we go. Oh wait, hold on. I see the blue, I see the purple, but it's not purple skin, so don't think it's me. But this here, we have some anti-aliasing going on that we can certainly see. And if we just very quickly go back to this guy here, grab this guy here. I also like how you did the, hold on, let me double check on the name here, make sure you do it right. Yes, Sartazar. I like how you did the ears too, as we were just talking about an ear study. We slide this guy over here. What I wanted to see about, there's definitely a triangle I can see. Draw here. Okay, so triangle-wise, it's going to be this guy here. Oh, let me do a different color. Let me do this color here. So triangle-wise, we have this guy here, triangle, and then it goes out here, out here, out here, and out here. If I had to guess, I can see it. And I like how you do the shading as well for the bottom of the nose here too. It makes me wonder, if you were to go more for an anime style, if you could get away with just those two dark dots, or would you have to do more? All in all though, well done. And as if you tries to disguise yourself as a human, well, that'd be terrifying. And some may say, it's perfect! I like how, because you didn't have time to draw the hair, you went to, you added a little bit of a shine. That's lovely. As well as the anti-aliasing too, and yes, airs of me baldness! Well done, Sartazar. I like too how you did the anti-aliasing around the lips as well. Oh boy. Next up we have the nose scene, the end of the universe, and passing time until Eris sees everyone else's masterpiece. Oh my, we have another, what is it called? Another time lapse of the different noses. And probably the rock egg. Oh yes, I can see it. Egg. Oh boy, you all extreme drawings and the real thread, not gonna lie. And this thread was lacking the stars. Oh. Oh, it's lovely. It's horrifying, but it's lovely. It's like, is Bobby? What if Bobby is a cursed human? That's what this reminds me of, and it's a little scary. And he's here. Oh my. Well done, Abby. This is scary, but I like the idea of it. It's very creative. Oh boy, he's among us. He is everywhere. He is. What characters is this that has a pointy nose? I forget. I've seen it before. Is it Popeyes? Pop, maybe? The pointy nose. Is it Olive that has the pointy nose? I can't remember. This is my Kai. Now, I don't know if you can see it, but can you spot the... I can see Spamton too. Yeah, I can see Tenna. Tenna nose. Yes, Tenna nose. Yes, Tenna nose. That's the one I'm thinking of. Yep, the pointy nose. Yeah. Can you spot the triangle for this nose shape? Oh boy, I like the idea of just what is it called? Thick line art style for Pixelart. It's so interesting when I always see it in Pearl. Yes, Pearl. That's what I was thinking of. Pearl. Oh boy, never mind. There's hold on. Now it's a sneak, I can spot the triangle, all right. And never mind. So we have those are not like the others. Oh boy, we have here the pointy nose and the very thick outlines. And again, it's just so interesting to see the different styles here. It's always a delight. And well done. It's Kai. Oh, hold on. Is it Kai or is it Pala? Are you Pala? I knew it, Pala. Now I don't remember if Kai is Pala or Kala is Kai, or are they two different people? The names confuse me day by day. Oh boy. Well done. Well done. And then lastly, random thought. We are a hive mind. Now, do I want to know what your random thought was? Do I? And April Fool's Day never ends. It was a pleasure drawing alongside. There's a reference I'm probably not getting for the yellow nose. If anything, it looks like a bee nose and banana nose. Okay, we're done here. Now where were we? Yes, we've had a lovely stream today. Nothing accursed, nothing else. Yes, indeedy, right? Next week we will either do an ear study, and I don't know if we can do 100% 4 hours of ears in a Well done, Kala. What I would cost. And thank you for the lovely time stream cancels forever, indeed. Next week, and I think I might just do a poll on Discord to see if we want to do neck or ear. Or maybe we can see how far we can get along with one and the other. We'll see. But that said, that'll be next week. Anything else to note? Nope, not at all. That'll be for next weekend. Because we're nearing the end of the tutorial as well, Hydrate, I sure can do it. Sure can.
Just redeemed Hydrate.
I keep forgetting I can't look at chat when I drink water. Oh, I have ideas for both. I could just hear it in my mind. With that said, if you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. We'll see if we can find a game developer to not game developer, pixel artist. A pixel artist to rate. If anyone's doing a pixel art at the moment. If you're on YouTube, that'll be it for me. Oh boy, I'm going to go to the end screen, and then I'm going to come back here on Twitch, and then we are going to do a raid. They're always a lot of fun. And bye, thank you for stopping by, and hi Daniel Pancake, and bye Daniel Pancake. And she's trying to ruin her equipment. It's like you never learn. I try, but the issue is I learn and then I forget. So